And welcome to episode 87 of the Red Leaf Retrocast. 5-star Kobe World. What a fun episode this is going to be.
Definitely. A lot of good wrestling that we got to watch from between last episode and this episode.
Yeah, got some good discussion that we're going to have later. Let's not waste any time. Let's run down the agenda, which I did not post on Patreon this time around.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I got a little...
Should have done that, man.
Yeah, I got a little lazy, got a little distracted, translating...
Inebriated.
Yeah, a little inebriated, yeah, definitely. It was what a wild night last night was the premiere of...
Don't fucking kidding.
Rampage, the semifinals for the Tooge. Man.
At the Princess Cup.
Yeah. So we got a couple discussions, and then we go into AEW, August 4th through the 13th, culminating with that very good Rampage premiere.
Yeah, hell of a premiere.
No DDT, no New Japan. So instead, I'll just go, hey, Resurgence from New Japan is happening pretty much as we're recording. So we'll cover that in the next episode. And DDT will have their Korakuen and Big Peter Pan show. So while this episode is going to be pretty much AEW and Dragongate, because we get to talk about Kobe World, which was awesome. The next episode is going to be about DDT and the Nuge.
The Nuge.
And a lot of our deeper discussions, of course, will be over women's wrestling. We got we're covering Pure J.
Yeah, we watched a Pure J show. It's the first time I've seen them in like over a year.
I guess we'll talk about that. Emi Sakura is moving to the United States for an extended period of time. So she had a couple big going away matches. The 5-star has kicked off starting with Fire. And then Tokyo Joshi Pros finishing up their Princess Cup, which the finals is going to happen basically as we're recording. So that's going to be fun, actually, is going to be hearing our discussion before the finals are done and over with.
Yeah.
And
a lot of hinges on those finals.
Yeah, and then Ice Ribbon, they had a Yokohama. They had their Yokohama Budokan show, but it doesn't air for another week, so that'll be in the next episode. So we just have like a Korakuen and what was the other show called?
It was a sponsored show. It was like a Shinkiba party, or Shinkiba ribbon, essentially.
Let's see, Summer Jumbo Ribbon. That's what it was.
Oh yeah, Jumbo Ribbon. That's also
Jumbo
there.
Ribbon. Yeah, because that aired like a week after the podcast. So
tag title match, yeah.
Yep. Retro stuff, episode 50, All Japan Women Classics. I cover 1996 Tokyo Dome show from New Japan, and we finish off with Nitro 2 weeks before Slamboree. A lot of surge on that show.
Yeah, a lot of things on that show.
That's our agenda. All right, Kay. I got a couple discussions. One thing I want to say is wishing rest in peace to Real Hero, the Real Hero account.
Yeah.
Found out a couple days ago he had passed away, and what a mark this guy has left to just kind of wrestling fandom in general.
Oh yeah, Real Hero also went by Purso Dream, or at least assisted with the Purso Dream account. I don't know if he ran both of them or not, but I feel like he did. So this guy is incredibly important, at least to my fandom specifically. I know it's important to a lot of people's fandom, but speaking on mine, would have never experienced Ice Ribbon had he not put those episodes up, and had he not answered my questions. I would have had known nothing. I wouldn't have known why Curie and Ozaki were singing together. I wouldn't have known what the deal with Maya was and Tsukasa. I asked him so many questions. Such a fountain of knowledge this guy was. Always willing to answer my questions and be patient. Put up so much stuff. I even asked at one point if he could put up an Oz Academy show because I kept hearing about this Oz Academy and had never seen it. And I wouldn't have experienced any of the Joshi, especially so early on in my fandom, I would have never experienced most of this and gotten this curious about it had he not provided those videos for it. Oz Academy, Wave, Pure J, back when they started actually as Pure J and formerly JWP stuff. Just Sendai, Ice Ribbon. This guy's he's left an incredible mark. And also the All Japan Women's Classics. He's responsible for those being available.
Yeah, so much of this podcast is based on like his Google Drives, his sharing of all of these videos, and I'd like to just thank him so much for just doing everything that he did. And I know you don't get a lot of people that say thank you, and it's such a like thankless job that he took upon himself to just share all of this information and wrestling for fans. And I thank him so much for providing all of that, and gonna miss him.
Yeah,
I never even
gonna suck.
It's weird that we are thanking a man that we never met.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how that works in our little fandom here, the Joshi fandom. You see a lot of usernames and people you recognize by that, right? By their name and their icon, but you never really meet these people. And some of them leave giant impacts on you as a fan, and you've never seen their faces. Like, I've never seen this guy's face. But me and him had conversed several times, especially pretty early. Like I said, answered a lot of questions for me. Without him, I wouldn't have known that Ohana was retiring the year that I was watching. I would have had no idea because there was no context for me to know. There was no subtitles on the videos or nothing.
Right.
It was very important, and I remember just thanking him all the time for how patient he was with me.
Yeah, and if our listeners, maybe they don't realize it or not, but they've probably watched something from him or been shared something that originated from his. Hell, if you keep up with the All Japan Women Classics like we have, it's from that guy.
100%. Like, he put those together.
Yeah.
In that one drive. It was crazy.
Yeah. So, anyways, on a less somber note, we got a podcast to do, and I will just make a little transition here with music, so we can kind of kickstart in the ass and start talking about some wrestling. All right, I played Brandy Rhodes' little theme song.
Oh my
there.
God, Jesus! It's a terrible song to play. What's wrong with you?
Look, man, gotta change the mood on a dime. So here we go.
Oh yeah, what's a play Brandy song? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, come on, man. We got some
Judas.
No,
play like Judas or something.
No, maybe they'll be later. But we got some despair to talk about.
Oh, do we?
Yes, the death of NXT is coming, or at least a massive shift. And something we don't talk about a lot on this podcast is kind of concentrating on whether it's NXT or WWE of certain groups. Come here, kitty. Jesus, what are you doing?
The cat heard the Fed and was like, I gotta make a run. It's gotta stop this.
Yeah, he's like wanting to play with headphones and stuff, and he's causing trouble. So there's a ton of releases, ton of contract negotiations going on in WWE, and this has been something a long time coming, okay? Where they just have so much talent on the books, and over the last, I want to say year, they've released 100 people, 100 wrestlers. And it just kind of shows, not to the fact that, how do I want to phrase this? It shows that they could really, like, think about this. They've released 100 people, and it almost seems like they could release another, like, 200 before we start seeing significant damages or effects to their TV products. That's how many wrestlers they had under contracts.
Yeah, it's nuts. They were just hoarding talent, and all I'll say, the only thing that I've got out of this, given also the sort of announcement that came out, or that was, I don't know, did Dave report the 30-year-old no burden less than 30? There got to be a certain build sort of deal. Was that something Dave reported, or was that someone else?
It seemed like a memo that was sent out to people within WWE, and Meltzer got a hold of it, and because that sounded like a direct quote
Yeah, that seemed like very like marching orders essentially,
Yeah.
like a new motto for the NXT brand. All I'll say is this means no NXT Japan. Thank fucking god. All I got out of this was they all think they'll leave Japan alone. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a complete shift in ideal now, and to be honest, it's kind of time. The whole purpose of NXT was supposed to be developmental and becoming this basically alternative indie product. You know, because Ring of Honor was gaining a lot of steam during the early 2010s, and when 2014 rolled around and NXT got kicking, that's when a lot of talent from those companies, New Japan included, were signing with WWE and kickstarting NXT. And when AEW started, of course, a lot of bigger contracts going on to USA. I mean, a lot of these signs were there. And now that AEW won, for all intents and purposes, the need for NXT in their minds isn't there anymore. And if you look at the Raw and SmackDown rosters, their flagship shows, they are in desperate need of not just young talent, but talent that they feel is producible through their developmental system, and the current NXT model just doesn't do that.
Yeah. I mean, so my only familiarity with NXT was when I came back into watching briefly was seeing Asuka wrestle and seeing the Shinsuke Nakamura beginning there, right? That's kind of my only experience with NXT. It always kind of felt like it was trying to be one of those indie promotions. You could just tell by how it was all presented, kind of where the building it was into and the stage set up. I kind of got what they were trying to do, because at the time I was watching, I kind of knew what a Ring of Honor was. I just hadn't seen it. So I kind of knew they were trying to replicate that sort of feeling. I mean, I don't think this was ever going to last, even had they been continuing Wednesday nights against AEW. Like, I think feasibly, financially, it makes more sense to cut down on this than it does to continue to have it there. Also, don't they just never acknowledge NXT on the main roster, like, at all? Like, it doesn't exist?
Oh, basically, yeah. They don't treat it as that third show. And they only really ever did when AEW started up on TNT. And once they got beat again, like during those earlier days on TNT, look, there needs to be a change within the Fed. And this is step one, is releasing older people, releasing people they feel aren't going to be marquee stars on their flagship shows. And it's a harsh truth that, look, when you look at someone like a Mercedes Martinez, 40 years old, 17 years in the business, if you don't feel that she's going to draw money for you in the capacity that you think, then yeah, cut ties. Now, on a positive note, well, actually, I don't want to leave this subject quite yet. The writing was on the wall for NXT when they went on to USA and AEW started, and they had signed all of this talent that's available. And what that effectively did was it cut off that ever-flowing talent pool that NXT was pulling them from the indies, of those top stars that were gaining a lot of steam. Now they were forced to sign kind of green wrestlers and try to develop them on their own, and they just didn't do that. They couldn't do that. The pool was taken from already, and that was with AEW. And
Yeah.
that's where I wanted to say the writing was on the wall, is because what was always kind of the feel for NXT. It was every year they would bring in like 2 to 4 new strong star people, and then they go up to Raw and SmackDown, and then they'd rinse and repeat that kind of recycling formula. Well, once that pool was dried up, they couldn't do that formula anymore, and then they were exposed for their booking issues, rinse and repeat, feuds over and over again. It was no longer the same show, because they just exposed themselves when push came to shove, had to put on a weekly show that people were finally starting to watch. And now you see it more than ever where you have a show that is on television. And from a wrestling perspective, like 3 possible things can happen. And I've seen this with various indies like WXW. Your booking has to be incredibly strong if your wrestlers are green, because then one makes up for the other. And to an extent, the vice versa. If your wrestlers are really good, then the booking doesn't have to be all that grand. What you really want on television is both. You want good wrestling and good booking. Otherwise, it's not going to drive your viewership. It's just going to either stagnate or slowly deplete from that TV perspective. And what we're seeing now is the booking's been exposed, and now you have a lot of green wrestlers on there. So now you got bad booking with, well, bad wrestling, to say the least. That's not very appealing. And I who knows how long this will last? I mean, we could be realistically a year from now just saying NXT ceases to exist, and we're going back to kind of the Ohio Valley days for WWE, and that's super interesting to me, because now the indies are going to have a kick in its ass with all this talent now heading out there, and AEW is clearly not afraid to use kind of local talent on Elevation and Dark to kind of kick off shows and get some reps and scout. That's like their reason to scout. And it's going to be fun. I mean, Kay, I'm going to Beyond Wrestling's American Rana next weekend, and I'm very excited. And there's a lot of talent that is now out there and coming to that show. It's pretty cool.
That's very cool. Only thing that comes to my mind outside of the Leave Japan alone is, man, what's gonna go on with H-Man? He can't be happy about this. That was his fucking, wasn't that like his pet project? Like his little thing?
It was, yeah. And in a lot of fans' minds, and probably within WWE, Triple H was the successor, and the success of NXT was going to be his kind of blueprint. Him and Shawn Michaels and Road Doggy Dog and like his crew, like his clique, if you will. This blueprint and him effectively beating AEW was supposed to be the record on his resume that he can take over. And now it's a big question. And it's going to be interesting to watch. Who's really going to take over? Are they going to be as confident in H-Man taking over after all this has gone down? I think
anyone takes over.
Yeah, I think Stephanie.
I think they sell the company.
Yeah,
they sell the company. I think it's sold before Vince passes off. I think he sells it. I think this, at least to me, this looks like he thought about it and then decided to change his mind. Because at this point, this kind of turn of course, it does damage to relationships, right? There's no way that Vincent and H-Man are like really happy with each other given all this, right? There's some resentment got to be held there, right? To allow all the stuff that he put all this time and effort and resources into to just let it blow up like that. There's no way he doesn't hold some resentment. So, Vince is, he's an asshole. He doesn't care. So he probably made up his mind, and he's not going to give the company to H-Man or Stephanie, which, boy, you don't want to give it to her. I don't think she could do anything with anything. So I think they're going to end up selling the company. I mean, the Peacock thing in general just kind of screams to me like a first step in that. Sell all your rights, all your stuff to another major conglomerate, billion-dollar conglomerate. I mean, I don't know. That's where I'm at. But all I know is this NXT AEW battle, it didn't end with a bang. It just kind of went whimper. Like NXT's whimpered out. It just kind of died.
Well, as soon as they moved to Tuesdays, I mean that was it. AEW had won.
Yeah, like it didn't end with the bang. It ended with the whimper. Yeah.
Yep. So that was a fun little conversation to have there. I just find it fascinating, like what goes on with that company, because it's the biggest in the world, and how little we talk about it, and how much it does kind of affect other promotions that we watch. It's fascinating. It's the very same reason why we kind of keep up with the Marvelous of the world in the world of Joshi. Just the competition needs to exist, and it affects other companies differently.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. I'm going to play the Redeemers music so we can start talking about some AE dubs. God, that new intro from Miro is pretty sick with the like Viking horns and shit going on.
Oh yeah, God's favorite champion, bruh.
AEW's been on a roll lately, Kay.
Have been. I'm very happy to see that they're picked up from the terrible stuff that they had going last month.
Well, June was the bad one. July kind of brought us back, but August here, in these first couple weeks, as I'm pulling up the AEW cage match, so I can actually like reference these matches we're gonna talk about and shit.
Right. Well, I think to me, at least for me, July was kind of shaky. It wasn't as bad as June, but there were things that I still had problems with. But this entire month so far has been pristine. They've done a good job of not overdoing the heel heat, which was a big problem I think both you and I had with them. And outside of the women, which I mean, at that point it's beating a dead horse, they've been doing great.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's talk about the women and just get it out of the way. Basically, more losses. I thought Statlander, Nyla Rose had a okay match, but it was only 3 minutes, so that was really disappointing. Clearly, Statlander is next in line for Britt Baker, but that Britt Baker, what's her face? Red Velvet match, 10.5 minutes on the main event of Rampage. That's got to be a success. That's like Britt Baker's first success since winning the title.
Yeah, it's been the only one she's had, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that their styles went so well together.
That is definitely something I wanted to talk about with you. I think it's been very clear that Britt Baker can't work the Joshi style.
No, 100%. I mean, you can see it in Stardom. The brief period she was in Stardom, she couldn't work that style, like, at all. I just don't think she's capable of adapting to that style, which is a problem. She's like Konami. She can only have her kind of match, and she can't do anything else.
Yeah, because it was just a small sample size with Nyla Rose Statlander, but I wanted that match to be like a good 7 to 10 minutes to see, because you weren't watching AEW at the time, but they had a title match at Revolution in 2020,
right?
And it was fine. It wasn't like great or anything because Statlander's like fresh off the indies. She's only been wrestling like a couple of years at that. And it was a big opportunity for her, and they messed up some things. It was a very indie type match, and I wanted that match on Dynamite to kind of show me their progression. Didn't get that, but in those few minutes, I mean, we saw some cool shit. We saw the goofy handstand Statlander did, and she gets speared.
I popped for that. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, so Vicky is still kind of screaming outside, but apparently from people in the arena that Vicky does get a lot of heat, apparently. So, take that for what it's worth.
So annoying as fuck, though.
Yeah. But the Baker Red Velvet match, like, look, the build was fine. They didn't pretend anything other than Britt Baker's heading to Pittsburgh and she's going to be a big star. And they present, like, I got to give credit where credit's due. Like, Britt Baker, like, we hate her wrestling. We've seen more stinkers than good out of her.
But they hate her in general.
yeah, well. But their presentation of her and the crowd loves her. Like, it can't be denied.
I guess not. I still don't like her, but that doesn't change anything, I guess. They did present her very well with the fireworks and everything, and our buddy Niagara Driver, who was in the chat with us, pointed out, because I know you watched it a little later, but we all watched it live, and he pointed out that despite the fact that she's a heel, they still let her soak in the crowd and maybe not be a baby face, but kind of like use the crowd cheering for her as an ego boost thing, like heel ways, right?
Yeah.
She wasn't telling the crowd to stop cheering for her. She was embracing the cheering and using it almost like a way to get swagger and be more of a heel.
Oh yeah, I mean, she didn't. Yeah,
they would have said no. Stop cheering for me. Fuck you. I hate Pittsburgh.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. So Baker like embraced her Pittsburghness, and then she kind of shat on the city in a way where it's like, look, I'm a champion, I'm from Pittsburgh, you guys need me, because she basically said the fucking Penguins aren't doing anything right now, the Steelers suck. Like, I'll be your champion. That's basically what she said. I mean, she's not referencing the Pirates. I mean, that's just low hanging fruit there. But yeah,
they had no chance to begin with.
And I like the match wasn't great. but it was a success. Like, I didn't expect Baker and Velvet to go out there and have, an Akira Hokuto type match from the early 90s. I expected kind of what we got, and I don't want to use the whole "they worked really hard" line, but they had a match, and they had a match in mind focused around the lockjaw submission, and they told a decent little story with Reba constantly getting involved and then eventually getting kicked out, and that led to some near falls. And the post-match angle, I thought, knocked it out of the park too, where she continued beating on Red Velvet until Statlander made the save so they could set up that, and then that led to the, let's call it the debut of Jamie Hayter in AEW. Like, what's funny is, I believe the last time they were in Pittsburgh, Britt Baker beat Jamie Hayter in Pittsburgh, and now Jamie Hayter's back in Pittsburgh, and this is her official AEW debut, and she's signed. I'm happy for her.
Yeah, she's definitely signed. So I wanna break down my reaction to watching this live. So earlier in the day, we saw a picture of Masha Slamovich, who also has blonde hair, wild blonde hair, right?
Oh,
on Dark, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I see somebody run in the crowd wearing all black and giant blonde hair, and my first reaction was, "Oh my fucking god, Masha's there!" And then it turned around and it was Jamie Hayter. I was like, "Oh my god, Jamie, what the fuck? Where have you been?"
She's effectively not been wrestling for the past year and a half.
Oh, she's just been getting swole.
Yeah, you look at her Twitter pictures and she's just like, "Yeah, I'm jacked. Deal with it. My ass looks great."
Look jacked.
And okay, so here's a conversation I wanted to have with kind of our listeners in UK. Is this the best move for Jamie Hayter, or was there something she could have done in Stardom and become a big star?
So I don't think Stardom was even on the table. That's why I feel like this was the perfect move, because it was either this or go to the fucking Fed. And I mean, the Fed's on fire right now, so it's probably a good move to go to AEW.
When you say on fire, it's burning to the ground.
Oh yeah, NXT UK is probably not much longer because NXT itself is dying. So I see the UK branch just being dead within the end of the year, probably. So this was a smart move, but I don't think Stardom was even interested in bringing her back. I actually don't think Stardom is interested in bringing any foreigners in currently. Even when COVID restrictions lift, I can't see them bringing any more foreigners in for at least a little while. They're trying to establish their own roster in a way to make them all-stars. So, I mean, bringing in foreigners is kind of something you do after the fact. It seems like they're more focused on their domestic wrestlers than bringing in Gaijin. Just kind of smart from their perspective, so...
Yeah.
I don't think she'd been waiting a long time if she was going to wait on Stardom, and that's even if they would have called her.
Yeah, and this is... I mean, I feel like she got a real decent paycheck to sign with AEW. They have immediately paired her with Britt Baker, who, let's face it, it's AEW's biggest woman star that they feature on every single show. And it looked like, to me, that they're setting up Baker and Hayter as kind of starting a little tag team or stable here. And Jamie Hayter as the heater for Britt Baker. That means we get to see her on TV a lot.
Jamie Heater.
The Jamie Heater, yes.
I like that. Also, I gotta point out, Jamie Hayter, better wrestler than Britt, so at least we got that going for us.
Yeah, if people gotta go, it's giving me kind of Wardlow MJF type vibes.
Ooh, that's pretty good. I like that. But MJF is actually a good wrestler.
And I hope this leads to, on Dynamite, after this podcast comes out, Red Velvet and Statlander against Baker and Heater. I think that'd be...
Yeah, give us a tag match.
I think that'd be a good tag
match. That's not Reba and Vicky.
Yeah, anything to keep Rebel out of the ring and Vicky away. I think is a win, and more women's wrestling is something we want. So this is, consider this V1 for AEW's women's division is what happened on Rampage. So that makes
one and a half. I'll give it 1.5 because Jamie showed up. At least is worth half a point.
So that leads the box score to 1 win, 9 losses, and 3 ties.
Or 1.5 wins, and everything else is just
no.
losses.
That was the first win. You don't get.
I know.
You don't get 1.5.
I gave it a 1.5.
No.
It's like I give a half for Jamie Hayter's debut.
Let's see here. The Elite. No, that was after. Okay, here we go. Jericho defeats Hoovy in a 10-minute match. It wasn't as horrible, gloriously terrible, hilarious that I was kind of hoping for. It was fine.
It's still pretty bad though.
At the beginning,
It still was. It was. Yeah, the beginning was
wacky.
terrible. They were completely out of sync.
Darby Allin, Kingston Moxley defeat 2.0 and Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia and Wheeler Yuta. Let's talk about these two.
And you're more familiar with them than I do. So.
Oh yeah, Beyond Wrestling, boy. Come on. Look, Garcia and Yuta are getting they're not getting a push, but they're getting featured enough for the fan base to get to know them. And they're both like two completely different wrestlers. Yuta's in with the Best Friends. Garcia is kind of doing. He's not with 2.0, I don't think, but 2.0 is the former Ever-Rise in NXT, and boy, they have made an immediate mark on AEW being these kind of bumbling goof tag teams, and they're going to get their ass kicked by Sting, and they're probably going to cream in their pants doing it too.
Oh, probably, definitely. I mean, I think it's also cool that we're going to see Sting wrestle on Dynamite.
Yeah, first time in like 20 years. My mom's going to that show in Houston, so she'll get to see Sting live.
Oh, yeah. She's like, oh, I remember seeing him in the 90s.
Yeah, it's like, fuck. That was the last time we saw him. I like what AEW does with these kind of... Even if they're, like, contracted by appearance guys, they treat they treat these indie guys and people they want to kind of scout and sign to kind of smaller deals. They're not being presented as huge stars, but they're getting us familiar with them, and they treat them with respect. And that's kind of good bonus points, good boy points for AEW in my book. And it creates fun matches like this where you get to see the stars. I mean, this is 80s, 90s wrestling playbook at its best, where you have smaller guys like this, and it's not a squash match. They get enough in. And we get to see Kingston, Moxley, and Darby Allin just go nuts, and it's super fun, and it's just simple. It's a simple wrestling formula that's very tried and true, and it works worldwide. And for television, it's like perfect kind of sprinkle the seasoning on whatever you're eating kind of food.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, sometimes it's a mixed bag. I mean, I don't really care for the fucking Dolph Ziggler's brother and Zack Ryder. So those ones don't do anything for me. Stuff like this, I don't mind because I don't know who these people are. So being introduced to them is also nice, especially when they leave a good impression.
Yeah, and they even followed this up with Garcia challenging Darby Allin, and like the commentary just doing simple things like, oh, Yuta and Garcia had a 60-minute draw on the indies, and perhaps that's affecting Garcia's cardio and conditioning heading into the match. So they in them doing that, just simple things like this on commentary is what helps me with the good boy points for AEW. I like that stuff. Miro,
he killed champion.
Yeah, he killed people.
His wife was flexible and hot, and God made her that way for him.
So he had 2 TNT title matches. He had one against Lee Johnson, 9 minutes, and then he had the one against Fuego do Sol on Rampage that went 2 minutes. I love Miro. This dude awesome. Just gets it. He's presented super different. His promos are fun, and his matches are always against these like low card guys that are just getting a shot, and it's all built around hope spots and how it happens. Great. And with the Lee Johnson match, it was can he pull off a couple of his high impact moves? And with Fuego, he hits like two tornado DDTs, and the crowd is just going fucking nuts. And Miro falls to the outside. You're like, no!
I mean, I don't know if it's coming across in the audio, but it's currently storming outside. I don't know if the thunder is coming through, but as we're talking about Miro, the heavens are opening up for God's favorite champion. Listen, his promos, he doesn't need a mouthpiece, is what I'm going to say. Because if they don't need to bring in a mouthpiece for him. His promos are fucking the best. He's probably the best promo in the company outside of MJF, in my opinion, because he's just so good, and he's so consistent, and he's both funny and menacing at the same time. I like it. I like it a lot. God made his wife flexible for him. Double jointed flexible. I wish my girlfriend was double jointed.
Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder who they're going to face Miro off with against at the pay-per-view coming up at the end of the month.
I mean, I think it should just be some rando, right? Maybe like I don't know, part of TH2, like part of someone in TH2 or something. Like somebody he could just kill in like a minute.
Well, Matt Hardy's been getting some wins. Maybe, I mean, they're kind of doing best.
Yeah, break Matt more. Go ahead, just break his back even more and put him on the sideline so we can have another kid.
Yeah, I mean that could be funny. Matt Hardy, the
Hardy.
fertile family office over there.
At the fertile family office.
Let's see what else we got. I want to leave Christian for last because that's a fun conversation.
Sure is.
Let's see. Hardy office.
I'll say one thing about the Elite. I want to mention the Elite right quick. They are dickwads. I'm starting to come around on them, but I think I'm coming around on them because their fucking song is way too catchy. They stuck in my head twice at work. I was like, God damn, I hate them. I hate them so much. It's like the right amount of like goof and shitty sleaze kind of song. I don't know, man. I think they're when they're not doing a bunch of heel heat bullshit, I think they're great. But when they do heel heat bullshit, I think that's when it ruins it for me.
I think they're getting better at timing these things.
Yeah.
It's not being overdone on shows. It's weird because it's the perception of the interference and distractions and whatnot. There's something that's happened where it's not technically less or more, but it feels like it's less or more. I think it has to do with establishing these particular acts, and now instead of just going, I expect it to go down this way, we're seeing them lose a lot more often, and it gives us the perception that it's okay now. It's weird.
I don't think it's happened any more less or more. I think there's been a lot of shows where it's happened a little bit less, where it's been more concentrated into one match instead of like 3 matches on the show.
Right.
I think the problem was that it was happening in multiple different matches with multiple different groups. The Elite were kind of always doing it in every match that they had, and that became a problem, especially because they always ended up winning. It was always kind of the same routine. It's like, oh, I spray to the face, win. I spray to the face, win. And that gets old really fast.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also had MJF, who his interference stuff made a whole lot of sense, but it gets ruined because there's so much interference before it happens that you're already rolling your eyes at the fact that it's even happening.
Yeah,
I think the pacing it out that works, because I mean we saw it in the Wardlow match, the other label of Jericho. I'm kind of getting ahead, but it didn't bother me there because MJF ends up getting thrown out, and it costs everything.
Right.
So I feel like that being done, instead of it just being done, lol, he wins because of interference. Like you said, it's being done to the detriment. But that's also, I think, the only interference spot that I can recall from the entire show.
Let's see here. I mean, there was one in the Elite Seidel match, sort of with Brandon Cutler. There was goofy stuff on the outside with Sting beating up 2.0.
That's not really interference. I don't count that last one as interference. That's just Sting being a bodyguard, really.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. The Hardy family office against the Best Friends. That was like, how many people can we get out here because we're doing shenanigans? A lot of it.
Oh yeah, I like blanked out on that match. I'll be honest, I don't care about the Hardy family office at all.
I mean,
they're like complete blind spot for me. I think I kind of tune out whenever they're on. It's not that they're all bad. It's just can't bother to care about them.
All right. Well, I mean, since we're on the subject of the Elite, no. I want to save that for last. So let's see here. Jericho's facing MJF next week. That should be a big match, big show.
I don't think that gets a finish. I think something happens that puts them another match for the pay-per-view.
I think MJF just beats him.
I think something happens that causes the match to get thrown out.
I don't know about that. I think it's going to lead to like Chris Jericho going, because he lost again and he wants a rematch. He's going to like put his career on the line or something or another.
Ooh, I can see them doing that too. Yeah, especially because it fits into the MJF wanting to be the successor. Yeah, I guess I could see that.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the Labors of Jericho. It's super fun.
They've been a mixed bag, but the overall thing I've enjoyed, the overall package.
Let's see. Okay, Malachi Black, one Tommy End, defeats Cody Rhodes in 4.5 minutes, whooped his ass, kicked him off the post, like launched through a table, and then he just kicks his face off, kicks that neck tattoo onto the other side of his neck, and puts a foot on his chest and pins him 1, 2, 3. He like knocked him so loopy. Cody Rhodes was about to retire. Like a UFC guy just got knocked out. Hey, how do you feel?
Well, you see, I love my kids and my family, and I'm just gonna hang up my career now. That promo at the end, though.
Well, it was super wacky. It was super wacky. It's like this dude's been knocked out, and he's cutting this like wacky promo that was like, what's happening?
Yeah, I think the entire time was like, what are you talking about? Because like he kept rambling. So at first it didn't seem like a return promo. It just kept going on about how much he loves the company and how much they're down and out. But I'm like, this kind of was giving me shades of the Cody Rhodes saves racism promo that he did. I'm just like, Cody. Stop cutting promos. You don't have to do it anymore.
I thought it was really funny when Shivani like goes down immediately and just like, hey, I know you got your head kicked off and you're probably not all the way here. Tell us how you feel. I'm thinking about retirement. I love this company. And Malachi Black is like, get your fucking boot out of here. We're not done. Boo.
I feel like I didn't. This one didn't like. This was still weird. I call it the Cody saves racism promo because that's pretty much what he was. He was like, "Oh yeah, my kid's gonna be mixed race. I saved racism, everybody." Captain America over here.
Captain America wanted to retire after getting his head kicked off, and who could blame him? But Malachi Black is like, "Fuck you. You're not doing that. This isn't over." I hope they run it back at the pay-per-view.
I don't think they're running it back at the pay-per-view. I think Cody's gonna be off TV for a while.
I mean,
it's gonna be one of those. He shows up and he's gonna be off for a bit because he's like probably filming some show or something. So I don't think he's coming back for at least a couple months, or at least a month.
Yeah, I mean, I feel this is a big match they can run back down the road, and I'd be very curious to see what the fallout is over there. I thought this debut of Malachi Black was a home run. It was awesome. Leapt out of my chair. Good stuff there. I can't wait to see what they do.
Could he get any offense in at all? Because I don't think he got any offense in.
I mean, it was kind of like the Brody Lee squash in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he just got his ass kicked the entire match. He kicked out of a few moves, but I don't think he got any offense in.
Yeah, Cody Rhodes puts another.
If he did, it was very little.
Cody Rhodes puts another dude over. How about that?
Speaking of people, where the fuck's a Go-Go been?
He's injured.
Oh, wow. When the fuck did he get hurt?
Like right before that pay-per-view match.
Oh, wow. Okay, that explains why he hasn't been there. I mean, I don't want to see bowling shirt QT over there.
Yeah, QT's like in a low-card feud with the Big Show or whatever the fuck. Who cares?
It should just stay on Dark. That needs to specifically stay on Dark.
It's fine. It's harmless. I got no problem with it. Hope Big Show chokeslams him through the mat.
All I'll say is, this got me thinking about Cody. Do you think he's going to retire sooner than later?
I mean, he said he pretty much has 4 years, and we're 2 years in.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know he said that, but I just got the vibe that, one, given how little he's been on TV, and when he comes in, he kind of has like a small story, then he kind of disappears for a bit. I don't think he's ever going to one. I don't think he's ever winning the world title. I mean, he had that stipulation, and I think that was both done to keep him out of the top picture, and because I feel like he doesn't want to be champion because he probably can retire soon. So what's the point of being champion if you're not going to be holding it for long, right?
True, but I also like how that led into the creation of the TNT title, and that's kind of his baby.
Yeah, it's led to a lot of good stuff. Yeah, it's led to a lot of good stuff.
And look, if let's say Malachi Black is the one to beat Miro for that title. Who better to come back screaming, wanting revenge, wanting to do that is Cody Rhodes going for the TNT title again. I think that's cool, that's cool stuff.
Did say something about being a god.
He
and
did.
God's favorite champion probably has something to say about that.
That's right. Yeah. Hope they run that. And that's a realistic person to take the title off Miro.
Yeah. So who retires first, Tam or Cody?
Cody. I'll say Cody.
Oh, okay. I think about the same time for both. I don't think Maya's retiring. I think she said she's retiring, but Maya's not retiring.
The Elite defeats Dante Martin and the Seidels. This match was so much fun. Dante Martin was a fucking star. It was a star-making performance in this match.
Showcase for him.
Oh, yeah.
Complete showcase for him.
It's fucking fantastic. I adored that so much. Just another example. And this is something AEW is kind of setting themselves up for, because you notice a lot of their top-end talent and these people that they're signing, they probably have a good 2-3 years on top with these people. Whether it's Omega, the Bucks, Cody, CM Punk, he's no spring chicken. Jericho's on his way out. They have very little time with these people, and I think the idea is having showcase matches like this, so when they can finally push a lot of these young guys, like a Jungle Boy, like a Dante Martin, let's just throw him out there, guys like Top Flight, that it won't happen now, but 2 years from now, they will need to be the ones to take over for these top stars. And I think that's what they're doing, signing all of these young guys with potential like this.
Oh yeah, I think Hangman and MJF are the next two era of main eventers. I don't think Kenny stays around for much longer either. I think he retires. I'm gonna be bold. I think he retires end of next year.
That's a lot sooner than I pegged, but that would be. I mean, that's 2 or 3.
He's really banged up.
That is that 2 to 3 years.
Really banged up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can see him doing that though. I mean, I don't think he's gonna stay 100% retired. He might come back for a big match once or twice a year, maybe. But I think he's gonna be, in terms of regular appearances, I think he'll retire.
I guess we'll see. And then that leads into, I guess, our final conversation is Christian Cage defeats Kenny Omega for the Impact World title. I love this. It was 15 and a half minutes. I thought this match was awesome. Christian brought it with Kenny Omega. The fucking kill switch onto the chair was gnarly. It adds a lot of heat for their title match at All Out, and I expect it to be even bigger than what they showed here to start off Rampage. And to nobody's surprise, the 4-man booth on Rampage is ridiculous. And Mark Henry is silent the whole time. He is a non-factor. He talks way too slow, as expected. It was basically Jericho and Excalibur show. That's what that was.
Well, it was 100% them. And when Jericho is not on commentary, I'm kind of curious how this is going to work. So I have a very interesting perspective that I'm coming up with, especially with Christian. So I mentioned before that I've been watching old 2005 Fed shit, right?
Sure, yeah.
I kind of have it on the background as I do stuff. Well, Christian Cage is there, right? I just saw him have a match with John Cena. A match that I was looking at it, I was like, man, Christian, has he always been this good? Because he was good in that match. And I was kind of surprised. He was in a tag match as well with Jericho, and I thought he was incredibly good in that too. I was like, huh. I don't think I ever stopped to notice how good he was, because my perception when I was younger watching this stuff was that he was just a mid-carder who cares.
Hey, well, I mean, that was a problem for many years, yeah. And then he went to TNA and became the champion there, and now he's the
champion again.
What's funny is it was still the NWA TNA at the time.
I looked it up
when Christian was there, and now he has the Impact title, so it's different.
I want him to show up on Impact and call himself the TNA NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Just once. Just do it once, just for old time's sake. I also need him to have the fucking ridiculous hood over his head and everything. He just needs to do the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I was a big fan of this match.
Where's Tom Coad?
Where's
Tom Coad come out with them?
Yeah, I was a big fan of the match. I think it adds so much to their pay-per-view match now that Christian has the world title. And also, Christian can be the one to fucking bumble around with Brian Myers on Impact, because he's the number 1 contender over there. God help us, that company. And Kenny Omega is facing tonight Andrade for the AAA title.
And he loses that belt. I 100% think he's losing that belt.
I'm not entirely convinced.
I am. I think we're going to see the implosion of the Super Elite this year. I think we're going to see it this year. I mean, it's a storyline you can't drag up for so long before it does become kind of wearing out its welcome, right? It's the kind of story you can't really do that with. I think Hangman wins the belt at Full Gear. I think he comes back and beats him for the title, and I think Kenny has a mental breakdown and hopefully we get a Ric Flair in an asylum.
No, I don't need mental institution Kenny Omega. I don't need that quite yet.
I think he can do it. It'd be great.
Although I do predict Andrade will win this title, and that'll add a lot of heat to the pay-per-view match against Pac that they're teasing.
Also, I think it's also funny because I think when Kenny loses that belt, he's only going to have the AEW, and I can see how Hangman gets him to agree to a match, saying, "Well, hey, you calling me a failure? Look at you failing all of a sudden."
Yeah, I like this move with Christian winning the Impact World title. I thought that was the right move to make. Really good stuff.
You mean the NWA TNA World Heavyweight title?
Okay, fine. All right. Since we don't have any New Japan or DDT to talk about, we're heading straight into the world of Dragongate, and I mean, gotta play Yamato, don't I?
Yes.
Dragongate Kobe World. Back-to-back nights. They pulled the double dome Wrestle Kingdom shtick. They drew
award show.
They sold out or no, I think they sold out day 2, and then day 1 was let's see, day 1 says 2,400 and day 2 was 3,500. So they got 1,000 more people in on day 2.
Kind of mirrors. I think New Japan had similar numbers in Stardom did, where day 2 has more buys, more people coming to it than day 1.
Which is interesting from the attendance perspective, because usually it's day 1 that gets the most.
I think people were more excited for the prospect of day 2. Like, I mean, listen, the people that bought into KZ time, like you, were probably excited to potentially see KZ be champion against Yamato. But the realistic people, like myself, knew KZ time is a myth and doesn't exist. So they knew it was going to be Skywalker and Yamato, so they're probably more excited for that.
So Kota Minoura defeats Eita, effectively setting up a future Dreamgate match for Kota Minoura, which, coming out of Kobe World, I thought the booking on both nights was phenomenal.
It was great. It was excellent.
Yeah, the only thing that I think didn't deliver as high as it did is what they're doing with the Bravegate title right now. So Genki beats Okuda, ends like a year-long reign there. And then the next night, Kagetora breaks through his own glass ceiling. Kagetora, he is like a Torimon X guy, or Torimon Mexico, something like that. And him winning a singles title in Dragon Gate is really huge for him in his career. So he beats Genki, and then at a Gate of Adventure or a house show, SB Kento beats Kagetora for the title, and then on Gate of Adventure like a few days ago, SB Kento and Okuda have a Brave Gate match, and it goes to a DQ, so now the title's vacant. So after 2 really long reigns, it's open the hot potato gate. What do you think of this Brave Gate booking title?
So, my natural reaction is do not like it, because I don't like when belts are hot potatoed. It's always a bad booking decision, and I feel like it always devalues the belt. However, much like I do with Ice Ribbon, with Dragon Gate, I'll give the benefit of the doubt, because I have confidence in the booking. I feel like they're going to go somewhere, and I'll forget about this in a month or 2.
Yeah, I'm more curious how they're going to tackle these 4 dudes that all have a claim to the title, where it's Okuda, Kento, Genki, and Kagetora. I mean, we don't get a lot of 4-ways in wrestling these days. They're usually 3-ways, especially in Japan.
Especially, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see them doing it, though. I can see them definitely doing it. It's a unique thing, and I think it would work as a main event, even, for a show.
Yeah, or even like a mini tournament that they could do on a show. They just draw lots, and it's semifinals and a finals matchup on a night. They could do something fun with this, and to me it injects a little bit more interest into the Bravegate title, which over the last, so Ishida's run was really long, it had some good matches, and then Okuda, that story was good, but the Okuda reign itself wasn't this fantastic thing. A lot of the matches just
wasn't.
Yeah, it just didn't hit. So this to me brings new life to the Bravegate title, and I'm like UK. I definitely have more confidence in Dragon Gate's booking, and just to see where this goes. Yeah, I think they deserve that benefit of the doubt. Let's see.
Yeah, definitely.
Triangle Gate title, Masquerade, the only team to go into Kobe World and come out with their titles. So Daya, Lee, and Estrella maintain the titles. I'm cool. Good for them.
It was a good match too. It was a very fun match.
Yeah, a couple like 4-star matches with the Triangle Gate title. It's exactly
not a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal. Just 4 stars, whatever. Yeah, just high flying. 13 minutes on night 1, and then 10 minutes on night 2 with Kondo, Awashi, and Brother Yashi. What a trio that was. Wacky team. I like the night 2.
I like that match as much.
I like the night 2 match more than the night 1 though.
Oh, see, I'm the opposite. I don't think I like the night 2 match as much, but I think it's because I don't really like the other team.
The other team
that Brother Yashi guy is Brother Yashi's not my cup of tea. That's for sure.
He's not a lot of people's cups of tea, that's for sure. Let's see. A 10-man tag with Yoshino, basically to hit kind of all of his hits with a lot of people that meant a lot to him across the career. This was the Yoshino showcase before his retirement on night 2. Don't really have much else to say about that 10-man tag. Let's talk about these Twin Gate titles.
All right, let's talk about them.
So Kaito Ishida and Sakamoto on their first defense, I think it's their first one, lose to Yokosuka, tag team specialist, if you will, Kay.
Mm-hmm.
With King Shimizu. You were right.
My boy! He won his tag belt. I'm so happy.
This King Shimizu Yokosuka tag team is so much fun to watch. They're so good.
I predicted this to be this way, and you doubted me. You doubted King Shimizu. How dare you doubt King Shimizu? Look at a fool you are. King Shimizu's awesome. I love him. He's great.
They had that. They have this incredible move where Shimizu just launches the dude in the air, and they used to do this with Benkei, where Benkei would spear the dude in midair.
Yeah.
Yokosuka just fucking either lariats or uppercuts the dude into oblivion, and it's phenomenal to watch.
Uppercut spot
so
was
good.
Awesome. I popped super hard for the uppercut spot. It looked great.
Yeah, and Ishida and Sakamoto were on their game as well. We were big fans of that team when they won the title in February, and so they had this title a long time, but they didn't really do much with them.
No, but I mean, I thought this was a good move altogether because I feel like Shimizu, they're giving him a kind of a subtle push up the card. Now I don't think he's gonna get the fucking Dreamgate belt or anything, right? I think he might contend for the Brave Gate in like a year or two, right?
Well, Brave Gate has a weight limit. He can't do that.
Well, I mean, he's King Shimizu. He can do what he wants, man. I forgot. I didn't know about the weight limit. So, okay, fine. He'll just challenge for the top title and probably lose every time, like KZ.
That's okay. I'm down. Look, Shimizu is like he's over his Kevin Nash days. Now he's to his Rikishi days.
We're from Kevin Nash to Ultimo Dragon to Rikishi. Transformation.
It's fucking wacky. This is the Shimizu I've wanted to see for a while. He is a phenomenal wrestler, and look, Yokosuka, he just always delivers in these tag matches. And you know, we go to night 2 where they took on Benkei and Dragon Kid, another just awesome team, and they beat them. Of course, Yokosuka's got to hit the world liner on Dragon Kid to win. That's that like crazy. It's like a Canadian destroyer bomb or something.
I think you said that he can only hit it on Dragon Kid because Dragon Kid's the only one that knows how to take it.
Yeah, Dragon Kid is just crazy enough to flip his body inside out like that. Which one did you like more? Did you like the high end match or the RED Twin Gate match more?
The high end one more. I think Benkei and Dragon Kid were a much more dynamic team. I think when it comes to Sakamoto and Ishida, I think Ishida is definitely like the better of the two. And so when he's in the ring, things are better. I think Sakamoto is just serviceable enough to not take the match down, but he's not bringing the match up either. I think the other team, Dragon Kid and Benkei, they're both like really fucking good. So they just continue to escalate the scale.
So I like
Yakotsuka is
I like the RAD match more.
Oh, okay. So you're the opposite of me. Again, we're on the opposite end of these things.
Yeah.
I think Yakotsuka is also a incredibly great tag team wrestler. I don't know if he'll ever become a good singles wrestler. I think he's young enough that he probably could be, though. But I feel like he's being slotted in as a tag team specialist, which he's really good
Yakotsuka
at.
is a former Dreamgate champion, but I think this. Look, he's on the much older side these days.
I didn't know he was.
Yeah.
He's tagged for younger.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good slot for the guy. I like him in the Twin Gate situation.
How much I know about Dragon, I'm still learning. I thought he was much younger. I thought he was on the younger end. He looks like he's on the younger end, at least.
Well, yeah. Okay. Oops. Don't want to do that. My bad. Okay. Do you want to talk about the Dreamgate title matches or the Yoshino retirement match next?
Well, I think you'll have more to say on the Yoshino thing than I will. So I think we can just start with that if you want.
Sure. So BB Hulk and Eita defeat Doyoshi, Speed Muscle, Yoshino, Naruki Doi. 32 minutes this went. It was an epic way to end a career for Masato Yoshino, who has been just this backbone of Dragon Gate for the last 20 years. And this dude's been broken. The match was like this slow 1986 NWA, like Jim Crockett type match where it was all about heel, heat, Yoshino. They're working the neck, they're working the back. Every move makes you go, oh God, this could be called off at any moment. Yoshino is selling his ass off. He's doing all of the hits. Yoshino and Doi doing all of their hits, and it's all against these just two shithead heels just trying to ruin the match and the career, and it was just filled with so much emotion. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. I didn't think the match was better than either Twin Gate match, but from an emotional standpoint, I was 100% invested, and it's going to be one of those matches that Dragon Gate fans are going to remember for the rest of their lives, because it's Yoshino's last match, and it ends with a pin drop with Eita giving him the Imperial Uno super kick, and Eita completes his 2-year-long journey of wanting to retire Yoshino, and he gets the big win. And you probably don't know this, Kay, but in Dragon Gate history, the heels don't shake hands, and both Hulk and Eita shook the hand of Yoshino after the match, so that could be setting up something later on this year. And that kind of goes into our theory of Ishida taking over the big heel group. Eita and Hulk are kicked out kind of deal. Eita's been hanging out in Noah lately as well, so it could be a move for Eita to just kind of go away for a little bit. And then the whole post-match with Yoshino's speech, the whole fans. This was, you know how hard it is for a person to retire, not just kind of on their own terms, but to go out in a match like this. The only other guy that really comes to mind with how they went out after such a storied career and still putting in a phenomenal showing is Jushin Thunder Liger at Wrestle Kingdom, when he had a similar situation where it was a 10-man tag, and then the night two, the Hiromu, the big junior, pinned him. And guy goes out on his back. It is such a good going away story on such a good show, and it capped off 2 home run nights from Dragon Gate. They didn't overcomplicate things. They set up simple stories across the both cards, and they had title matches throughout the show. They didn't try to overcomplicate anything in their booking. They just hey, you guys got every single title is going to be defended both nights, and the task of the defense was the story. And night 2 was all about Yoshino at the end of it all. And look, they didn't have to put a Dreamgate title or even a Twin Gate title on night 2, but they did because they wanted this just show to go off with a bang for a guy who's probably going to get hired in the back and move to some role in Dragon Gate. I don't see him stepping away. And this it's just one more step into the next generation of Dragon Gate that we're seeing happen in real time.
Yeah. So so you have much more investment in the history. That's why I just didn't have it. Didn't have the same impact on me, but I kind of got the importance of it. The only retirement that I can think of that I've personally witnessed that's close to this would be Kagetsu. She went on her back not once but twice. So I think that's kind of the only one that I can think of. Hopefully, I don't know if Risa Sarah's actually going to retire because she's now being advertised on posters for next year's shows, like pretty prominently. So, but if she is retiring, I think she'll have more or less the same thing. She'll go out on her back.
Good career for Yoshino, to say the least. Dreamgate title, our big boy. This is the big curiosity. Was it going to be KZ time, or was it going to be Shun running the table, or was it going to be the ace back on top? And both these matches were excellent. I thought they were back-to-back the two best matches from Dragongate this year, which is kind of a crazy thing to say and accomplish, where I think this cemented Shun Skywalker's run as a really good title run, despite kind of a couple instances of bad luck. And he needed these two matches, and he accomplished it. There's no one in my mind that came out of the last 2 weeks bigger than Shun Skywalker.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing to hit on, the fact that these two matches were excellent, and most of his run has been mired in unfortunate circumstances that have happened in at least two of his matches. So it's like, I mean, he had the really good Ishida match. It's just kind of like you don't want his run to end with those things being thought of. And I think these two matches did a good job of washing those from your mind. Especially the KZ match was incredibly good, even though KZ time doesn't exist. And it's a figment of your imagination, and it was never going to be his time. He was going to lose, and he lost. He lost pretty well. He put in a good effort. It was a good match, but KZ ain't winning shit was my words last time we recorded, and I was right.
They were doing, both matches entailed doing things to make Kobe World feel like a big deal. Like that monkey flip off the apron, 4 minutes in the match. Holy shit, KZ's crazy.
The crowd made noise. The crowd was not supposed to make noise. They were gasping, and especially in the Yamato match, I think they were definitely kind of like those buzz coming from the crowd, which is not something we've heard from Japan very often.
Yeah, and the story of KZ's back after that monkey flip for the entire match, it was like, it's hard for me to pick which match I think is better, because on one hand, the KZ match, as a KZ fan, was very emotional. I was very emotionally invested in that story.
You sure were.
And then cut to night 2, where it's Yamato against Shun Skywalker, and that's a match where it's just the ace against the up and coming talent who's also Dreamgate champion, where they had a phenomenal in the ropes match. Like, okay, which one do I like more? And I'm kind of pointing the KZ match as being my favorite of the two.
Of course you would. Of course
I would. And if KZ would have won, that would have been like a match of the year contender, like top 2.
Of course it would be.
But unfortunately, it's not KZ time. This is something we spoke about. Like, is it the worst thing in the world? Like, I don't disagree with the booking coming out of this with Yamato winning.
You're a salty fan on Twitter? You're not going to put your Twitter opinions, they're banning KZ?
No, I don't think they're banning KZ, because he still has... Look, he just won King of Gate. He's a faction leader. He just main evented Kobe World. Like, look, it's okay if someone doesn't win the top title. It is okay. Now, could later on they put the title on KZ? Sure, but right now sure felt right. And despite me saying that, I still don't think they should have put the title on him.
It's kind of funny, you mentioning like, oh yeah, he's main evented the Kobe World. He's main evented this big show. He's a faction leader. The first thing that pops in my head is Kiona and John. Yeah. And sure, she main evented the big Nagoya show, but she lost, and she's a faction leader though. Listen, I just want the listeners at home to realize we were in chat watching this together, and you were all in on the KC match. You were popping for everything. I was laughing at your reactions. It was great. And then he lost, and you were screaming in despair. It was great. It's fantastic. KZ time is a myth. It doesn't exist. That said, I do think the KZ match was better. I just, I feel like I like the Yamato match a little bit more, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Yamato and the ending stretch with Yamato was fantastic. I think it kind of just barely edges out the ending stretch with the KZ match because they're both like 5-star matches, so you could pick one and not be wrong.
Yeah, just kind of flip a coin, and that's crazy to think about. Like I thought both Twin Gate matches were like 4.5. Both Dream Gate matches were 4 3/4 kind of situation. Like so many matches on these two shows got the full 3 out of 3 recommendation scale from me. Like this to me, Kobe World Night 2 is my show of the year. Kobe World Night 2 was just super emotional. Every match felt great. Everything delivered. I think the weakest when I'm thinking the weakest thing on the show is Genki against Kagetora. I think it's a home run of a show.
Even more than the Budokan? The Budokan?
Yeah, I think Kobe World Night 2 outplayed the Budokan.
Ooh, see, I think I like the Budokan more still. But I do think that these two shows were... I mean, we kind of watched a bit of New Japan, and these two shows were better than New Japan all year. So, that's my thought on it, at least.
Oh, yeah, I think they're better than what Wrestle Kingdom was able to put out.
And their big other two-night Tokyo Dome show, I think this was better than that.
Yeah, so Skywalker KZ went 24.5 minutes, and then Yamato Skywalker went 18. And
that one felt longer.
Yeah, it did. So Yamato and Skywalker, they were like dropping on their heads the match. They were fighting up on the ramp. They were brawling. They brawled on the outside a little bit. It was all business from start to finish. Just fantastic showcase from guys. And then coming out of this, when Yamato has won, and I'm thinking, like, it took me like a week to just kind of process it all because it was so much stuff happened. It was a lot to digest, Kay.
Oh yeah, maybe too much to digest.
Maybe too much. You gotta take a deep breath, and there's just so much good wrestling. I don't know if we could handle that. Look, with this move to Yamato and this clear Dragongate next generation push, who could be better in this spot with probably up and coming? Like, I have to imagine someone like an SB Kento. Obviously, Kota Minoura is in the works here. Like, these young guys getting their first Dreamgate matches and losing, and I think Yamato is the best person to be in that role.
I think Kento takes the belt off of him. Him or
Possible.
Ishida. One of those two is taking the belt off of him. I want to go with Ishida, then Kento later, because I feel like Ishida is probably more on the come up currently.
I think Ishida is more ready for a main event spot.
Right.
And what I'm not too crazy about, and something that is going to happen, is coming out of Gate of Adventure. There's going to be a 3-way to decide the number one contender. It involves Benkei, which I think could be a pretty good V1 for Yamato, because Benkei, there's something about Benkei where he doesn't hit all that well on his own half the time, and Yamato does have a loss to Benkei prior, so that's a good little story. But then,
isn't Benkei Mr. V1? Isn't he always everyone's first defense?
No.
Oh.
Usually that's kind of KZ's role, basically. But anyways,
KZ's Mr. V1. Gotcha.
Yeah, Truthgate, Mr. February. But Mochizuki and Kai are also in that 3-way. And Mochizuki, I'm like, okay, don't get me wrong, I fucking love a Yamato Mochizuki title match, but I think I'm kind of past that now with the prospect of all of these young guys given the prospect of getting their first Dreamgate matches. I'd be like...
I like the idea of Kai, though. I do not like the idea of Kai.
No, the Kai one, I really scratch my head. I'm like, what are we doing here? That doesn't make any sense.
I really hope that's a red herring.
I hope it's only... I hope he's only there to cause us despair by thinking he might win.
He's a red herring. That's what I hope he is, because that feud has to be done now.
Like, look, they had the no ropes match.
Anymore.
It's over.
Yeah, it's done. It's period. It's done. He's already lost. It's over. You can wrap this up. I don't want that to be the next title match. I don't want the story to continue because I think it had a perfect ending there.
Yeah, like I think at this point, with specifically a Yamato run, I think he can lose it to like an Eita again. Just kind of throwing that out there. I think when you got guys like Shimizu, Dragon Dia, Jason Lee on the come up, you can have those matches to kind of fill out shows when you finally decide maybe Naruki Doi gets another shot, or maybe a Shuji Kondo can get a shot. These older guys, I think Dragon Gate is kind of, I think they should be past that, and that's the feeling I get from the promotion. And if it was anybody else with the title, like if Shun Skywalker had come out of both nights of Kobe World, then I'd be more inclined to kind of buy into a more veteran going for the title at that point. That's not what we have here. We have Yamato. We have a lot of fresh matchups. Shun Skywalker didn't have the most epic of runs, and it really gives him something to fight for in the future. I'm very much looking forward to what Dragon Gate has in store for the second half of the year.
It's definitely going to be a very good thing to watch. Hopefully they continue the momentum. I mean, we see with other companies, they come out of a big show, you kind of want them to continue momentum, and they just drop the ball. I'm hoping Dragon Gate doesn't do what another company's doing.
Well, I mean, I don't think they are dropping the ball. They clearly have something in mind with the Brave Gate title, and that's like the fourth most. It's the fourth most important title in the promotion currently. And
really, I thought it was like the second, because isn't like the second singles belt?
Yeah, but the Twin Gate titles are more important than the Brave Gate.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So it's like Ice Ribbon, with the tag belts are actually the second tier belt.
Yeah, and then you could argue the Triangle Gate is also more important because so much of the promotion is based on factions. And
the opposite of Stardom, where the artist belts are never important.
Yeah, home run both nights. This was super fun, and I'm sad KZ won, but I can't argue with the decision to not have him with the title at the end of both nights.
You, man, you root for overachieving mid-carders. You live life of despair. Your favorites will never win.
Very true. Very true. Okay. So yeah, like I said, no New Japan, no DDT. I mean, they had their beer garden-ish shows. They were just goofy fun. Not much to really talk about with those. And then we did a small preview of the August 15th Korakuen, which is out after this podcast, and the Peter Pan. We did that in the last episode. I guess it's time to go. Yes. Yeah, it's time to dive into all of the Joshi, and I'm sure, Kay, you have a lot to say.
I sure do.
Yeah, so let's see here. I'm going to play... what drop should I play for fucking Pure J or... Wait, don't I have it?
That's a very good question.
I'll play Riho's music since we're going to talk about Gato Move. Alrighty. Okay, time to talk about, I guess, the Purge and some Gato Move. Take it away. I'm going to rest my voice for a little bit.
All right, so Pure J. I'll start with the Pure J first, get the small stuff out of the way.
Yeah, talk about small stuff.
So Pure J ran their 4th anniversary Korakuen show. So I looked it up, and they did run Korakuen last year, but I don't know if that counts for anything because it was a joint show. So this would be technically, I think, the first time they've run Korakuen in at least 2 years. They don't run Korakuen often, and their attendance shows, as the attendance was only about 290. I'm sorry, 280.
Yeah, if you're being generous.
I'm being a little generous there. I kind of looked at the number real quick. It wasn't exactly a good look at the crowd, especially the hard cam side was very barren, so that's always great. The show was headlined by a Leon versus Yoneyama title match for the Pure J openweight match.
Going back to 2011.
Excuse me. So, a little bit of context I want to give out for Pure J is Pure J is formerly JWP. And that sort of breeds significance in at least 2 of the matches on the card, right? So I think the first one that sort of goes is the Princess of Pro Wrestling title, which used to be a staple belt in JWP, but it's the only belt that's carried over into Pure J. You had Akari, the foreigner from... God, where did we find out she was from again? It's somewhere in like South America. I
think she's from Chile.
Chile, yeah. So she's been in Japan for I think at least 2 or 3 years. She wrestles primarily in PRJ. I think she signed there, but she's been kind of not on the come up, but they've been kind of slowly pushing her up. I guess what you could consider a PRJ card. But she faces Sumiko Yanagawa, and this match I didn't think was bad. I thought it was just okay. I think Akari kind of shows more promise than I would think most foreigners in her position that's not named Tekla. So I think she, at the very least, is something to look out for if she ever wrestles outside of PRJ, which is very rare, honestly. The next match was a Mission MK4 match. This match sucked. It was Akino and Kekuro Sekaguchi and Sanako Kato versus Momotani, who I love, in her brand new all-white gear, and the wanted team of JD Star Staple, Kazuki, former PRJ champion Raiden Hagane. It's shocking that Kazuki and Raiden were terrible. Are you shocked by this news?
No, this match was awful, and it went to a 15-minute draw. I was like,
Sure did.
I hated this so much. I'm like, you can't pin Kazuki. You can't pin
Momotani at least. Like somebody.
Who could you not? Somebody. Who you could pin like anybody in this match realistically? I don't understand. Like.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
It was bad. It was a bad match.
Kazuki's awful. She's awful.
This got a thumbs down.
So for those listeners who also are Patreon people over at the $5 tier listening to my awesome JD Star reviews, you'll recognize Kazuki name because she's a terrible wrestler even back then in 2001. Except now she's not wearing her orange jumpsuit from like prison. But she's still bad. Raiden won the PRJ title, just so an FYI. She beat Leon for the belt for a sympathy warrant run because she had never held a singles belt in her entire career. And then she lost it back to Leon, so yay. Progress. The next match is a match I actually kind of enjoyed. It was Ayaka Sato and one of my favorites, Hanako Nakamori, against Makoto and Nagisa Nozaki. So one half of the Seedling Tag champs over here. Not with Asuka. I think she's actually in quarantine currently. There was a big COVID outbreak, and I think she was in contact at least with somebody. So she's been in quarantine. And Seed's not running shows because their entire roster has got COVID. But I like this match. I thought Nagisa did well on her part. Makoto still kind of looks lost when she's not teaming with Asuka, so that was kind of a small damp note there. But I always like Hanako Nakamori, and Ayaka Sato looked pretty good too. I don't watch a lot of her because she's over in Diana, and I refuse to watch Diana because fuck that company. But I thought she did well.
I thought Sato was the best person in the match.
You didn't like Hanako? I like Hanako. I thought she was great.
Well, she can be second best.
She could be second best. I mean, Ayaka Sato did do very good. I was very surprised because I've only ever seen one match of hers in the past 2 years, and she was not good.
Kind of curious
but she was against Hota. So.
Yeah, kind of curious that Makoto ate the pin here, considering she's a champion in another promotion. But I don't have an issue with it. I don't care about the seed tag titles. Just curious why you wouldn't make a note to want to protect her. And Nozaki, I think, is going for the Wave title, but we know how important that title is. So
I
probably
think,
should have pinned Nagisa.
All right. Well, I think what it is not Hanako is the ace in Pure J. Ayaka Sato is veteran, whatever Haas over there in Diana, and Nagisa is the Wave ace currently. So Makoto is just there. I mean, I guess what you could be is a Wave ace. I mean, it's not really saying a lot, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're like, okay, let's say everyone should have been protected. This match would have been the one to make sense going to a 15-minute draw, not that trios match.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because I think you could have pinned somebody. I mean, if you're gonna pin the younger wrestlers like they tend to do, you could have pinned Kekuru or Momotani, but they didn't do that either. So, don't know what the point.
Yeah,
of that was.
Very curious booking here by Pure J, but I couldn't care less really. It's just a thought.
Just a thought, right? But the Pure J Openweight title, the former JWP title, I think it's kind of funny because they had to change the faceplate once upon a time because it did say JWP when they rebranded. So I always remember seeing that belt with the JWP logo in the front, not Pure J.
They need to get that black leather mirror title from 2011 that Yonayama was touting around.
Yeah, whatever that belt is, go grab that out of whatever dumpster or Goodwill you could find.
It's like the top of a drum.
it looks like a fucking plastic toy. It looked really bad.
It's great.
Champion Leon.
By the way, we will be
Yoneyama.
covering Tag League the Best pure from JWP from 2011 over on the Patreon. So that episode comes out September 1st. So go sign up. Listen to it.
Yeah,
that's going to be a fun episode.
For $5 listen to me talk about Kazuki be a terrible wrestler. If you didn't already get that from here.
She's not good.
So Leon the champion defeats Kara
Fuck,
Yoneyama.
wait, you're covering her. You're covering Kazuki in 2001. We're covering her in 2011, and now we're covering her again in 2021.
Terrible in decades.
Jesus.
It's fantastic. Don't you love terrible wrestlers who would just continue to wrestle for decades for no reason?
She's very dedicated.
That's the word I'd use for it. Sure. Anyways, so Leon and Yoneyama. This match has significance not in Pure J because Yoneyama is not signed to Pure J and has never been signed to Pure J. Once it became Pure J, she went off and made YMZ, a goofy clown show promotion that, if you like shtick, I highly recommend. But this has significance in the JWP history, which is what I thought was curious that they pulled from because, I thought they would have pulled from Pure J's history, which that would be Leon versus Hanako, probably, right? Mm-hmm. But they didn't. They pulled from the JWP, and that makes me think that they constantly want that they might be potentially getting those trademarks back because they did run a few dojo shows that they had the banner, the big words JWP emblazoned on it in the background, like their old logo. And they didn't have that up before. So I feel like maybe the issue with the bankruptcy and those all being tied up in there, I think those might be on the way out potentially. At least Command Bolshoi seems to hope it's on the way out because she keeps trying to put up JWP matches on the YouTube channel and everything. So it feels like they're trying to bring that back, which would be smart because that's a name brand that at least people in Japan recognize. Not Pure J, which has been kind of one of their issues out of many. But I thought this was an interesting pull from their history because Leon and Yoneyama had a hell of a feud, both in the early-ish 2000s when they were both younger, and in the 2010s that we're starting to see some of in our journey. So I think it's great that they pulled from that. It was a good match for what it was, at least. Leon is definitely not the same wrestler. Yoneyama is not the same wrestler either, but she's not broken. She's just changed her entire moveset to be less burden on her body and her knees. Clearly, as we see in 2010, she does a lot of knees and suplexes. Not so much these days. A lot of lucha in her moveset. So I thought the match was fine. Again, Leon beats Yoneyama in about 16:43, and I thought the match was fine. What about you, JD?
I mean, it was okay. I don't really have any problem with it. It's just one of those matches where you go, okay, Purge, you're not the promotion you used to be. I get the sense that they're trying with a lot of their booking. They have ideas. It's just very tough to draw in their current landscape, and especially in the landscape of Joshi in 2021. The match itself, look, Leon is not the wrestler she used to be. I think it's her left knee in particular just looks shot. Her hip is hurting. She's not the speedy wrestler. I hate to say it, but she's got to drop this title to someone young. I get it's 4th anniversary. They're trying to keep a little bit of JWP that they can and bring back a little nostalgia here with the title match. That's fine. Just I think going forward they gotta build the best they can around younger talent. Anybody.
So the problem with that is they don't have younger talent.
I realize that they gotta try to find a way. They gotta try to find a way to get a Kriya up, quicker up the card. The
problem is she's regressed. That's the problem because I saw her just last year, I think, against Suzu in a singles match for that Princess of Pro Wrestling title that Suzu held for whatever fucking reason, and the match was great. Create was good, and she had this kind of new gear that made her look like a shooter. And then I see her here, and her gear looks way more idly looking. It doesn't fit her build, her body build at all. She looks like a Maika Ozaki over there, and it does not look good on her. Then she wrestles so differently. She's trying to do more high speedo kind of stuff, like more hurricanranas and suplexes, and it does not work for her, and she's regressed significantly. And so I kind of worry about her progression at this rate. So maybe that's why they're not pushing up the card, because she's trying something new and it's clearly not working. So they're waiting to see if she either continues and improves with this or maybe changes. I think Hanako is probably going to win that belt back sooner before anyone else, at least. And that's a safe pick. Hanako can still really go at a high level when she wants to.
Yeah, she's still good, and she's only 32, so she's probably your best bet going forward, and then that'll give you time to either train people within your own dojo system, maybe get some outsiders like a Kekaru in there. Maybe you can start featuring them higher up the card, but that's kind of just Pure J as a whole right now. They need to figure these things out to gain a little bit of, because drawing like 200 people at Korakuen it's not a good thing, and that's not gonna that's not gonna keep their promotion around very, very long.
It drew more than Sendai, so
well, that's a story. So Leon Yoneyama, it's harmless. It's just kind of sad that we're 10 years past their prime, basically.
Yeah, but at least Yoneyama doesn't wrestle like she's 10 years past her prime, and I think that's more credit to her changing her wrestling style more than anything. I'll say this also, Yoneyama was sporting her best Bolshoi terrible camo with tassels.
Yeah, that was wacky.
Which is also from that same era that their big feud kicked off, so that's definitely a reference to that at least. I'll say this about Pure J. They're the one company that deep down I want to succeed. I want them to get their name back, because they just feel like a counterfeit at the moment with the Pure J name.
Yeah,
and I'm pretty sure
I feel
Bolshoi feels
too.
that way too. Bolshoi feels that way too. You can just tell she very much loves the JWP brand, and I mean, she grew up in the system. She saved this company. Like, you wouldn't have Pure J if it was not for Bolshoi putting resources together, knowing that the parent company was going to go bankrupt, and putting stuff aside to transfer everything over, at least the best that she could. So I get the feeling that she's deeply, deeply wanting to bring the name back and the logo back, and I really hope they do, because I feel like that'll help at least get their name out there a little bit better. People in Japan that know wrestling at least know what a JWP is. They don't know what a Pure J is, and I think that helps at least a little bit.
That's a thing kind of holding this company back, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Gato Move or ChocoPro, whichever one they're calling themselves these days.
Yeah, I just call it Gato Move.
Well, I think they're rebranding as ChocoPro. I think Emmy mentioned wanting to rebrand the promotion as ChocoPro, and I think that kind of shows with all their logos and branding saying ChocoPro, not Gato Move anymore, outside of their tag belts, I guess.
Yeah, instead of the flower, it's that C.
It's a better logo and a better name. It's a better name and logo. It fits them more, I think, than Gato Move, which is, I don't know what that's even supposed to mean. So,
well, Gato means cat in Spanish, of course.
Yes. But Cat Move, ChocoPro, I feel like one of these names fits a little bit more, especially because the place is called Ichigaya Chocolate Square, not Ichigaya Cat Square.
I suppose you're right.
I'm surprised you didn't laugh at that, man. You got a cat. Your cat didn't run in at the sound of a gato.
Nah, he's lapping up some water over in the kitchen.
So Emmy and May had I won't even say surprisingly good match, because I expected this to be a good match. Because these two are really good together, and much like how Riho and Emmy have great chemistry, because, I mean, Emmy trained Riho. Emmy also trained May, so of course she has good chemistry with her. I guess you gotta first talk about Emmy leaving, right? So I see everyone talking about her moving. I don't think it's a moving. She has a return date, and she's not said she's moving. I don't think she's packing everything up and just uprooting herself. I think she's leaving for an undisclosed amount of time, but I do think she'll be back in Japan. I know a lot of people out there keep saying that she's not coming back. She definitely is coming back.
No, of course she's going to come back at some point, but for the time being, she's moving to America for who knows how long. That's what she's doing. And look, Shida and Riho back with Emi Sakura. We have fucking early 2010s Ice Ribbon over here.
Right. It's crazy. I think also part of this isn't just Emmy wanting to go over to AEW to do something she hasn't done before and maybe help train their roster. I think this is also her wanting to retire eventually, so she's trying to test run, pushing it off onto May and Chie and stuff like that, and see how they work with it. Especially notable that she took Lulu with her, which means that I don't think Lulu is as big a part of the managerial side of things as I think some people thought. Because if she's leaving and she was some kind of significant portion of managerial, I don't think she'd be leaving with Emi for the undisclosed amount of time. I think Aki may, because I think Aki's signed and living there. I don't see him ever going back. He seems to just be there permanently now. I don't know if he has residency or not. That's probably a different story altogether. But like him and May and Chie seem to be the ones running things, because I don't know if you know this, but Chie may be a ball of energy and kind of goofy and stupid, but she's actually really fucking smart. Like, I kind of looked at some of the things that she's said, right? And when she's talked about the business stuff, and she's a very smart girl. I was kind of surprised. I thought she was more of a ditz, but she's actually very smart. She puts the act on very well. Much like May. I think May is also incredibly smart, even though she puts on the ditz act a little bit too as well. I'm just curious how it's going to work, but the match itself I thought was
well. Before you get
good.
into that, I have something to add.
Go ahead.
I like this move. To me, this screams just like when Emi Sakura left Ice Ribbon all those years ago.
Yep.
And training Tsukasa and Shida and company to kind of take over. And you've kind of seen this over the last 6 months to a year where Emi is kind of phasing herself out and giving more responsibility to May and Chie and Aki to take the reins and go off on their own, while she is able to now kind of focus on herself and this next stage in her career. And I think this is a good move, to be honest, because Gato Move ChocoPro has a ceiling. We all know what the ceiling is. And if May and Chie and company can do something positive with their careers out of it, much like how Shida and Tsukasa were able to kind of do the same a decade ago, then this is a win for them, and it's a win for Emi herself, where now she can be in the United States on national television, training the next set of international stars with a variety of techniques, because that's what Emi Sakura is best at, is this training of all these different styles. She's not so gung-ho of one thing that, say, a Mako or a Nanai is, if we're talking about the isms, as we do.
Isms, yeah.
Yeah, and look, I think it's a good move. I think it's a fun move, and whether or not she even is a protected wrestler on AEW, I think Kenny Omega is definitely like putting his foot down. This is probably one of his ideas, and I'm sure Shida.
It's 100% his decision.
Yeah, and I'm sure Shida and Riho like signed off on it in a heartbeat as well.
Yeah.
This what a way to kind of starting to close out your career, is one last run and kind of turning the reins over to the next generation. This is why I respect Emi Sakura so much.
Yeah, so it's funny. So I in hindsight, looking at all of she did last year and some of this year, I feel like a greatest hits tour when you look at it. She wrestled at Budokan for the first time in her entire career. She showed up at Budokan.
With the whole crew.
With the whole crew, so Mei Suruga can say she has at least appeared in a Budokan. So can Lulu and Chie. A lot of other wrestlers can't say that. But she wrestled in Budokan for the first time in her career. She got to show up in a tournament that was broadcast on, in front of a lot of people. She got to put her own talent over on said broadcast as well. She's now in American television doing stuff. She got to wrestle some of her friends and other things. She got to, I don't know if repair is the right word because we don't know the relationship, but apparently she had a very long discussion and hanging out period with Tsukasa and them when she went and did the whole AEW dojo stuff in the Ice Ribbon dojo. So I think stuff like that is incredibly important for her, but it felt like a greatest hits thing. And I think we also saw her putting May over last year, and I think some of this year. I haven't been following ChocoPro as much, but I do know she's done the job for May a few times. She doesn't do it here, spoilers, I guess, but she doesn't need to. Right, she's already put her over before. Right. And in tag matches galore, she loses all the time. Dropping pins to May. The clear successor, the clear number one student right now, and I just kind of put this out there for fun, just to kind of see like a surface value. It's part serious, but mostly joking, and I texted you, and you didn't have fun with this, but like
Just think about all the isms and then jokingly Ozaki-ism. Just humor me. Because I like having fun with that. You just kind of look at their styles, their personalities, and their careers, and just kind of how these people ended up in a Western promotion. So Ozaki was WCW, Meiko Satomura's WWE. I know technically she showed up on WCW first, but she's a signed WWE talent right now, and that's kind of the focus there.
I guess.
And she's like hanging out in NXT UK of all places.
Death promotion.
Nanai, the closest she got was various indies and Ring of Honor a decade ago, which was kind of the last point where she was, I guess, the most relevant.
No, she just came over. She wasn't the most relevant.
No, the most relevant in her career was like a decade ago.
The most relevant she had was 2005.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you want to put it that, I was going to put like 2010 on it, but anyways. Yeah, I suppose you're right. But yeah, she ended up, the closest she got was just kind of appearing in Ring of Honor of all places. And Emmy here, with all the connections and way of life, she's ending up with not the biggest promotion. She's with AEW. You know, stemmed from FMW. She's not an All Japan Women product. She's an
FMW product.
She was a third, fourth, fifth brand, however you want to put FMW.
She was a third class.
Yeah, it's wild, and that's kind of it's just so out there. And where AEW has kind of come from is kind of that same crop of people that just haven't made it in the main system. I just found that kind of funny, and their booking, which is really funny too. When you put it, when I was like looking at it from a surface, Ozaki books like the NWO, so of course she ends up in the company that was the NWO.
She's there before the NWO, right? She appears.
Yeah, but but you get what I'm saying. It's just kind of funny.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, Meiko is very dry and crazy, and Emmy is out there, and that's what AEW is. It's just a fun little thing that I had. It was goofy.
So I was want to say two more things before we actually talk about the match a little bit. I think Emi Sakura right now, everyone's calling her like a legend, right? The AEW people are calling, I think Kenny referred to her as a legend. A lot of people keep referring to her as the legend Emi Sakura. Emi Sakura has never referred to herself as a legend. If anything, I think she's even told people, no, I'm no legend. I'm just here.
Well, that's because she's very humble, Kay.
He's incredibly humble, whereas Meiko will be like, oh, yes, praise me. Stroke my balls, yes.
Oh, my God. All right, you got me with that one.
But Meiko's very much a stroke her ego because she's definitely, she likes the praise. You can tell it's all over her fucking face whenever she's praised. There's that stoic, like, yes, I'm cool look. And she's not, though. But
stroke
whatever.
My balls, I am Meiko. Oh my God.
But the other thing I want to point out is with May taking over, I don't think she shows up in AEW for a little while. I think it's going to take a while for her to get everything adequated there before she's showing up. And I think Emmy will probably tell her no. If she shows up, she'll probably veto that decision until she gets everything sort of running smoothly over there.
I think it's I think it's a matter of time, though, that we do end up seeing May Suruga.
But I think it's going to be a year or two. I think it'll be a year or two.
And I think that's okay. And that'll also give Chie a chance to get better as well, because I think a lot of the goal for these people is like getting in with like a cyber agent or an AEW, and they can run their own things and show up on shows. And like it's just a weird curiosity with this promotion, if you want to call it that, on the future and its prospects and the people involved.
Because Emmy, much like Chigusa, maybe to a smaller extent, has not want her promotion to be this big fucking on a grand stage thing. I think she wants it more to be like a hub for the wrestlers that she's trained to wrestle there, but also wrestle elsewhere more often. I think that's sort of the goal there. And I think that's been like Chigusa's thing, where she wants people to wrestle there, but she also wants them to go elsewhere too. She wants her promotion just to be a hub for these people.
Hey, if it's a pipeline to bigger and better things, then, let's call it a developmental promotion.
Okay, listen, I wouldn't put the developmental line because that has connotations to it that make it seem degrading. NXT's developmental because fuck that shit. It's dead anyways.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. But the match itself I thought was pretty good. I mean, these two don't put bad matches on, so I mean that's just what it is. But there was that whole section of them trying to get the camera looking out of the little windows, flipping up the little names, tags from people who paid, trying to find them, and then each time, I believe it's Emmy putting May's face on there, or was it May putting Emmy's face? It was one of them smashing the face and kind of putting it against the window in a very goofy manner.
Yeah, it was heel Suruga.
Yeah, it's heel Suruga. There you go. Right. She got a little bit of that Maid Saint Michelle coming out.
Yeah, I thought the character work was phenomenal at the beginning of the match. They did a goofy brawl. They did the little electric chair running May's head into the ceiling, basically. And then when it broke down into just a straight match on that goofy mat, I thought they spaced out the near falls well. They messed up a few things here and there, but this was just fun. And I was highly entertained for fucking 36 minutes. This match went crazy.
And it didn't feel like it went that long, which is a good testament to just how well they were able to keep your attention, that it didn't feel like it went 36 minutes. Almost went a whole fucking New Japan match. I also kind of like how Emmy didn't hit her finisher on May. They countered her super finisher, her was it the ice driver or something?
Right.
She countered it every time. She never hit her with the ice driver. She hit her with her secondary finisher, and that's how she beat her. Didn't beat her with the super finish.
It was good. And it opens. There's something that's going to happen with Emmy and May down the line, built on this match, and I think the end goal is, of course, Emmy Sakura putting more people over, and May is going to be one of them for an even bigger epic encounter.
I agree. I don't think ChocoPro is going to be Ice Ribbon. I think the promotions were built in different eras with different goals and mindsets in mind. So I don't have the high ceiling of expecting May to be Tsukasa, to do the Tsukasa stuff. How great Tsukasa has done with Ice Ribbon and guiding that ship through. So I have lower expectations, but I have all the faith in the world because Emmy Sakura has not missed when it comes to picking people ever. So I think this is perfect.
Yeah, it was a good match. Go seek it out. It's on YouTube. It's a lot of fun. Okay,
it's free. You have no excuse. It's free. You have no excuse. Go watch it.
Do I play Shuri's music? Micah's music?
You have Momo's music?
I do.
That.
Probably went a little too long there on the Pure J and the Choco, but now it's Stardom time. Take it away, Kay.
Sure is. So, Stardom ran their start of their 5-star Grand Prix from Oda Ward Day 1 and Day 2. So, I want to preface this. This happened at the same time Kobe World happened. So,
we didn't get a lot of sleep.
No, God, no. I crashed an entire. I'm glad I took that next Monday off because I slept all day. But Stardom did their 5-star, and they started it off with the best presentation I think I've ever seen from them. They had the really cool looking stage, right, with the sort of curtain in the back, and it was kind of a sort of rectangle, and they all came out, and there was smoke going as they were coming out, and when the smoke went away, they were all posing except Mayu. Mayu was the only one just kind of standing there like a fucking dork. Like she had her hands on her side, like she was nervous or something. It was hilarious. Everyone was on their pose. Mina was on her knees for an ungodly amount of time.
Of course she was.
It was supposed to be Unagi, right? Isn't that Unagi's whole thing? To be
they gotta strike their crazy poses forever.
It was cool though, and then when announcing the blocks and just that presentation felt next level huge, and I thought that was a very, very big deal. So I guess we'll start with the night 1. We had a dark match that doesn't really matter, right?
No.
Mina versus Fukigen was our first 5-star match. That match was okay. Mina wins, picks up her points there. It is what it is, right?
What do you think of her new Milano collection finisher that she's been doing? Think it works for her?
I have to see more of it. I haven't watched a lot of it, and she hasn't busted it out in her other matches that she's been in. It didn't look bad. But we'll see a theme going through the next 2 nights of people being dropped on their fucking head. This is this company's identity now. So I kind of wish she had a more drop on the head finisher to kind of keep the thematics going. But at the finisher's fine. I just want to see more of it before I kind of get more of an opinion on it. Kogumo versus Natsupoi. It's a much weaker match. A lot of the goof kind of hiding under the ring. I think they killed the time, the momentum, because the match started off really fast. Then it just immediately slowed down, and I think that took me out of the match. I think you said it took you out of it as well. And then when it got back going, I kind of couldn't get back into it. Koguma predictably beats Poi. That will probably set up a future high-speed title match somewhere.
Yeah, probably. I thought the layout of both shows were done very well, where they'd started out,
Yes.
they started out with the lower end matches, and it just built up over time to bigger and better matches. And they slowly got longer and longer, and that's how I felt like that was a good way to structure the card. And I want to talk about who felt like they were being featured the most out of these first 2 nights.
Okay.
And 4 people kind of really stuck out to me: Julia, Utami, Momo. I think Shuri it goes without speaking, but I think if you were... And I noticed a lot of this conversation going around, because the first 2 nights of the 5-star was heavily covered, like across the board, the opposite of TJPW. And there was so much discussion. Yeah. And there's a lot of people, a lot of ex-Stardom fans, like that maybe kind of checked out once, I don't know, coronavirus started or Bushiroad took over, and a lot of fans checked out with the new management or the timing. So now they're back, because now we're coming off of the Utami Shuri one that got a lot of buzz, the Budokan got a lot of buzz, and now we're at the 5-star and people are back in. And if you're just coming back in, you haven't seen like Shuri being in the promotion basically in a high role. You haven't. They've missed out on Momo kind of being on the back burner. They've missed the rise of Utami, and they haven't ever seen Micah. And to me,
they've not seen Micah style.
Right, and to me, with how Micah got the main event on night 1, and then the semi-main on night 2, you would think that Micah is a main event player coming out of these first 2 nights.
Yeah, that's how they presented her. I think that was very much the plan at the very least. Her and Kamitani both have been presented in that sort of next tier slot that they're going to be the main eventers in like a year or 2.
Yeah, and they're having Saitani at the kind of house show schedule, and I'm a big fan of this schedule, by the way, of the 5-star. They're rolling through it over the next couple months, where they do the... I mean, we talked about this with Tokyo Joshi Pro. Your first night, and in Stardom's case, the first 2 nights here, are going to be the most watched, along with the finals. And
they're the most important right next to the finals.
Right, and so they went the All Japan Women route with this schedule, where they start out hot and they end hot, and then everything in between is to fill out house shows, and it's less taxing on the wrestlers as well. Which is...
the schedule's very open-ended too, which we see because Momo got hurt or is out resting with an injury, and then they had to cancel most of the shows because of coronavirus.
Yeah, so it allows a lot more leeway, and to me, I mean, with that kind of schedule as well, it kind of takes a lot of the brunt off us, the viewer, where we feel like we have an easier time keeping up with it all as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's the opposite of the G1, where you have to watch every match because every match is a G1 match. There's like only like 2 or 3 5-star matches per show, and I think that's important because I don't want to have to watch 16 matches in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you can kind of build up side stories along the way, and have you can keep your other titles kind of relevant with having matches in between all of your 5-star block matches. I really like what they're doing with a lot of this, and who is winning and who is being presented this way. And to me, coming out of this, Micah and Shuri were my like 1-2 people that really stood out to me across the tournament.
Right, I think that they've both been presented very, very well. But I want to mention the Julia Starlight Kid match was the next one I was going to talk about.
Yeah,
Starlight Kid has also been presented very, very well. She has this new cutthroat gesture she's doing, and I thought she did that in the intro when they announced her, and I thought that was very cool. And she does a little gimmick thing where she puts the mask over the people she beats. Mainly been Oedo Tai members. We see it night 2 with Saki, and later on against Death, Yama. She puts or Gokugen. She puts the mask on their face and does the cutthroat gesture. I think that's incredibly cool. But in this case, she comes out wearing her new mask and holding a mask that is put together from the bits and pieces of the mask that Julia cut up. And I thought the best part of this match was that Starlight Kid, almost to Julia's surprise, because Julia's gotten really good at kind of like reacting on the fly and sort of knowing what to do, because she kind of gets it, right? She gets when to do things and how to do things, even if it's just spontaneous. She can react immediately. And in this match, if you look at her face, she's like shocked at how aggressive Starlight Kid gets it early on. Like she has this look of like disbelief. Like, is this the same person? And I liked that. It sold the new Starlight Kid incredibly well. Of course, she loses. I thought Julia's selling of how sort of taken aback she was of the Starlight Kid. And her promo later also mentioning how aggressive and different Starlight Kid feels goes to how they're just pushing Starlight Kid up in a very different direction that I kind of like more than babyface Starlight Kid at this point. Unagi also. So I don't want to talk too much about Unagi because everyone's talked about her to death, but she beats Tam Nakano in what I thought was a very good match, especially for Unagi. She also drops Tam on her fucking head.
Yeah, sort of.
That's a theme here.
Not really.
Sort of, right? But it started the trend of dropping people on their head being a theme of the first 2 nights. She beats Tam in a good match. Something about leadership up in the air. I don't think that's actually too serious, though. Shuri versus the Kamatani, the Zoom Sayatani. A good match. Shuri just killed her for most of it, just kicking the shit out of her. I thought that was great. Kamatani with a lot of her big spots. Came through pretty well. I thought the match as a whole was good. Kamatani is, for being 2 years in, does not wrestle like someone 2 years in. Like, I baffled and kind of taken aback when they did their 2-year anniversary. It's like, oh shit, it's been 2 years? She's like she's wrestling for 3 or 4 at this point. Just how good she has gotten.
So here's the other thing Stardom's been really good at in showcasing talent during these like first 4 days is they're not afraid to push their young wrestlers high up the card. And Micah and Saitani are kind of the poster children of that,
right.
to say the least. And the fact that they're only a couple years into their career, I think Micah's not even at 2 years yet.
And she's just at 2 years.
Yeah. If these two were in just about any other promotion, I will include TJPW in that.
She's at 3 because she debuted not too long after or before Utami. Okay. She's about the same length as Utami.
Right. If Saitani and Micah were in, say, let's see, what would be a good Oz Academy? Let's just throw them out there because it's like,
they wouldn't get anywhere.
they would be in the openers losing to veterans for the next 5 years, or for their first 5 years, and they would miss the boat on just these top end talents getting these highlighted massive performances. Saitani got the Budokan match, Micah got the main event here, and beating the champion on night 1. There's a spoiler, and I just love that Stardom and the booking is always... this is how you make stars, and this is how you highlight wrestlers to get invested into them, and you see their rise. Like Tam Nakano losing to Unagi after Tam beat the shit out of her for like 10 minutes, and Unagi hits her new finisher to put away the white belt champion, gets that finisher over, so now anytime Unagi goes for it or hits it, it creates a better environment for her going forward, because I don't think Unagi's gonna like go through the table or anything. There's nothing to worry about. She's not getting a push.
Fooling themselves.
Right, she's not getting a push, but now you can buy into Unagi at least attempting to beat opponents now. Like, it means something. Shuri dropping Saitani on her head and Shuri being presented as this killer presents Shuri as the biggest threat in the tournament. It's Momo. You talk here before I keep going. Talk about Momo Mayu, because I think this was your favorite match of the tournament so far.
That's my favorite match of the tournament so far, including the recent days. I fucking love this match. First off, Momo and Mayu never miss. They can never have bad matches. This was further proof of that. This was stiff as shit. Momo came out with the serious "I'm going to murder you" face. Brought joy to my heart seeing Murder Mayu back, or Murder Momo back. Mayu came out, and right off the bat they were just beating the hell out of each other. Sort of noticing a theme that everyone's being super stiff. Momo was definitely probably among the stiffest, her and Shuri, just kicking the absolute fuck out of Mayu. She posted about bruises that she had after this match too, mind you, which I thought was even funnier. But I think the important note is that final stretch, right? Momo has brand new gear, so I gotta point that out. Her new gear looks awesome. Dragon scales. She slayed a dragon for that gear. I hope you know that, right? Slaying dragons, putting gear on. Unlike Mayu with her dog tails, the furry that she is.
Oh no. Don't kink shame. No kink shame in here.
I'm kink shaming Mayu. If she's a furry, I'm kink shaming the fuck out of that. So Momo hits her peach sunrise. Then she hits the tequila sunrise first. Goes for the peach sunrise, hits it, rolls through, and in one immediate gesture, hits Doi's fucking muscle buster and fucking kills Mayu.
Just one more thing taken from old Dragongate.
I popped so hard for this spot because I didn't get to watch this live, but I wasn't spoiled by anything. So I watched it like right after I woke up in the morning, and this spot I flew off the couch. Like people in chat can attest to that as we were watching it together. I like popped so hard. She just fucking killed her, just dropped her right on her head. And I was like, oh, it's fucking awesome. Also, note, Momo watches Dragongate. I think she still watches Dragongate. So, not a coincidence that she takes Doi's finisher.
Naruki Doi she's like, that's a cool fucking move. I'm going to do it to Mayu. She's crazy enough to take this stupid thing.
Hey Mayu, look at this move. Can I drop you on your head?
You also like Dragongate, yeah.
Mayu also watches Dragongate, yeah. It's like, oh, I've always wanted to take that move.
Christ.
I thought this was great. My favorite match of both nights, tournament as a whole, actually, so far. Kind of like how you with the KZ, how invested you were in that. I was immediately invested in this match. So my girl wins. I'm happy. As you point out in the main event, Maika beats Utami in what I thought was a much better match than their Korakuen match.
I agree.
Earlier in the year, which is not shocking because both of them have gotten better in less than a year's time since then. So that's just nuts, right? Thinking about that. I don't know if you have any more thoughts on the night one.
Maika Utami threw bombs. They teased the 20-minute draw. I thought it was handled extremely well, and Maika ends her story in finally beating Utami. So that was great. I have Momo Mayu as also my match of the tournament. And coming out of this, I have, let's see, looking at my Stardom top 10. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have 3 matches in the 5-star in my Stardom top 10. So, home run.
I have about 3 or 4 in mine. I think that they had just fucking phenomenal 2 nights of wrestling. So moving on to night 2, which had a bigger attendance. Just slightly, though. Just 764 to 724 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Just blast through these until we get to the more important ones.
Yeah, Unagi beat Azumi. Their Starlight Kid did her beat Saki Kashima mask cutthroat finisher.
Dropped Saki on her fucking head.
So Natsupoi and Momo was another match I fucking loved. These two beat the hell out of each other.
Good finish,
I've never seen Poi be this stiff in her matches before. So seeing her being this stiff, like just slapping and kicking the shit out of each other, oh, my heart sang. My 2 favorites just beating the hell out of each other. I don't know if you know this euphoria feeling of seeing your 2 favorites just kill each other. But that's what I felt watching this match. Probably my favorite match, just not the best match. Also, Natsupoi debuts a new finisher, beats Momo with it. Makes sense, right? I feel like everyone who won and lost on night 1, it was reversed in night 2, which is kind of makes sense for a tournament, right? Tam Nakano and Konami had a okay match. Konami sucks.
Yeah, Konami, look, let's... I kind of jokingly on Twitter,
Mid-Nami. I call her Mid-Nami.
Yeah,
now.
did the slander Konami shtick, just having fun with it. But in reality, it's like this is who Konami is. This is her. That's her ceiling. She just doesn't have. She's missing that next level gear to be a main eventer. And if she never wins a singles title, it wouldn't surprise me. I just don't think she either she hasn't figured it out yet, or she just isn't. She just doesn't have it. to get to that next level.
I don't think she has the ability to figure it out. I don't think she knows what it is. That's what I kind of get from her. And even if she does, I think it's far too late. She's been left far too far behind to be in much of anything at this point. It'd just be her wasting her time.
Yeah, and with a lot of these other people on the roster at this point, Julia, Micah, Shuri, Utami, etc., like
she's like eighth or ninth down on the card.
She's just not in that upper echelon of the totem pole, and that's okay.
That's definitely where she's at. But Utami and Saya both are not there, and they had a fantastic match. I'm torn if I thought this was better than the red belt match, but they did do a few callbacks to that red belt match with the Poison Rana spot and everything. So I thought this match was great. Utami beats Shuri. Not shocking. Beats the fuck out of her again. This match was super stiff, and Saya doing her flippy cool shit and then getting kicked to the gut was also pretty funny, I thought. Or getting caught. She does like her backhand spring Io-Shirai spot.
Yeah.
And Utami just grabs her mid-flip and slams her. Thought that was fucking great. Shuri and Micah.
Oh, love this match, Kay.
Oh, dude. So we watched this live in chat. You were knocked out asleep like a scrub and didn't watch us popping so hard for this live. So everyone else beat the shit out of each other. These two beat the shit out of each other, like destroyed each other. Bruises everywhere, beat the fuck out of each other. Probably the stiffest match in Stardom I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a Stardom match be this stiff. But they beat the fuck out of each other. And Shuri drops Micah right on her fucking dome.
Yeah, attempted murder.
Popped. She was it an Emerald Flosion, a modified Emerald Flosion? She just drops her right on her fucking dome.
Modified Emerald attempted murder. That's what it was. It's nonsense.
Like
but another example of Shuri and Micah getting so much spotlight over the course of the first 2 days to be major players in this promotion. It's just they just did such a good job on who they wanted to highlight in the positions that they did, and how they went over in each of those matches. Like Momo beating Mayu in the semi-main.
Poi, like they did a good job putting Poi even earlier down the card. They did a good job making sure that match both got the time it needed, like the right amount of time, and it showed off Poi's new finisher and the shock that all did. I think they've handled both 2 days incredibly well, better than I think any other tournament I've seen.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that, absolutely. And what we got out of these first 2 days was, I mean, you could put these two shows on a short list of top Stardom shows they've ever had. I think these were big successes, and people are still talking about it. And that is something our contemporary Tokyo Joshi Pro just hasn't been able to accomplish.
So I'm going to move on from the attempted murder and talk about Mayu and Julia. And so Julia coming out in her old man kimono and her weird as fuck straw hat looking thing, coming out looking like I think Julia's the only wrestler I can see that dresses like a fucking dweeb, an absolute goof who doesn't know how to dress herself, but still somehow pull it off in a way. Because she comes out, and night one we saw her in GI Julia still. And night two, she comes out and she's got the new gear, and she looks like a fucking star. Oh my gosh, she looks like a star. Like, the minute she took that gear off the crowd, you could hear the crowd gasp. Oh, thought it was great. Of course, she loses. New gear, she loses. Mayu beats her with the two-step dragon. And I can't remember the last time, outside of her hitting Ren for it, which is probably Ren just being a mark and wanting to take the move. I can't remember the last time she hit anybody with that move. I think she's only been beating people with the moonsault for quite a while now, even during her red belt run. So this is a big deal for her to go back to her super finisher that she rarely hits, and I think only Io-Shirai's ever kicked out of.
Oh, yeah. A lot of headbutts.
Oh, yeah. To talk about heads, dude. This company, they're like, yeah, hey, heads are going to hit mats and hit each other. Just fuck your head, fuck your neck. Drop people. I'm calling Stardom from this point forward, drop head bitches on their heads are us. Because that's what this company's doing.
Yeah.
Just dropping people on their heads. I fucking love it, though. I think it feels very AJW, where they're just dropping motherfuckers, and they don't care. You're getting dropped. Take it. Who cares? Get up. Take it again. I think it's great. It definitely gives it more of a stiff feel, especially for these bigger shows. Doing it on the house shows is unnecessary. and they don't do it in the house shows, which is good. But shows like this, where you got your biggest audience in front of you, yeah, beat the shit out of each other. Go at it. I don't see why you wouldn't, right?
Yeah.
But this, so I don't know how much more of the 5-star you want to talk about like the other smaller shows.
We can mention the
Julia.
2 from Osaka, and I haven't had a chance to watch the August 9th Nagano or the Korakuen Hall show from the 13th yet.
Okay, so which ones from the Osaka shows did you want to talk about?
I mean, I could just kind of go through them right quick.
Go ahead. I have a point to make about Julia that I wanted to talk about.
What's your point?
I mean, I'll just go through the stuff first because it's going to be a grander point, so I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Okay. Tam Nakano beats Ruaka. She gave her too much offense, so just like Kenny Omega against Alan Angels, Tam Nakano's career is over. I can't believe this. White belt champion buried.
Career ender Ruaka confirmed.
Yeah. Saki Kashima got a win over the Gulia, so snuck one out. Utami and Unagi had kind of a nothing match. Whatever, it's fine. Azumi beat Shuri with a Canadian destroyer into the Azumi Sushi, which was a great match. Good showcase for Azum in Osaka, and that was good. So Shuri again in the main event, and the first time she's been pinned since the last time Azumi pinned her, I think.
I think you're right.
So good little small show there. Nothing high end though. And then Osaka night for Grand Prix night 4. Maika defeats Ruaka 4 minutes. Didn't give her too much offense, just beat her ass. So Tam Nakano's career is over. Maika's is she's okay.
Still intact.
Yeah. Mina Saki 10 minutes. Mina wins. I like this match. This really surprised me. Saki came to beat
fun.
Yeah, Saki came to beat some ass, and Mina she was the one that squeaked one out over Saki. So I kind of like that little story. It was simple and effective.
I agree.
Natsupoi and Kiddo go to a double count out, so they get draws on points. So that, storytelling for their future title match they're clearly building up. Good fire out of them.
I like how it was done. I like how it was done too. So that Kid clearly wasn't going to get in the ring in time. Poi was. So that Kid kind of on one knee, kind of, or I think on both knees, just grabbed at the ankle and dragged Poi down so she couldn't get in. I thought that was a good heel move.
Yeah, Natsupoi's booking in the tournament is something I'm very much curious in how she's, because she is the high-speed champion. It is kind of the junior division of women's wrestling. Is she going to be this highly protected person, or are they just kind of use her in key roles to kind of put lower card people over and maybe get some upsets over the upper card? Is kind of the feel that I get over anyone in the high-speed division.
I think you insulting Natsupoi caused the thunder to come down. Maybe don't insult Natsupoi.
Okay. Forgive me, Zeus. And Sai Kamatani defeats Tam Nakano. Tam loses again. It's kind of shocking for me. She's been losing a little bit lately, but it does work for the story there again. And Sai, look, I like this match too. I don't think it reached the height of their white belt match from Yokohama Dream Cinderella, but they brought as much fire, told another very good story, and Saya busting out Yamato's move from Dragongate is quite something.
Dragongate on this stuff.
a lot of Dragongate crossover. It just, these two Osaka shows were just super easy to watch. Saya and Tam was kind of the highlight there out of the two nights from me. And I like the booking there. You definitely get the feeling that Shuri is going to be a contender, and Tam is trying to fight from out of the mid table. She's trying to get to the top and getting I'll call it an upset just for fun. Getting upset by Saya kind of puts a damper on her and gives Saya her first point. So there's a lot of good point-driven storylines going forward for a lot of these wrestlers in the tournament of these first 4 days.
Right. So I thought the match was great too. So my point on Julia comes from the Korakuen show. I think I kind of dawned on me during the Korakuen show when she had her 5-star match with Koguma, where she beats Koguma. So Koguma, as we've both probably discussed, has as Ted has tried to integrate herself back into wrestling, so it's been a little bit of a rough going, right? She's had a lot of misses, not a lot of hits, but this is one of the few times where she hit. And watching the match, it sort of clicked with me. So you remember all the criticisms we've had of Julia over the past year, a little over a year, right? Right. The first one was, well, her charisma is not connecting with the crowd. Then she fixed that, right? Her wrestling isn't on par with the main event. She fixed that, right? She's now on par with the main event. I think the Tam hair match was a perfect example of that, right? Okay. Well, she can't have consistently good matches. Well, she had consistently good matches, right? What was the other two complaints? She can't carry lesser wrestlers. Well, we've seen her do that with Unagi and with Mina and people lesser than her, right?
Right, yeah. I can agree with that.
She can't lead a match. She led that Koguma match. She led it so well that Koguma would look $1 million better than she's looked so far since her return.
Yeah, and Stardom's made a point to kind of hide Koguma in things like this, so... Yeah, Julia's been tasked with a lot of...
They hide her in this, though. They let Julia go out there, and if Julia failed, Koguma was going to sink, and if Julia succeeded, Koguma was $1 million, and that's exactly what they did. And it hit me. Julia, at this point, is a well-rounded, full-tooled, has all the assets and the tools you want, main eventer. She is a complete main eventer now. Nobody can say that she's not anymore. She is 100% complete. She's got everything you want out of a main eventer, and even excels in some of the things that you want out of a main eventer. I put her as their number one star over Utami, because I think she has one thing that Utami doesn't have. That's it. Like I said before, she kind of gets how to improvise, how to react to certain things happening on the fly. I'll point out 2 instances of this. I'll point out the Starlight Kid thing, like I pointed out earlier, and her Cinderella run, right? When she won the Cinderella, she had somebody yell at the crowd, "Hey, Julie, you look cute." Her first immediate response, "You shut up." You tell me Utami would have done that? No, Utami would have kind of like maybe laughed and maybe ignored it.
Well, yeah, it's a different character and charisma. Complete. They both have it. They're just different kinds of it.
I think Julia's it does more to an audience.
Well, yeah, I think Utami's the better complete wrestler from the inside the rope standard, but where Utami lacks in character points in other values, Julia makes up for that twofold over. Julia has improved leaps and bounds over a lot of her weaknesses since joining Stardom. And that was something she had to get used to, was this new style that Stardom has. And it's just one thing after another with her constant improvement within this promotion.
She's a complete main eventer, and it just dawned on me. And I know I mentioned last podcast about her carrying matches, but she had never had to lead a match before. If you look at all of her matches, they've always been either led by the other person, and she's kept her end of the bargain, or exceeded her end of the bargain. Right? Like the Tam match, I don't think was carried by her. It was carried by Tam. But she exceeded and held up her end of the bargain there, right? But her other matches where she hasn't been, carried, have been both people working on the match together, right? So it's been a joint effort. I think sometimes if you watch someone wrestle enough, you can kind of tell when they put the match together and when they didn't.
Sure.
Kogo match, Julia put that together. That was a Julia put together match. It's like how the Momo Utami match for the red belt was a Momo match. This is a Julia match, and it was great. Julia being able to do this, she's a complete 5-tool player, whatever you want to call her. She is a complete main eventer. And at this point, nobody, I will not hear anybody say otherwise.
Well, it was kind of the same situation with Tam Nakano not more than 2 years ago, where she was just this meme wrestler, and then just all of a sudden, she just kept improving in all the other aspects of her game, to drop that memeness out of her, if that's a word we can use. And she's turned into this just phenomenal storyteller for wrestling, and that was kind of where she was strong at, and she's just emphasized that as part of her game, which makes her matches so easy to get into. And Julia is very much this kind of same path of emphasizing what she's great at and kind of filling in the gaps where she was weak. So Tam Nakano, and it's funny because they both kind of met
each other a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I have another last point to make on it. I don't think Julia gets to this level as fast as she does in Ice Ribbon.
Well, no.
Because I think a lot of her development is hindered on Tam Nakano and Tam Nakano pushing her in their feud. Like, this is the step outside of the kayfabe. Tam Nakano, if Julia doesn't meet the bar, Tam Nakano makes Julia look like a goof. It required Julia to meet her and continue to meet her because Tam is so good at the promos and the character work that if Julia couldn't do the same on her end, I mean, we're talking about that whole build not working.
Well, it's good. It's good pro wrestling and being pro wrestlers. It's stepping up to your opponent, not letting them step over you. And one great example of this in modern times is if you watch WWE, okay, and you hear me out, and you watch the Roman Reigns John Cena promo battle from I think it's 2016 or something, and Big Chief Table Dog Man is just kind of doing all of the script talking, this and that. I'll see you here. I'll see you there. And then John Cena is just stepping all over this dude because he's not stepping up his game to the next level. And that's when the audience kind of sees you as second place. And you don't want that. You want the audience to see you as 1A to their what's the term? You don't want to be 1A and 2. You want to be 1A and 1B situation. You want to be seen as at least as equals. And that Tam Julia feud, it could have been Tam just stepping over her, but Julia rose up, met that line, and now has continued to grow, so she wouldn't be left behind. What would be another example?
I just want to come and finish up my point why I'm bringing up Ice Ribbon, right? So Ice Ribbon doesn't have a wrestler like Tam Nakano, and why I specifically think Tam Nakano would be the only one that works here, because Tam Nakano has the same exact and sort of story promo factor that Julia has. So Julia was forced to step that up, right? Like you said, Cena Roman Reigns, that's actually perfect because they're both supposed to be the same guy, right? Essentially, right?
Right.
So when one of them steps up and the other doesn't, it's more noticeable, right? Whereas, say Tam and Utami, right? If Utami doesn't step up, it can still be play off as her stoicism because they're not the same kind of sort of thing going on there, right? That same, I'm gonna phrase it away. They're not the same sort of how they outline their stories, right? They're not the same promo type. I think it's kind of what I'm trying to go for.
Yeah.
Right? Where Julia and Tam are the same promo type. I mean, they have different ways of doing it, but they're the same promo type. And so if there's no one in Ice Ribbon that does it like that, so I don't think Julia would be forced to meet that expectation like that. But Tam Nakano, being such next level with it, forced Julia. And when it forced Julia to do that, I think it forced her to come out of her shell a lot faster and a lot more. And then her having to perform the way she did in that match, the hair match, probably also helped propel her in-ring ability and give her more confidence. I think Tam Nakano is very important to Julia's development. And I don't see Julia getting to the same level without a Tam Nakano. And I think the fact that Tam has been able to step up her way to this ability is also incredibly important. I think Rossi 100% sees that. So Julia, my bigger point is Julia is a main event player. She is a top star in a company. Anyone who says otherwise now is just fooling themselves. She's got everything now. She's not have any holes in her game anymore.
Yeah, I think the same thing could be said for other people in the promotion, just who they get matched up with, like Utami with Saitani and Micah, and now Shuri. Really talk about Shuri just taking a ball and running with it, and finally getting this main event level that she seemingly has never truly had before, and stepping up to the level that's asked of her. And you kind of got the feeling that, when she first signed with Stardom, I was kind of questioning how they would use her, and she has not let that ball slip out of her hand, and so much of the roster is just really reaching that next level in real time. And what we're seeing out of the 5-star is so much of this is sink and swim type moments, and I'm not seeing much sinking. I'm seeing a lot of swimming.
Right, if Ice Ribbon has the best number 1 and number 2 wrestlers on the planet, I think Stardom has the best overall roster on the planet.
Yep, good deal. Okay. For the I still kind of have the same. I I don't think Starlight Kid's winning her block coming out of these.
No,
nights now. No, so I kind of I don't want to get on the Momo train yet, but she's looking quite good and she's looking quite featured, and I think it could be a Momo Shuri final, which would quite be something.
I told you they have the formula. She's in the Himika role. She's literally the Himika role. She's the same. They have this formula with who they have coming out of who they have is going to be the runner-up and who's going to be the winner is always a formula. And I think Momo fits that formula this year.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. I went a little bold and fun with my Starlight Kid pick. They're definitely featuring her, which is good. I think coming out of last year's 5-star, I was like, come on, what are they going to do with Starlight Kid? Well, they're doing something with her, and that makes me happy.
I'll make a bold prediction. I think she wins next year's Cinderella or 5-star. She wins one of them next year.
Ooh,
and she wins a belt.
I like that.
What's her title, Matt? I think she wins the white belt.
I like that prediction. Okay.
I think they'll have her winner and Poyo will chase her and Poyo will get it off of her. That's what they'll do.
I think I got to play Maki Ito now.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん本当の愛を探すんだ
That was a lot of Stardom talk. We haven't dove that deep into something like that for a while. I think that's an hour of Joshi already. Do we have a lot to say over Tokyo Joshi Pro?
No, I mean, I think most of our talking is going to be about Yamashita.
So let me just blast through a few of these things. So we got the quarters. Let me just pull up that show here. Let's see. I think that was day 5. I think that was day 5.
It was day 5.
So Maki Ito defeats Suzume 11:30. Okay, here we go. This is what I'll start off saying. I thought the quarters and the semis were both much stronger shows and much needed to inject some life into this tournament. Because let's face it, we spoke with Scott E on the last episode where the tournament started terribly, it started boring, and there's still a little part of me that thinks that they really missed the boat on like some sort of Cinderella type run. And I don't disagree with the like who got to the finals and how, but I do think there's something to be said with it. Almost felt like it was dry basic booking, which has really taken an element out of the cup. And the booking of Miyu Yamashita, which is what we're going to get into, is definitely the most interesting to discuss with the future of this promotion and how it's going to unfold. And I kind of like how we haven't seen the finals yet, so we can get our thoughts in and then see how something plays out for the next podcast episode. I do like that.
Next podcast episode is going to be a lot of praise, or at least I know I'm going to shit all over it.
Oh man, your full on greatness or despair line is...
Oh yeah, we'll get to why because we'll talk about who's in the final, and there's a very clear, correct decision that they better fucking make.
Yeah, I mean how they went to structure the brackets, I think wasn't good, because then you got Suzume immediately losing to Maki Ito in the quarterfinals. Good match, but fine. Miyu Watanabe defeats Yuki Aino. Strong match, I thought. These two really stepped up their game against each other. Shoko defeats Rika. Hold on. Let me just run through these. Shoko defeats Rika Tatsumi. I love this match. Lots of fun. And then Mizuki defeats Miyu Yamashita after Mizuki hits like 3 moves and wins.
It was a terrible match. I did not like it.
I rewatched it, so I'll have further thoughts. And then we get to the semifinals. Shoko defeats Miyu Watanabe 12 and a half minutes. Good. Solid. I'll say that. Solid. And then Maki Ito defeats Mizuki 18 minutes, 39 seconds. We'll have a lot more to say over that. And then just kind of fun undercard stuff throughout the rest of the show. Hikari Noa Yuka defeats Marika Kobashi and Miyu Yamashita. I thought that tag match was pretty fun.
All right.
What
I
are
wanted to
your
mention something-
thoughts, Mr. K?
So, you mentioned Cinderella run, right? We were missing a Cinderella run. I legitimately feel like Kota thinks the Miyu Watanabe the Cinderella run, even though I don't think that she's the Cinderella run at all.
No.
I think she's perfectly positioned where you would have expected her to. Cinderella is someone you don't expect to move up. And I would have had that be Suzume. I would take Yamashita out of the fucking tournament at this point. She would have got eliminated early, like she always does, and that would have made more sense, right? I would have had Suzume in that role. Now I wouldn't have Suzume with her current ugly-looking gear. Jesus, girl, how do you go downgrade your gear like that? But I feel like I would have had her have the Cinderella run, and that goes to a bigger point of, you know, Takagi telling them, hey, you should book your younger wrestlers up the card more, and Kota being a coward and not doing so.
Yeah, someone like a Suzume, a Mirai, even a Yuki Arai, like those three names kind of stick out to me as even a Hyper Masao to an extent. Could have got.
Yeah, there's no big upsets. No big upsets. Hyper Masao usually has the one upset of the tournament. She's like the Saki Kashima. Nothing. She just gets bounced. I thought this tournament was booked way too safe, and it hurt it. It hurt it so bad to the point where, as much as I think the only match that I gave a fuck about was Mizuki Ito, and a lot of that has to do with Ito's story. Not so much, you know, the match itself was excellent, the best match of the tournament so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's one of the and that's one of the best Tokyo Joshi Pro matches of the year too.
Oh yeah, it was emotional. It was hard hitting, and you even made the comment: "Is Maki Ito a good worker?" And I told you, yes. I've been saying this for a year now.
I was pretty drunk out of my mind watching this show too.
She is a good worker. I'd say she's a great worker for the TJPW system. Like, I specify the TJPW system because in Stardom she'd be eaten alive.
By the way, I have a sake review. You ready for this one?
Sure. All right.
So during the Tuj Cup, I was drinking Kiku Masamune Junmai Taro Sake. It has it's one of these like jars that I've been getting sake out of, so I can try a whole bunch of them.
Uncultured, yeah.
What are you talking about? There's plenty of culture.
Jarred sake?
Yeah, what's wrong with it? It's like a mason jar. It's pretty sick. It's awesome.
Pop
the top of the mason jar. Nah, it's good.
So uncultured.
Come on. This Masamune Junmai Tarusake. Okay, sir. It was.
Do you feel really big saying that giant long name?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I feel like a big boy. Not too dry and not overly sweet. It was quite enjoyable. It didn't stick with me. Didn't get sick drinking too much of it, so that's good. Because I certainly had a lot of it. Yeah, certainly had a lot of it, whether I intended to or not. I do recommend it. It was quite good, and it's got apparently it's supposedly made in like some sort of wooden cask as well. I'm not sure how that'd work, but it definitely had some good notes in the front end that I was tasting. It was good sake that I recommend.
I want to say I've been in chat with you long enough times when you've been drunk that I kind of can tell when you're drunk.
When I finally just get out of my mind and cross the line.
It's when you start a conversation and then you ask a question like you did last night, and then we answer the question, and then you ask the question again. But you keep rephrasing it in different ways, and so we keep answering the question again and again and again. It's just this vicious cycle, and I couldn't help but laugh last night at it because it was getting quite funny.
Where were we?
Well, so Maki Ito. So I'm gonna touch a bit on how big of a deal this is for her, but I feel like I'm going to do depending on the outcome of tonight, I feel like I'm going to do a special Patreon only episode on the story and how important it is for one Maki Ito.
Ooh.
Right, so I guess look forward to that, maybe, potentially.
I like that.
So I'm going to kind of touch on some of it here, but Mizuki and Ito have a long storied history. Mizuki was part of the Ito Respect Army originally.
Yep.
The story is that Ito would blame, every time they lost, she'd blame it on Mizuki, even though Ito was the one that got pinned. One day, Yuka just like looked at her and said, hey, what the fuck's wrong with you? It's not your fault. You're better than this. Why just ditch her? And she did. You got the magical sugar rabbits. Ito was scorned and upset and hated her, cursed her, flipped her off constantly. Was bad-mouthing her all over the Twitters. Would badmouth her in promos even if she wasn't wrestling her. It was a story. Eventually, Ito got over it, stopped talking about it, buried it deep within her. They had a match. Mizuki beat the fuck out of her. Ito was angry, talked more shit, and we get to today, where Ito is now a better person, has acknowledged her flaws, and is a better wrestler. And I will go into much more detail at a later date. But you heard me in chat watching this. I popped so hard. I think I fucking hit an octave. A new octave I never hit before. I popped so hard. I was so happy for Ito. Been following this whole story since 2018. I'm very invested in her, and this is the best thing this company has going. And god damn it, they dropped the ball. I'm gonna burn it to the ground. That's what I'll say about Ito. Now on to the Yamashita and her fucking problems.
Yeah. Highly recommend that Mizuki Ito match. When she locked in that Walls of Jericho, I even popped. I was feeling it.
I was like, break her fucking neck, bend her neck all the way over, just break it. Break it. She'll be forced to tap.
Snap that rabbit's neck.
It was great. It was great.
Eat it for dinner while you're at it. Strip it.
Wear her skin as a jacket.
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We've had over the past 2 weeks and the past 3 podcast episodes over TJPW and what Miyu Yamashita. What is going on with this promotion and Miyu Yamashita on top? And I have in my notes here kind of snippets of our various Discord conversations. And Robbie from the Crash Rabbit podcast, he was kind of in on this as well. And so I'm reading my notes here. And let's see here. UK were basically saying that the big draw to TJPW and its fans are the stories and characters. Match quality is a distant factor. While I just kind of bring up, yes, and I agree with you. And I've been trying to kind of pick apart maybe what TJPW's goal is going forward and the reason for the decisions they're making, which my theory is that now that the ring game has picked up within a lot of their wrestlers, they want to try to grab at that further fan base, the much larger fan base to it all, and that's causing a lot of the stories and goofy character work to kind of become a second place factor to it all. And I don't disagree with UK in saying that runs a massive risk to chase off the fans that you already have. And
it's a humongous risk, and
yes.
I'll get to that in my point later when you're done.
And I think there's definitely something to be said with that. I don't disagree with the idea that when your ring game has gotten better to feature it more, and the problem is the booking doesn't really reflect that, as well as it seems that it's just become so dry that the stories are no longer being focused, which when we look at wrestling, storytelling in a promotion is very important. The booking's very important. And if you have strong booking, then your wrestling doesn't have to be that high of level, because you are making up for it with your strengths. And just watching a lot of this Princess Cup and the focus on the ring game, with the exception being that Mizuki Makito match, which also was really fucking good in ring. I really enjoyed that. Their ring, the ability in the ring still isn't completely there. There's still a lot missing, and when you combine that with the kind of basic dry booking that's been ongoing since, what would you say, April at the latest?
It's been at least since the end of Cyber Fight. Yeah, since Cyber Fight.
Yeah, so
that was May.
June. We'll put it in June.
Yeah, May, June. Yeah, around there.
This summer has really taken a lot of shine off of TJPW, and their attendances haven't been good. Now it's very tough to completely judge it because Corona is still happening. The Olympics was cutting into a lot of people's drawing power. Ice Ribbon being the most notable, where they had the cycling thing and that affected their Korakuen show, unfortunately.
Very unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a bad thing. And I guess my other point is the first 4 days of the Princess Cup is definitely the best example of their issues right now, where nothing feels hot except Maki Ito now at this point. But the tournament's already lost so much of that momentum after those poor 4 days that how many people actually saw that Mizuki Maki Ito match happen?
I think a lot of people tuned out, so you wouldn't be. So
Exactly.
I'd be surprised.
Right,
really.
and that's a problem. So because we've missed, because they missed the boat on keeping the promotion hot after Cyber Fight, and they missed the boat on the Princess Cup really holding on to viewers and people talking about it, you're not having your eccentric characters out of the box storytelling anymore. You're just having them wrestle matches to the best of their ability, and that's a big ask for this roster.
All right. So, are you finished with your whole point?
I think in TJPW's mind, they're confident to kind of make that switch to try to get that bigger fan base, and I don't think it's going to work.
So I disagree wholeheartedly with that theory. I don't think that's actually what they're doing, and I have some other. I have another theory that I think has more data to back it. I think at this point.
Okay.
But to sort of to
convince me,
piggyback a little bit off of your theory, why I think they wouldn't do it, and why I think it's demonstrably dumb if they were trying to do it. This company doesn't have the DDT attendance. DDT has better attendance. Why is this company more profitable than DDT? Merch. What drives merch? The characters. The wrestlers being characters in their stories is what gets the fan base liking them. Why do people like Raku? Because of her story. Because she had that whole year-long story where she couldn't win a match. She kept losing. And she won at a tag match. And did you know what that tag match was? It was voted number 3 overall in their best of 2019 poll.
I remember that.
Put on their DVD.
I remember that, yeah.
The fans loved that match because they loved Raku winning, finally. This company doesn't give a fuck about the in-ring. You could be a bad wrestler, Raku, good example, and they'll love you because the stories and the characters. She sells more merch than Hikari. Hikari is the international champion, I'll have you know, and she sells more merch than her. Why? Because she's incredibly popular and people are invested in her story. That's incredibly important. You go away from that, and this company goes bankrupt. As they literally don't make the money that they need to run the amount of shows that they're currently trying to run, especially. I mean, just go look at the princess, the Wrestle Princess from last year. What was the big thing that they announced at the beginning of that show? Sorry, everybody. We sold out of all of our merch. You motherfuckers bought it all. We're going back to the warehouse to bring more. And you know what happened? They sold out of all of that too. So I think that's incredibly important to remember, that this company going away from that would be a death sentence. I don't think it's a fine line. I think it's a death sentence because you're not going to bring in a new audience. You'll just kill your old audience and you won't even bring a new audience enough to make that money back. I think that's stupid and I don't think that's what they're doing. So my theory is Kota. Kota in the past mentioned that he is not a confident booker. I think he mentioned that in the Emi Sakura interview he did. He's not a confident booker. He second guesses himself all the time and always flip-flops on his decisions to the point where he always goes with what he feels like is the safest choice so he doesn't ruin himself, right? He's a very safe, I call it cowardly booker, right? He's a coward. He doesn't want to make the wrong move, so he doesn't branch too much of his box, right? Which is why last year was so important and why they felt so fresh. Look at 2019 and look at 2020. 2019 was fun and fine, but 2020 felt like a brand new, fresh, red-hot promotion. Why? Because they booked out of the box, finally. For the first time in this company's history, they took chances, and they all paid off. Not a single one of them didn't pay off, right? So, the Rika title change is where I think this all started. I think they had plans for the entire year. Kota had an entire booking layout plan, because he always does. He has like a first 2 years of each cycle booked out, right? He has at least the big lines for it, right? Rika was probably going to have a longer run, and I think Ito was going to take the belt off of her, and they were going to set up a Miyu match as the first defense. That seems like what they're heading, right? When Rika lost the belt, she lost it a month before Cyber Fight. And when she lost it, the next day was when they announced the card for Cyber Fight. Remember that?
I do, yep.
Want to know why she probably lost the belt? Kota got spooked and either didn't have a match for Rika, or the match he had he wasn't confident in. So what does he do? Put the belt on the safe champion and have her have the safest fucking match this company could put on. Have her face the other best wrestler in the company. And I think that was a terrible mistake for this company long term. It was fine for the moment. I think that short-sightedness is what killed this company's momentum. And it did. Because coming out of that, oh shit, what am I going to do with me? I wasn't supposed to put the belt on her. I think her and Ito were going to be the tag champs. If you look at the promo that Ito cut when they lost in the tournament and she booked it for AEW, her promo was, I need to get stronger. We're still a team. As Miyu continues to say, are we still a team? Are we still a team? Ito wasn't saying no, which is for Ito, that means yes, we're still a team. I'm going to come back and be stronger. All of that implies that she's going to come back and they will win the tag belts. And I think that's why you put the belts on Bishikigu. Put them on the heel team, right? Bishikigu beat them, put them on the heel team. Ito comes back, they're stronger, they beat them. You don't get this long Bishikigu run that I don't think was even planned either. You can tell because where have they been this entire time? This entire run wasn't planned. You can tell none of it was planned. So I don't think it's them trying to change demographics. I literally think everything was scrapped. He scrapped the book because he just fucked up, right? He made a short-sighted choice and then realized, oh shit, now what do I do? And I think that's why we're seeing Ito in the finals and hopefully Ito winning, because I think that's the only story he has the thread tour. And instead of making it the tag titles, he's just making it the singles belt, which I don't think was going to happen this year. I think he moved up the Miyu-Ito match. As saying if Ito wins in the finals tonight, if she doesn't, that's a mistake. Big mistake. Right? I think the plan was going to be to have Ito win the belt off of Rika. They set that up in their title match and the post promo after their title match when Rika beat her. I think Ito would have won the singles belt and she would have challenged Yamashita to prove herself, and that makes more sense for the Ito-Maki story, Maki Ito and Miyu Yamashita story. I don't think it's as big brained. They're changing demographics. I think it's Kota fucked up, and now we're seeing him try to put things back together because he fucked up. He got scared, and I think the idea of putting his wrestler, his Rika Tatsumi, in front of 48,000 people probably scared him.
4,800.
So he went with the safe choice. 4,800, whatever. Almost 5,000 people. He got scared.
If TJPW and Cyber Fight were able to draw 48,000 people, it'd be a much bigger discussion. What we got.
Right. I guess. Right, whatever. But I mean, I think that makes more sense. I think the data shows that also makes more sense. Because where's Rika been this entire time? Nothing. Doing nothing. Almost like there was a plan for her, but now, don't know what to do with her. I think that's important to point out. I think that's why Miyu being champion is so boring and bad. And I think that's why the fan base is so restless with all of this. Because there's no story, so there's no reason for them to be invested in anybody. And they don't want Miyu as champion. Why? She held the belt just 2 years ago. It's kind of like the Maya thing, right? She held the belt for 2 years ago and had such a long, almost 2 year reign with that fucking title. They don't want to see her have it anymore.
Not in the same of this capacity that we're seeing, because we saw it with the Kamiyu match, we saw it with the Now Calcutta, we saw it with the Mizuki match. Miyu just stuffs her opponents. It definitely doesn't create the most investable match. Investable? The match match worth getting super invested into when it's just super one-sided. And I get the idea behind it is Miyu is so strong and the babyface has to overcome. The problem is she's not a heel. If she was this cocky, super over dramatic character that was actually creating this heel-esque environment to it all, but she's not. So it's just I stuff my opponent and then I basically win everything. In the case Mizuki hits the cutie special and beats her, which is fine for what it was. I thought it was like the fourth best match on the show. I still liked it, but it's not to the level that you want nor expect out of this title reign. So what we're getting is it's too dry. And for a promotion like TJPW, it's just dry and safe, and you can't have that in this current landscape.
So I have a point about why Miyu, I think, is not someone that should have ever put the belt back on ever again. So I don't think Miyu Yamashita is a TJPW wrestler. Because a TJPW wrestler has to have two main core tenets: character and story. Miyu Yamashita has no character. Yamashita has no story.
Right, her character is she kicks.
Her character is that she's serious ace that kicks people, and that does not get over with this audience. Right? Like I said, I've always said, she's not a popular wrestler. She's presented like she is, but no, she's not, because the merch sales are what.
I'm curious about that. I'm wondering if there is a genuine strategy or like business strategy that we don't see, that since TJPW is trying to expand internationally, like Maki Ito is like number one, like across the board basically. Is Miyu, because I hear this with, I know it's a very small sample size that I'm taking this from, but whether it's various other Joshi podcasts out there or the podcasts that pop into TJPW, Miyu Yamashita is always kind of the person that people gravitate towards because of her style, because of her in-ring, because of her
Westerners.
I realize that, but that's the international audience. Is that enough to justify a lot of this?
So this has been happening even before the international expansion. What it is because she's a good wrestler and she's one of the first class wrestlers, right? Hoda wants her to be front and center. That's why he named her Ace. He wants her to be front and center at all times, even though she isn't even in the top 5 in terms of being popular. Her merch does not move as fast as everybody else's, and that's important for the company that, well, the primary source of income is the merch, right? It's not the tickets, actually. It's the merch. The merch is what makes all their money. So Miyu Yamashita isn't a TJPW wrestler. She has no character, and all of her stories are always at the benefit of somebody else. It's, I couldn't beat Miyu Yamashita. I have never beaten Miyu Yamashita. Yuka's story with her was that she couldn't beat her. She beats her.
Yeah,
Rika's story was she couldn't beat her. She loses to her.
Well,
Ito's entire story is that she
good.
talked shit about her. All right. But Ito's story is that she came into the company and her first thing she did was talk shit to Yamashita, calling her a rookie, saying she could beat her, and then she got her ass kicked. And it's been a never-ending story with her being this wall that Ito has been constantly yelling at and headbutting and can't get past. It's not a Miyu Yamashita story. It's a Maki Ito story. The story isn't benefiting Yamashita. It's not for Yamashita. It's for Ito. She's a storytelling device. That's all she is. She's not a TJPW wrestler. She doesn't advance any of her own stories because she doesn't have any of her own stories. Her being champion is a bygone era thing for this company. Because we've pointed out this company's the roster's gotten better in the ring, right? Consistently better. That means people like Yuka and Shoko and Ito and Mizuki, people that are TJPW wrestlers, are on the level that she's on, right? That makes her irrelevant as being champion. Her being champion is of an era where they didn't have that. 2018. That's the era where they didn't have the character wrestlers, the people that, TJPW wrestlers themselves, being on the level in ring. And so putting the belt on her made sense. Putting the belt on her now and going forward makes zero sense because she is irrelevant in that company compared to the other TJPW. She's not a TJPW wrestler. Putting her on top makes everything boring because she's boring.
I think one of the better places for her in this company at this point in time is a very extended tag title run, and they had that opportunity with Ito, which you know what? Now that they've paired her with Yuki Arai, I think that's a good tandem that they could lean into, because Yuki Arai is very popular. She has personality, and that will hide Yamashita's dryness. And with a top-end wrestler of Yamashita, that works to Arai's benefit as well. I think that's a good role in the future for her. Or, if you want to even take it a further step, and we've spoken at length in the Discord over the ideas of excursions. Now, whether they help or not, and I was kind of drunk talking about this a lot as well. But,
you sure were.
Yeah. Would it be the worst idea? You said Yamashita isn't a TJPW wrestler, and maybe she needs maybe she needs to go away.
I've said this. She needs to go away. Yes.
Let's then ask the question: would it be the worst idea instead of her just leaving the company outright, what if she just does a very long extended tour, like 6 months in AEW? I'm not saying that it's going to benefit her or whatever, but I think it would benefit TJPW itself to focus outside of Yamashita, and her going away to AEW would accomplish that.
The problem why I don't think they'll ever do that is because Kota, that's his crutch. And that's been the problem with Kota. Is Yamashita is his crutch. He relies so heavily on his ace that I think at this point the fan base has realized it, and the fan base is done with it. So the word I've used for her is she's a relic of the past. She's a relic of a bygone era, a relic of the past. Why do I use that? Because the Japanese translations that I've seen have said that she's a relic of the past. She is not TJPW right now.
So
she does not represent the company.
So maybe there's a conversation that needs to be had that we know. I mean, I agree. I don't think any of this is going to happen. Otherwise, we probably would have seen Yamashita in AEW already. But Kota relies, right. Kota relies so much on her and believes that she is number one, despite the numbers saying otherwise.
Right.
I mean, for fans like you and I, we got to ask the question: is she done with TJPW? Is this now the right time for her to leave the company? As harsh as that sounds.
So a year ago, I would have said, no. This is her. She bleeds TJPW. But a lot of that was because she wasn't in the spot she is now, where she was being so exposed and the fans were turning on her. I mean, we hear her reactions. The Mizuki match, she got no claps.
No,
her entrance is the big one, right? They usually clap along with her entrance.
Yeah, this is a great example. That Mizuki Miyu Yamashita match, on paper, seems like one of the biggest matches that they could put on. And it got silence. Got mostly silence.
It got almost, outside of Mizuki kicking out, it got silence.
Yeah.
Her
now cut to
was a big deal too.
And cut to the Mizuki Baki Ito match. That got genuine buzz and reaction. And that's the big difference here in what this company is to be going forward. And I'm afraid Booker Man Kota just doesn't see that, which is why I'm afraid my original prediction is Shoko wins this tournament. She's not going to lose it for a second year in a row, and then she just loses to Miyu.
Yeah,
and that's a very despairing scenario.
Won't move those Oda tickets, I'll tell you that much. They're already having trouble moving those Oda tickets. This will make them move negative amounts. They'll probably have people refunding tickets. Because they like Shoko. They don't want a predictable Miyu Yamashita win because nobody believes Shoko's winning.
And also, I don't think that's the right business move either. I mean, clearly,
it's a dumb business move.
I mean, clearly, Maki Ito has she is very popular, and you need and even though she isn't let's say the best wrestler on the roster, she's definitely the most interesting and has the most buzz on her. This is her tournament to win, and from even a business and booking perspective, that's the right move. It is not Shoko.
Want to know an interesting little fact about the attendance and what the merch situation at the last show? They had fans on sale, fans with the wrestlers' faces and names on them for the people that in the semifinals, right? If you look in the audience, there were a lot of Miyu Watanabe fans, and a lot of Ito fans. Not so much Mizuki. That does not say Mizuki's not popular, but I don't think anybody wanted her to three-peat. I think the reaction I saw a lot from the Japanese fans was they didn't want to see her win it again. She's going to win the belt. She needs to win it another way because having her win it again is boring. Agreed.
Yeah.
Having her win, if she had won, I wouldn't be watching the finals tonight. I would not care.
Yeah, and the thing about Shoko is she's not hot right now. She's ice cold. Right. She doesn't have the buzz behind her. She hasn't been on this big run. She didn't have to overcome a whole hell of a lot in this tournament. She beat Rika, and then she beat kind of mid-card Miyu, but, I mean, Watanabe.
Upper card Miyu now.
I guess.
So they're pushing her, at least. She's wrestling like she's there, so I wouldn't deny her of that.
Yeah, I suppose, but it's still not like Shoko had to go through a Yamashita or a Mizuki to get there. Like,
no.
Maki Ito had the biggest hurdle to jump over, and that was her longtime like storied rival in Mizuki, a part of the
And
Respect
frenemy
Army.
rival, yeah.
Yeah, and that
I think
created
it's important.
and that created one of the best matches and emotional standpoints of the year. It's not around, nothing is around Yamashita. It's all around Ito.
Ito's had the two biggest moments in this company this year. She had the match with Rika that all the fans were talking about in Japan because of how emotional and story driven it was. In this match, I'm seeing a lot of the Japanese fans buzzing about this. They are not talking about Yamashita last week. They were upset actually by it because she got so much offense and Mizuki winning came out of nowhere. It was dumb. Nobody liked it. And Mizuki also got silenced when she won. You notice that too?
Yeah.
Because they didn't want that match. None of them wanted that match. Nobody wanted to see that. It was so unbelievable that she won that they just died. Like it's such bad booking that I'm really hoping Ito wins. And damn it, if she wins, she has to, capital HAS, has to win an Oda Award. You do not end that show with Miyu on top. You do not do that. You do not send the people home upset. So what that'll do is when you run that Nagoya show in December, nobody's gonna want to show up to that. She's champion. If she's champion, no one's showing up to that.
It's definitely a conversation to have. All right, let's just power through Ice Ribbon here because there's not a whole lot of Ice Ribbon to go off of.
No. There's a few talking points in some shows.
So I will play Sakushi's music, the Kushmeister, if it's gonna play. There it goes. That was a long time over the Joshi. Another half hour right there. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot to talk about with the TJPW, especially me and the booking.
Yeah,
so.
and we put on like that hour and a half of retro, as we do. We're already at right. 4.5 hours right here. So let's let me just power through some of the results here. International.
I only have 2 things to say. So
yeah, not a whole lot to get into other than we're just waiting for Yokohama Ribbon to air. Summer Jumbo Ribbon was at Korakuen Hall. This is when the fucking cycling just wouldn't let people into the arena. Basically, like Korakuen was closed off
because Korakuen's near the Tokyo Dome, and the cycling route was right past the Tokyo Dome because of landmarks.
Yeah, so now and Yuki go to a 10-minute draw. Tekla, Sakushi defeat Mikio Ono and Mochi. Love that team still, the Ono and Mochi team. Suzu and Totoro defeated Rebel X Enemy. And then in the main event, at first it surprised me. I really thought Akane and Risa Sera were going to win the vacant titles, but they had a different strategy in mind with booking. Hiroyo and Tsukasa won the title, and that led the tag titles to be booked for the double main event where Tsukasa and Hiroyo will defend against the rejoining Azuri Revolution. That's Risa Sera and Maya Yukihi at Yokohama. And then right after that is going to be the big Hiroyo Tsukasa singles match, and that's that. What did you think of the three-way tag title?
So I really, really liked this tag match. I thought it was very good. It put on everyone's strengths well enough, and they kept just the right amount of Tsukasa and Maya at the match you want to see. They kept just the right amount of that, just the right amount of Tsukasa and Risa. They teased what you want out of this tag match, and I thought that was really good. As for I think the post match was the more talking point thing. So I saw a lot of people who don't pay attention to the Ice Ribbon as often as I do, and kind of upset that they just didn't have Azure Revolution face them for the tag belts at this show and put the belts on Azure Revolution. Well, you see, in story, Maya turned her back on all of Ice Ribbon, and that's never been she's never turned her back the other way, right? So you can't. They're like Dragongate. They want to keep their story. They're not gonna just fucking bunk it and just do whatever because of a situation with injuries and stuff. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna try to book around the story because they don't want to ruin what their fans have been invested in. If Maya just turned around and, hey, we're gonna team Risa, it wouldn't make any sense and people would be upset that they just randomly did that, right? So what'd they do? They had Maya lose this match, be frustrated, and then be, you know what? I'm tired of her promo was, I'm tired of not winning belts. Right? I lost the belts with Micah. I haven't beaten you, as she points at Tsukasa. I want to have my best partner, and I may have turned my back on her. I want to turn my back towards her now. Or I want to turn back towards her. And she points at Risa Sera. We are teaming again. They team up, and Aja Revolution reunites. And that was fucking great. I love Aja Revolution. Probably my second favorite tag team next to Best Friends.
And Yuki
cool.
is also an excellent promo. I love just her delivery and how she speaks. She's very confident. It's she's a very unique promo on top of that. Even though I don't.
Just imagine what I said, but in the confident tones of Maya.
Yeah.
And also, Risa's face expressions were great. Her shocked expression as she points, I was like, "Oh, me? You're pointing at me?" I love Risa. She's just a goof. She's great.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, the post match was the bigger talking point. That was good. I like how it went down. I was a little skeptical of the decision to just have Tsukasa 2 belts, Tsukasa double title, but that was her goal, and she got there, and that was kind of the deal. So even from that story perspective, I do agree with it. And it was 19 minutes. I thought the match wasn't like the best multi-person tag match from Ice Ribbon this year, but it's still really good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. 19 minutes. And then that led into the July 31st show, Yokohama Ribbon, at Radiant Hall. And not really much coming out of the show other than Mochi pinned the Kush in the main event, as it was Mochi and Tsukasa defeating Risa Sera and Tsukushi 18 minutes. Didn't think that match was all that great either. Anything over that show?
Not a whole lot. I thought it was just a very middle of the road show. It was the small Yokohama shows are kind of, they're like the Shinkiba shows Stardom used to throw on. They're kind of the expanded outside of the dojo shows, so they don't always have big deals. I think the only notable thing was obviously Tsukushi getting pinned, Mochi being. I think this was them planning for the case that Nanai, because at this point Nanai was still sick, so in case Nanai couldn't make it, I think the plan was maybe we set up a title match here, because the next show, the Shinkiba Ribbon, they do an impromptu Juku title match, and the hand beats Tsukushi.
Disgusting.
I think at that point they got the okay clear that Nanai was going to make it, and I think the idea was always to get the belt off of Tsukushi, because there's a story going on with Ibuki and her mom about her trying to get a title before she goes back to school. Or either before she goes back to school or before she graduates. It's one of the two. Where she's trying to win her first ever title. And I think they were going to go for the tag belts maybe, but given that the tag belt stuff has been changed a lot because of injuries, just why I think putting on Tsukasa and Hiroyo was the smart choice, and probably the only choice really that would make sense for that big show, since they kind of had everyone else already on the card doing other things. I think that was a much better choice, but I think they'll probably have Ibuki win the Juku belt, which is a fine, nice little belt for her to win. I think that's fine, and it frees Tsukushi up to win the bigger prize later, hopefully.
I get the feeling they're doing a Tsukushi losing story right now. I'm not really into that idea.
I'll have more to say once because I know the results and some of the things coming out of the big Yokohama show, so I'll have more to say on that and what they're doing and what I think they're doing. Much like I trust Dragongate, I trust Tsukasa. I will always trust Tsukasa until she proves me otherwise.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, but I don't have to enjoy what I'm witnessing right now, but benefit of the doubt, I suppose. Sure.
So on that same Shinkiba show, which, mind you, the show was called Tama Pro Wrestling Business Trip Version.
Oh boy.
Because they're doing these tax pro wrestling, Tama pro wrestling things. I think they're kind of fun little sponsored shows they're doing. The main event is outside of the impromptu Juku title match. The main event is the one big thing that I want to talk about. The main event of Risa Sera and Suzu versus Rina Yamashita and Tsukasa Fujimoto. So Suzu pins Fujimoto. And she pins Fujimoto with the same move. Not the same setup. She didn't pin her with the reverse the JOC. She pins her with the same. There's like a move for the pin thing she did, the move she did, but she pins her with the same move. And why that's a big deal is, much like Dragongate, the small thing, go ahead and file that away for later, because that'll come up. It's going to guarantee to come, especially because you pin Tsukasa. Whenever someone pins Tsukasa, doesn't that not come up later? It always does.
Always does, yeah.
But why I also say keep a pin on that is the post-match, which unfortunately was had to have somebody help translate for me because it was only in Japanese, it was her talking. But the big point was I'm tired of losing to the same moves. I need to get better and try to I need to get better so that it doesn't happen again and I can correct the mistake.
Gotcha.
Paraphrasing, but essentially she's tired of losing to the same move, i.e. Suzu just beat her with the same move she beat her with before. So I think that's going to set up a title match, maybe. I mean, I did say that the storyline could be Suzu winning the title back or Sakushi winning it. Fingers crossed it's Sakushi, but I wouldn't be mad if Suzu won the belt again.
Okay.
Something to keep an eye out for.
All right. I guess we'll just have to see how Yokohama Budokan plays out. And then we'll have a lot more thoughts over that show. Got more 5-star coming up and the conclusion to the Princess Cup. So good 2 weeks of Joshi coming up on the next episode. I guess that does it for this one. It's more retro coming at you. "50 episodes of All Japan Women. It's finally here."
Right, 50. Jesus, man. We're almost, well, I can't say we're halfway there because there's almost like 200 of them, right? So we're 1/4 of the way there, right? That's how math works. I know how math
sort of,
works.
kind of. But this also commemorates you being, you having done this for 25 episodes now.
My God, Jesus. Last time you reminded me I've been on this for a year. Now it's 25. Jesus.
That's right.
And time is a concept.
Yeah, it's totally fine. It's totally good. Love it.
It's totally awesome. Well, AJW, would you say this is a good episode?
I liked it. Very much enjoyed it.
All right, so AJW Destiny from Korakuen Hall, October 4th, 1991. This is courtesy of Presser Dreams and Samurai TV. The first match we have here is Kumiko Makawa, or Big May, as she gets to be more well-known later, against Megumi Miyoko. This was a nothing match, right? Like, this is just Big May dropping bitches?
She judo threw her opponent to death over and over again,
Sure
and then
did.
pinned her.
She sure did. Well, hold on to that judo throw thing, because that's going to come up a little bit. And the next one, that being Chikayo Hasegawa versus Rei Tamada, another match where there was just nothing but judo throws. And I think I pointed this out when we were watching it. I was like, it doesn't seem like Yokota is back there training anymore, because this wasn't something she normally did, right? We didn't see, Manami or Aja or Bull or Yamada or any of these people, Hota, any of them come out of the dojo doing judo throws, right? It was like a lot of drop kicks, forearms, your basic rookie moveset. So, I had mentioned that I didn't think Yokota was back there anymore. And I did some digging, because I wasn't sure if she had, because she doesn't come back to the ring for a few years after this, right? Wasn't sure if she was either on break, was boycotting training, or if she just maybe took a backseat role, left the company. I couldn't remember which it was. So I looked into it, and sure as shit, she refused to train any more rookies. After the Inoue class, Kyoko Inoue, Manami, all them, that class, she refused to train any more rookies. She wasn't even involved in day-to-day training anymore. She just observed day-to-day training and gave advice. Her stance was, either you put me back in the ring, or I walk when my contract's up.
Okay. Well, so I kind of noticed it in the first match, because we haven't seen a rookie match in quite some time on these classic episodes.
Right.
And after 2 matches, I go, they're not really throwing those. They're not really throwing a bunch of, if we look back to, say, the Kaoru Ito, just first match that popped in my head, where she threw a lot of horrible drop kicks over and over again.
She sure did.
And now we cut to here, and it's a lot more of snapmares, judo throws. It's a completely different style, and then that's when it kind of triggered you to kind of look into this more and make note that Jaguar's probably not training anymore, and that would absolutely make sense. And it definitely piques my interest in looking out for more of this kind of stuff in wrestling in general. I think the most recent example is how much better and more fluid a lot of the TJPW wrestlers have gotten over the last couple of years, and we've speculated that there has to be some sort of difference in training in the back.
Yeah, especially because, with TJPW, I think we only ever knew of one or two trainers that they've had, and those were past trainers, right? We had Cherry and Unamonase. We don't know who's back there anymore. Much like at this point in AJW, I tried and I could not find any information on who was back there. So it could be a number of people. I speculated it might be Lioness Asuka. That's kind of who came to my mind because they have her under contract. I just don't know what kind of contract, because she's doing commentary for them a lot. So I don't know what exactly else she's doing. But she doesn't return back to the ring until Gaia starts back up. So I have no idea what they have her under. But Yokota does come back to wrestle a little later in sparing roles. I'm assuming that's to honor what's left of her contract, I guess. And because she just flat out refuses. She says in an interview as she started JD Star that she told them, no, I won't train any more rookies. I won't train any more people, period. I want to wrestle. I'm tired of sitting here wasting my precious prime years training your rookies.
Especially that JWP in 91 is off to the races at this point in time, and they don't care about, they don't have the mandatory retirement rule, they don't have the height rule, and they don't have the I guess age rule. You could kind of throw that twofold.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is had Yokota not been under a contract with them, we would have seen her in JWP, and what that would have done for them would have been massive.
Yeah, just think about that. If
come
she,
back to the ring.
Yeah, if she would have just ended up in JWP a lot sooner.
Yeah.
Because then they would have had Jackie Sato, Kandori, Yokota, Masami. They would have had just a big powerhouse of the 80s to go up against this massive rookie class. And
Yeah, because Kansai, Ozaki, and Cutie Suzuki were on the come up, so they would have had a massively awesome roster. They would have probably been on par earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they would have been on par with attendance, because AJW still had the name value to a lot of it.
Yeah,
but who's to say? Who's to say that Jaguar Yokota would not have been kind of the needle mover, as they say, to kind of make up the difference, right? All it takes is just something, one last thing to push a product over the edge, and you get to that point where tides turn. I mean, you saw it. You see it with WCW to WWF. You saw it the other way around again. We're kind of seeing something like that in real time with WWE and AEW. So it's fun to discuss and speculate, like, what would have happened if Jaguar Yokota would have went to JWP during its early years.
Yeah, it's nuts, because when she does finally come back to wrestling full time in JD Star, not counting her little AJW small stint she did towards the end there, she was phenomenally good. Just imagine knocking about 5 more years off of that, just how much better she'd be, because she's still wrestling now, and for someone pushing 60, she sure doesn't wrestle like someone who pushes 60, which is a very big deal, I feel like.
Well, I mean, all we have to do is compare her to someone else who's almost 60, and
right. Quite a few people are almost 60.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah. Well, from careers starting to careers ending, we have Mika Takahashi retirement match against Miori Kamiya. Mika Takahashi, one half of the Honey Wings with Kaoru, who we haven't seen in a while, actually, now that I think about it.
We haven't seen... Yeah, we spoke about this before. Kaoru's just been absent from the classics.
Classics, yeah.
Yeah, no notable matches. Was she even in the Grand Prix in 91?
I don't remember. I want to say
you cover this. I'm going to look this up.
Okay. So she has a retirement match against Kaoru Miori Kamiya. I mean, it was definitely a retirement match. They kind of do the typical shtick. It ends in a time draw, and then she gets beat down post-match by Miori and both members of Jungle Jack. Both Bison Kimura comes in, beats her up, and drops her on her fucking head like a mad person, pins her. Gets pinned by her, I believe. And then in comes Aja Kong, beating her up, and then she pins Aja Kong, and I feel like this was more of because they were all in the same rookie class, and she definitely wasn't somebody who was ever going to get put to their level. So her getting a pinfall, or symbolic pinfall victory over the two on the way out is, I guess, the nice gesture for them. She doesn't do anything else with her career. Obviously, she stays retired. She doesn't come back for any other appearances, JWP otherwise. So I don't think any damage was done here or anything like that. I did think it was nice seeing Aja Kong, who's normally, as we see, is a vicious, killing bitches heel, kind of have a heartwarming hug moment with this person. It was kind of a bit of a break of character, but it was kind of nice to see. Next match we get is the Tag League,
I have something to say, you fool. Don't just
well,
gloss over.
You told me to cover.
You can ask me questions and the things and stuff.
You were looking things up. I don't want to break your concentration.
Well, I have looked up the things. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mr.
Did you
Sir.
Find anything?
Yeah. So Kaoru left AJW in it looks like 1991.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. Because she was not in the Grand Prix, and I looked at Tag League, and she's not in there. And the last thing she did was hold the AJW tag titles as the Honey Wings with Takahashi here, and by defeating the Tokyo Sweethearts, Shimoda and Toyota.
Right.
And they lost the title to Mita and Shimoda November 14th, 1990. And shortly after that, Kaoru left AJW for Universal Pro Wrestling, which was a Lucha Libre promotion, and she changed her name to Kaoru, all caps.
Yes, that's where the famous Kaoru, all caps, comes from.
Yeah.
I guess it does make sense that she did go to Mexico. She did reference that a few times in her Gaia years, so I just didn't, because I never looked into Kaoru's career because she was never that much of an importance.
Well, we got so curious. It's like, where the hell is Kaoru?
She's in Mexico, you scrub.
She's in Mexico. How about that? That's pretty fun to come across.
It's interesting though that the talking point to come up for that is so many people are just dipping out because there's other places they can go to. It's kind of gives you this feeling of like maybe everyone sees that that there's a ceiling now because there's no retirement rule, because I believe they got rid of it by this point, right?
I don't think they did yet. I don't think that happened until 92.
I think it happened a little bit beforehand because it was coming up on Nakano's retirement when they finally abolished it.
Yeah, in 92. Right?
I think it was a little bit before that, because we're almost at the end of 91 here. We're in like October, so it would make sense that it would have been done by now.
I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of speculation behind that. I've never found a
concrete date. It's always been 91, 92. It's been within that ballpark, but it definitely was close to Nakano retiring.
Yeah, the consensus is it's because it's Bull Nakano.
Yeah, because they didn't want to lose her. They want to lose their one moneymaker because they had just lost one like a few years prior. So
yeah,
you know.
I mean, the interesting conversation is, I mean, we've seen a lot of people get cut in the 80s when they had a much bigger pipeline. They still have a lot of recruits, decent size of recruits, and when there's new people coming in, like we got Big May here showing up on this show,
right?
And Hasegawa, there's another name.
Kaoru Ito eventually continues to wrestle and have a career, unfortunately.
You're so harsh.
She's not good.
So when you have someone like a Kaoru, like the few people that got cut in the 80s and went to FMW, just an example of just names like that.
Megumi Kudo, Combat Toyota.
Yes.
Those two people.
Yeah, those two people. Exactly. No, there was our girl Rayboon from China.
Yeah, but I feel like people remember Megumi Kudo getting cut because she made a name for herself in FMW of all places.
I can't believe you are discounting Rayboon Amada as not Megumi Kudo level. Unbelievable.
Megumi Kudo is way more revered, and I prefer Megumi Kudo.
Nonsense.
She's awesome.
No, people that listen to this podcast now know the greatness of Rayboon Amada and whooping that ass of Manami Toyota. Probably why she left. She's like, no competition here. I'm going to go blow up bitches.
Okay. Go blow up bitches.
And then she blew up bitches and left shortly thereafter. So there.
Right back to China and did nothing of note because we don't know what happened to her.
But that's a good conversation to have. And we've tried having a similar conversation, whether it's people online, and people get really angry when you kind of hint at, or at least with the modern Joshi fan base, for the small pool that it is, when you even hint that, hey, maybe this person should leave suggest that maybe Konami at this point should leave Stardom. She's kind of hit her ceiling, and maybe someone like a Miyuka Takase should leave Actress Girls because she's kind of hit her ceiling there. Go and if you don't feel that you're gonna get to the top in one promotion, maybe you can in another, and then vice versa. If you've hit your ceiling in one that's at the top and you've kind of done everything you can, what harm does it do to kind of inject a fresh coat of paint on your career?
Right. Well, the Takase argument, I think, has more water to it than the Konami one. I think Konami kind of, much like probably like a Saki Kashima, kind of knows her role in the roster and knows she's not getting above it. Probably resigned herself to that fact. I mean, she's getting fat paychecks. I think at the end of the day, I'd rather get fat paychecks than go to a promotion, pay me less, and get a belt there.
Well, yeah, totally obviously you gotta take into account, are they happy with their situation? Do they feel this is good enough? I always like that kind of speculation and encouragement for careers. Like, if you feel that you can do better somewhere else, and of course if you can get that paycheck along top of it, then why not? I mean, if we can do this in real life, because I don't know about UK, but I would like to make more money if given the option somewhere else to possibly have a better job. Why can't we apply this same notion to wrestlers? If sports athletes do it, like, look, I could be a starting pitcher for the Pirates for twice as much money. Maybe that's not the worst option. And then there's the other way around, where people will take half the money to go play for, I don't know, the Yankees or something, because it's a bigger team,
of course.
Better team, better chance at the ring. You get the idea.
All right, Konami should just take her talents to South Beach, is what you're saying.
What are we implying South Beach is? Jacksonville?
I mean, South Beach could be Osaka. I mean, just South Beach.
Yeah, well,
go wrestle at Osaka Pro.
Oh God, man, you don't want her to get any money. Harsh.
I mean, I'm saying Terry Chow's South Beach. I guess what would the Miami Heat equivalent be?
Miami Heat at least pay their players, brah.
you say Osaka Pro doesn't pay their players?
Man.
Or the wrestlers?
No.
How do you know?
Hot dogs and handshakes do not pay my rent. That's what I'd say.
What about hot dogs and hand jobs?
What are you implying? You implying Grizzly Yamamoto might be involved in some point?
Listen, I don't know what Grizzly's doing.
Yeah, there's someone else we miss.
I miss Grizzly. I miss my kendo stick wild death woman. That's what I miss.
All right, what else we got here?
Anything else to say about Takashi's retirement? Nothing else on there?
I mean, Honey Wings, didn't really get to see a lot of them. Whatever.
Well, moving on then to Tag League the Best.
She's no
91.
Yumi Ogura. How about that?
I mean, you're right. They're both mid-carders, so, you know.
Yumi Ogura had a way better career.
I'll argue that, but... Tag League the Best 91.
We've made it. Let's go over the teams. This will be fun.
Yeah, team of Mitch Showers of Mita and Toyota, my wife Manami Toyota, against Yumika Hota and Bat Yoshinaga. Jesus Christ, this team.
Let me go over the teams that are competing in the 1991 Tag League the Best.
Go ahead.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay. So, I don't know if you noticed this, Kay, but no Tag League was held in 1990.
I didn't notice that, but it's funny when I think about it.
I didn't notice it either. Now I have. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't happen last year. Weird. But
weird.
If you remember, 89 was a very dire year, and 90 was kind of even worse. And instead of Tag League, they had the big Jungle Jack feud with
makes sense, yeah.
Gokumon To. So let's see here. The teams are Shimoda and Miori Kamiya. Yeah, no, they're not doing Mita and Shimoda, so no LCO. Instead, it's Mint Showers, Toyota, and Mita.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting they're doing that.
Debbie Malenko and Suzuka Manami, there's a team.
Jesus, that's a team, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Bat Yoshinaga and Hota, as you said here, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Well, Jesus Christ, that team.
Mariko Yoshida and Takako Inoue. So that's our shoulder pad team.
Yeah, shoulder pads.
Yeah,
and
we've
skirts.
seen them quite a bit. in 91. Jungle Jack, Aja Kong, and Kimura, the favorites, I would say. Kyoko Inoue and Toshio Yamada. That's a very interesting dynamic
team.
To them.
Yeah,
and then,
that's very interesting.
And then the big story of 1991 was Bull Nakano teaming up with Akira Hokuto. And that's kind of your, I wouldn't call it a dark horse team, but they're your wild card, if you will, because of all of the storylines between changing of Hokuto, the blonde hair starting, she's getting switching between kind of a jacket and a robe, and Bull Nakano isn't she, let's see, who was she teaming with? It was Bison. Yeah.
Ooh, Bull the year prior?
No, it was Bull and Kyoko Inoue. That's who it was.
Yeah, it was Kyoko, because that's how they became a team.
Yeah. So they had a storyline here where Bull and Hokuto teamed up, so Kyoko Inoue had to find a partner and ended up with Yamada.
Very interesting, especially because Toyota and Yamada are just kicked off their big feud, so they'll become a team eventually. Speaking of teams, we had Min Showers, Mita and Toyota, against Team We Are Bad Wrestlers, Hota and Pat Yoshinaga. This match went 30 fucking minute draw. Listen. You have it here, and you mentioned to me that Mr. Dave Man gave this 4 1/4 stars.
He sure did. The Observer covered it and gave it 4 1/4.
What match was this man watching?
I don't know. To be fair, I mean, I wouldn't have given it that high a score. I thought it was fine. I didn't think it was great. But Bat didn't. I'll give credit. Bat didn't look too bad here. Okay.
Oh, she looked just as bad as she always looks.
No, come on. We've seen her much worse. Do we have to go over those shoot matches again?
Yes, but she was in a tag match, so it hid the fact that she gets gassed early and can't wrestle.
Yeah, so Hota at least gets to do the brunt of the cardio, I suppose. And look, you have Mita and Toyota just running circles around these two goons. So
it really did.
It's going to give the illusion that it's fast and cool.
It sure did. Maybe that's why Mr. Dave Man liked this match. Because I just looked at it and I was like, man, Hota, you ever going to get any new gear? Hey, Hota, are you ever going to get a new wrestling style, or at least add something to this wrestling style? Because you've had the same moveset since the fucking 80s.
You know what we did see? We did see halfway through the match, the plank of wood splash to the floor from Mita. That was kind of funny.
It was very funny.
Just no airtime, just whoomp. It was absolutely hysterical.
He is not.
Well, what did Manami Toyota do in this match? How did she cheat death today?
So she attempts a springboard moonsault on the outside. She jumps up off the apron onto the ropes and doesn't even get full balance before she decides, fuck it, and continues anyways. Her legs hit, I believe it was Bat that was laying down. Her knees hit Bat, and her face just smacks the gym floor.
Yeah, pretty cool. No, no mats outside. Nobody like caught her because she. Like, what happens is she leaps up, and the ropes aren't... This is why, like, in AEW and Dragongate, the ropes are really fucking tight. It's so you can do moves like this, and your feet won't go out from underneath you, and you can actually spring board. There was no spring, but there was definitely a board here, as Manami Toyota just falls to the ground face first. Because her left foot it's because the rope gives out so easily and so loose, her right foot bends it down and her left foot is never able to plank. So she just tries to leap with only her right foot before she eats shit and breaks her neck. So she does make the rotation, but she's not able to get as far out as she intended. So that's why she goes knees first into the bat and face first into the ground.
It was quite the visual. And then immediately people go to go check on her because she's face plants. Like, no cushion. She didn't shield herself. I don't think she would have had time to shield herself.
No.
Just face first.
And I don't know if going face first broke her nose or something, or she just decided perfect opportunity to bleed, motherfuckers, because she comes up bleeding. And,
but she broke her nose. There's no way she didn't.
Yeah, something happened, but I never put it past... after watching what Chigusa Nagayo did in the 80s, where it's just like, Dan's and why? All right, I'll cut myself. Cool.
Listen,
I will never
Chigusa
put it
played
past
for-
any of these people to just give some color on any show.
I was quite shocked that Chigusa didn't get color in that Legends Battle Royal at the Budokan show Stardom did.
She should have.
Ever since she's come back, every match she's in, as far as I'm aware, she's gotten color. Because of course she does. She's Chigusa Nagayo.
No respect. Unagi should have just shot kicked her in the face. Get that color going. No.
Oh man, you have to have Small Saya has to punch her in the head because she was definitely propping up Small Saya.
Well, should have shot on her.
Yeah, just go ahead and shoot on Chigusa Nagayo.
Yeah, no problem. What's the worst that could happen? Come on.
Oh yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
Oh God.
Oh Jesus.
So this match was exhausting.
Didn't need to go 30 minutes. It didn't need to go 30 minutes.
Look, we Toido's crazy. Mita's clearly getting better like every month. It's pretty awesome to see. But
she's definitely improving.
Bat Yoshinaga, she's hopeless. If I hadn't said I've given up on her completely, I'm saying it now. And Hota, I'm done with her. She's getting further out of shape like every year it seems. And
she got fatter.
She never changes. And she never changes.
Oh.
She's the same that we cover on All Japan Women Destiny in 87. She's the same in 91. It's so I have given up on Yumiko Hota, if that wasn't already said.
It's funny. So I went because when we talked last, I was like, she's wearing the same gear she wore in the 80s, right?
Yes.
This is the same gear she wore in 88.
Yes.
Same fucking gear. Everyone else has changed their gear at least 2 times since then. Everyone else, even people who've debuted after her, have changed their gear.
Look, man, sometimes people don't get it, and Hota don't get it.
No, and I mean she's a forever mid-carder that's always pushed beyond her means. Listen, whenever Hota is on top, that means your company's already dead. As we've seen, A to Z, AJW when they put the belt on her finally,
Well,
every time she's champion, the company's dead.
It is a common thread with her career.
Sure is. All Pacific Championship match, white belt, Akira Hokuto, Suzuka Minami.
Who's the champion, Kay?
The champion, Akira Hokuto.
All right.
Not Dangerous Queen.
Not yet. She came out with her lifeguard kind of attire.
Jacket.
Yeah,
the jacket was the big noticeable thing because she's been coming out with that like sort of detailed robed kind of almost Dangerous Queen looking samurai jacket, and she just comes out in a fucking like a windbreaker almost. It was very like what are we going back to the lifeguard here? She went back to pool school. That's what she did.
So theory behind this move, it's because
okay.
she's facing Suzuka Minami.
Ah, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Her hair's still blonde, so it kind of doesn't look well. Very good altogether. The whole package doesn't look good. That's all I'm saying here. This match, I actually like this match. I think we both have been pretty hard on Suzuka Minami in terms of her singles matches, as she's usually kind of let down in those regards.
She usually misses in singles matches specifically for me, but she certainly hit here. And
yeah, she definitely did.
Maybe that has I mean, she held up her end of the bargain, but Akira Hokuto's run in 91 has just been phenomenal.
It's been nuts. Like she's just completely changed, and I can't wait to see how she goes forward. I can't remember if she gets hurt again or not. My gut tells me she does.
Of course she does.
Right. I mean, like injury time off injury, because I feel like I have a memory of her getting hurt at some point in 91, 92 and taking time off again.
Probably 92.
Hopefully I'm wrong, but yeah, I think it might be 92. Hopefully I'm wrong about that, because I mean her momentum is she's pretty hot right now. Like she's looking really good in the ring. She just needs to ditch more of the lifeguard gear. But she's almost completely changed her wrestling style too. She went from more strike-based and submissions to more wild flying and strikes with some submission base.
Yeah,
I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, she's picked up a lot of the pace. It's not because if memory serves, she would do a lot of suplexes and whatnot. And
yeah, suplexes were a lot of what she did. Suplexes and kicks.
Yeah, and now she's doing a lot more high flying, a lot more running drop kicks. Yeah, she's a lot more exciting.
Yeah, well, I've noticed a theme here. Minami Toyota, since she started doing those wild, flying moves, more of the roster has kind of followed suit. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, they're trying to keep up with her.
Well, Well, because she's exciting. Like, the audience is always on their feet because they don't know if she's going to hit something wild or fucking kill herself.
So the theory is a lot more of the women were starting to watch early WCW, for example, where you had Pillman Jr. and Liger and whatnot kind of showing up and around and doing a lot of their high flying. And it was a mixture of them thinking it was really cool and wanting to do something that would garner more attention from, I don't want to say a male audience, but just get more reaction out of the audience in general.
Yeah, well, Minamoto, I know specifically, was a big fan of Lucha. Like, she was watching a lot of Lucha.
Oh.
Kind of. I mean, I guess you can see parts of it. I don't know if she ever incorporated like a full Lucha moveset in her moveset, but she admittedly was watching a lot of Lucha. So that was kind of her big thing. I'd imagine she watched WCW like everyone else did. Juniors haven't happened yet, have they?
The
New Japan Juniors?
Oh, you mean the cruiserweights in WCW? No, but they have
New Japan Juniors. Those
Yeah.
they haven't happened yet.
Yeah, they have.
Happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Liger's been around a couple years now, and he's like really taking off in '91.
Okay, because I know that she mentioned being inspired by the juniors, and I don't remember if that was at this point or if it was a little later on that she got more inspiration from seeing Liger. Liger, Great Sasuke, and stuff like that. She's mentioned at least those two that offhand that I remember.
Yeah,
it's definitely a noticing change in the moveset everyone's doing.
Yep, exactly. And Hokuto is definitely taking inspiration from a lot of that. Lots of good action, good drama, getting nice comebacks. The finish was real cool here where Suzuki Minami avoids the Liger senton from Hokuto off the top to the floor. That's why I keep saying Liger, because clearly they're watching him. And Hokuto barely makes it back in the ring, and she gets met with 3 straight power bombs, kind of like Wardlow against Chris Jericho. And
to make a modern reference,
Hokuto kicks out of them, but meets the end to a folding, knee-dropping Tiger Driver of all things, just folds her in half. And Suzuki Minami reclaims the white belt that she vacated the year prior. So the story of Suzuki Minami getting the white belt finally on her own merit, and from her partner that seemingly passed her up on top of it. The story's completed, good, and what's great about this is cements Suzuki Minami kind of in that second tier of wrestlers, and now Akira Hokuto can move up to the main event officially.
See, this is why I feel like she gets hurt again, because they're moving her up the main event. It's very, very obvious that they want to put the red belt on her within the next year or so after, Bull drops it to Aja. But that never happens, as we know. So
right.
I'm kind of curious because she's not part-time yet. I think there's another injury that happens that makes her start becoming a part-time wrestler.
Yeah, I think that's in 93. Don't quote me on
but
that.
I don't. Yeah, I think it's 92, 93. It's before the big Tokyo Dome show, obviously. I think it's a whole year before the Tokyo Dome show, which was like 94, 95. So
yeah, and this was given 4 stars. I kind of agree with that. I like this match.
Yeah, the one time I agree with Meltzer on this, because I definitely don't agree on the tag match prior to this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that now we've gotten to the point in something like The Observer where All Japan Women is getting a lot more frequent coverage rather than just the few big shows every now and again from the 80s that was covered. Ease of access, tape trading's better, much more exciting, a bigger male crowd rather than female, because all the journalists in the West are male.
Right.
Yeah, just funny how that works out.
I believe it's their third golden era. It's considered the third golden era. I don't know if they count the 60s as the golden era, the mocks and stuff like that, but this is considered their third, as I think it's considered their third golden era. The last one they'd have, too, funny enough. And the last stars they'll make, so even funnier.
Yeah, if you want to make it like a big change in a time frame, sure, 3 golden eras. I was recently reading an article doing my LLPW reviews on the Patreon that the super shows kicked off in 93 is kind of separated into its own era as well, where it was just all of these promotions coming together and doing crossover. That's considered an era in itself. Then there's the Chigusa era, and then there's
Gaia.
and then there's the Bull Nakano era, which is what we're in now, and the Jaguar Masami era, and then you keep kind of going. So it's everything's in shorter pieces, and attributes to why. There was some data I was trying to like pull together onto how they kind of came to those conclusions, and it's who's on top, attendances, and how much speculation, how much money the company was making overall. So that was fascinating to read.
See, I've always seen it sort of split up in like the 60s, early 70s with the Mock and
it's kind of just a
Black
decade
era.
Yeah.
The Jaguar Masami era, which is like considered the starting 70s. There's like names they give each of them. The 80s is the Crush Gals era. Just all the 80s they consider the Crush Gals era, even though Crush Gals all retired in 88. And then I think the 90s is considered the Big Show era. And I don't think they call it Super Show over there. It's called the Big Shows, and that's just the entirety of the 90s. Like, even though we're in 91 and they're not doing it yet, the fact that the majority of the 90s is defined by that, I think, is sort of why it's considered that. And I think it's even funnier too, because at that point in the 90s, it's not even considered the AJW Golden Years. They're not going by AJW's sort of standard anymore, because there's other companies that are also becoming big too, like JWP and later Gaia, and LLPW kind of has its own niche and everything like that. So kind of interesting seeing how people in Japan sort of differentiate things, and how different people in Japan differentiate things.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Tag League.
Main event.
Main evento, Tag League Best 91, Jungle Jacko, Aja Kong, and Bison Kimura versus Kyoko Inoue and Toshio Yamada.
I love this Jungle Jack team so much.
Oh my god, dude. So you see why Jungle Jack was so fucking popular?
Oh yeah. Like, every time we watch him.
Popular.
Yeah, every time we watch him, it's just, all right, we're going to get in here, kick ass, take names, and then give those names to other people's asses we've kicked.
I like that. But the funny thing that I've noticed, going back when I was doing research on AJW, doing my Big Egg episode, is that during this time frame, they're trying to push Aja as the heel and Bull as the face. But then they're having to pivot that because the fans aren't cheering for Bull anymore, and they're starting to cheer for Aja and Bison.
Yeah, we discussed that on we've discussed that on a previous episode, where because Bull Nakano has been on top so long, that now you want her to lose. So now she's back to being a bad guy, basically.
At this point, Jungle Jack merch is surpassing Bison Kimura's merch, Manami Toyota's merch, is every other wrestler's merch by twofold. Jungle Jack is a certified hit at this point.
I can totally see why with this Inoue Yamada tandem against each other. This was super good, just constant action, hard hitting. This is where, kind of spoke about this during the Grand Prix of 91 with Bison Kimura and her booking, where her singles matches weren't they weren't barn burners, let's put it that way. But when you put her in a tag match in this kind of environment, she is very much in her element, and kind of in that same realm of Suzuka Minami, where the singles matches are hit or miss because of just the inherent style that they do. And Tateno was kind of the same way, right?
Right.
And you see that a lot in AJW, where there was such an emphasis on tag team wrestling that when it got to singles action time, I was thinking about this. Before kind of this era we're hitting right now, the singles matches weren't the big matches, unless it was a Jaguar Yokota title defense, which was like, twice a year. Same thing with Devil Masami. Nagayo later. Same with Asuka. It was just always tag matches filling out the top of the cards, because it was just so much more action-packed and paced, and didn't rely on two singles wrestlers filling up time to be at the top. So that was just something I thought was interesting and kind of put together.
Yeah, well, you notice it. Like, I think I mentioned this pretty early on when we first saw Manami Toyoda with the Tokyo Sweethearts. Was their whole concept was the building stars was based on tag teams. You put two people together, and you try to figure out which one's going to be the star. You put two people together that you think are going to be stars, and you figure out which one. And that's why the comment's always been made with Toyota and Shimoda, that they didn't have the kind of chemistry you would expect from a tag team, and that's what led to Manami Toyota shining much more, and that her and Yamada were much better as a team. They had much better chemistry, and that they put those two together as a team, it'd have been much harder for them to, I guess, decide who was number one. That's kind of how their whole... I mean, we see it here, right? Juggle Jack. It's obvious that Aja Kong's the big star. Bison Kimura, not so much, right? She's good, but she's not the star, right?
Well, here's the other thing. They're not afraid to, and this is what I really like about AJW, is the fact that they're not afraid for tag teams to exist, but also give them singles match opportunities and showcases, like with Hokuto and Manami. I mean, they were a pretty good team to watch. They're pretty fun. And then as soon and them going against each other is a big deal. They can either make a feud out of it, but they're never like breaking these teams up. You notice that? They always
the
like
Crush Gals was a big deal when they decided to break them up. They kept trying to insist it was a hiatus.
Right. It's they don't want the feud on a breakup. They just want the feud of rivalry among tag partners, which I see the merit of that quite a lot. And, you know, when you... let's compare some modern Stardom here. Anytime, like, Utami and Momo get together because it's Queen's Quest, they're not in a feud, but they're definitely rivals. And the fact that they're tag partners...
Yeah.
Shuri and Julia, I mean, they have their thing going on. Same deal.
My gut sure, as we talked about earlier in the Stardom stuff, right?
Yeah, it creates a fun rivalry dynamic that I think is undersold in modern wrestling, and Stardom's a good example of taking a page out of AJW's book again with this sort of booking. And I kind of wish more I wish AEW would do that. They have a shit ton of factions.
Does that. I think Aisha's the one I can think of that does that outside of Stardom with their teams. We see Aja Revolution break up because Maya wants to go her own way and be a rebel, and then they come back together. Stuff like that. I kind of like that as well. But Stardom is more faction based, which kind of has some pros and cons to it. Cons of the fact that sometimes people get lost in the shuffle in the faction, so they don't feel as important. I mean, come on, Hina. I mean, we're gonna see Hina feud with Azumi or have a match with Azumi. It doesn't feel like the same way.
No, obviously,
Azumi and Momo facing each other
people up the card, garner more attention, of course. But you get the idea.
Right.
And just to kind of flip this around. Like, you look at kind of WWE's playbook over the last, 30, 40 years, it's always been, you will be a tag partner, and the inevitable goal is to, how are we going to break them up and have, like, a fucking 3 to 6 month series of matches between these two, all because Shawn Michaels kicked Marty Jannetty through a window, and it worked one time, so now every single team forever has to have that same goal in mind.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned the Fed and their stuff. I recently went down a small rabbit hole with the Fed, rewatching some 2005 stuff just on a whim. Listen, that's an era that I don't hate. I don't hate so the key is watch the pay-per-views, don't watch the Raws and the SmackDowns. It's always been the key, right? You don't watch the TV shows, you watch the pay-per-views. But because I went down a rabbit hole because the girlfriend got the free 3 months of Peacock. It's like, there was nothing to watch on here. I'll just go watch, some old WWE stuff, just throw it on in the background while I'm doing whatever, right? And I noticed how my idea of Triple H being a shitty person is correct. But the whole evolution thing, at least with the Batista end of things, wasn't handled horribly. He got his ass kicked repeatedly by Batista and made him a star. I can't remember the last time I remember the Fed doing that when I was watching it afterwards. Because I don't think they ever did that again, did they? Something like that, where they had a group formed and then they put somebody over in said group. That didn't stop the Mr. Hunter Hearn from getting his belt back later, I guess, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's not really... Yeah, that's a big deep dive into Fed discussion, so...
Yeah, just something I follow. I've just been watching recently. It kind of ties into this. This match was great. I very much enjoy Juggle Jack as a team. I can't wait, weirdly enough, till we get to their feud, because they do feud, and it's violent. Yeah, that's the word I'll use for it.
Yeah, I'm really coming around on Toshi and Yamada, just kind of in all aspects of her game. We missed a lot of her career so far because she was out with a leg injury for like a year, and now she's finally on a roll here in '91. Because we saw her with the Kyoko Inoue kind of feud in the Grand Prix where they had 2 matches against each other. And now they're teaming up here, so there's some more continuity there in storytelling. Rivals become teammates kind of situation.
And I love Yamada. Yamada's one of those underrated wrestlers you see when it comes to AJW. Like, you don't see a whole lot of talk about her. And I guess I fell in love with her through Manami Toyota and her feud with her, which definitely makes Yamada look awesome in comparison. But I can't say I've watched too much out of her career outside of that.
Well, I'm definitely gravitating more towards Yamada than, say, Kyoko Inoue. And just taking modern sight out of this. Like, I admit, like, Kyoko Inoue came out of that Grand Prix as a fucking star, and the crowd loves her. She's very over at this point. Just from like the in-ring and how she moves and her specific moves, I'm just personally not a fan, but I'm not denying how much success she is having in 91, and putting her in the main event with tagging with Yamada, I think is a great decision. And this match kicked all of the ass in the world, and the fact that Kyoko ate a double back fist from Jungle Jack and ate that pin, it brought me joy. 18 minutes this went, also was given 4 stars, no problem there.
Yeah, the double back fist spots were great. We both popped pretty hard for that. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, anytime Kyoko Inoue can eat a pin, I'm all for it.
Especially given modern day bullshit with her.
That's where the modern day is like, yes!
It's like, it feels cathartic seeing younger you eat pins.
Yeah, when she was in her peak eras.
When she was forced to eat pins because the booking told her to. Nowadays, she doesn't eat no pins.
Nah. So very good show here from AJW. Number 50. What is coming up? Because now the site that we use for these match listings is running out for a while.
Yeah, so when the site I'm assuming you're pulling from is the fan translated ones, because there was a huge endeavor for people to try to get together the match listings based off the Japanese broadcasts, and some of them are lost to time. Like, you can't find the original broadcasts, like the list of the matches, and so some of them don't have translations, or they have wrong translations because the broadcast had it wrong.
We've come across a few of those, but I am ads playing. I don't like that. Get out of here.
Nothing came through, so the people at home don't get to get advertised too.
But I have a pretty decent secondary site that I've found, and might just have to go off there going forward. So let's see here. What's on episode 51? Because we still have that. We get a Debbie Malenko match finally, which is speaking
of Debbie Malenko,
very appropriate because she's returned to the ring in 2021.
Yeah, even less relevant than she probably was back then. I hope she's not listening to this. I don't have a problem with Debbie Malenko. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like people try to hoist her up randomly now, all of a sudden. It's a random thing I've noticed because nobody was talking about her, and now everyone wants to hoist her up. I'm like, what are you guys doing here?
Well, it's because of podcasts like us, Kay, where we cover the classics, and Debbie Malenko and Reggie Bennett and company, they were part of this era.
What's Reggie Bennett doing? I don't know what she's doing. I hope she's not dead or something. That'd be unfortunate.
I don't want to look that up to depress me.
Right, because Reggie Bennett was awesome.
But we're staying in October here in 1991. Nothing in November, so maybe we can find some matches there for November.
Hopefully. That'd be awesome.
Okay. I guess that does it for AJW. Time to play. You know what? We talked a lot of Liger. Why not play some Liger? Let's see. New Japan through the 90s. I have started 1996, which means Tokyo Dome time. January 4th, 1996. I watched the entire show.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I usually, I know in 95 I kind of only picked, the 4 biggest matches, but oddly enough, I really enjoyed this card. But not big standout matches. I would say. There was one I would recommend, and then some kind of fun ones if you kind of have time for it all. Opener was like an 8-man tag, nothing to say there. But Hiroshi Tenzan defeats Satoshi Kojima in 9 minutes, 24 seconds. Tenzan kind of like went away in the back half of 95, which was kind of a bummer because he had that really awesome title match and just kind of gone from the archives. And here he is kind of in the curtain jerker against Kojima. Heel Kojima, by the way. Blonde hair. Trash bag on his body. Tenzan's got a 90s windbreaker colored pants. Very 90s. Looks like a Taco Bell ad. And
super 90s.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of beat the hell out of each other. Small leg lock in the middle. Tenzan wins with a top rope headbutt. Look, I love this match. Good opener. Junior heavyweight title on the line. It's Liger taking on champion Koji Kanemoto. And I admit I haven't seen a whole lot of Koji Kanemoto, and the guy's an asshole, a real life dickhead. However, his wrestling from a lot of pundits can't be denied. He's really good, and here I am. All right, I'm like Tokyo Dome, Liger, let's fucking do it, give it to me. And this was, I think, okay. This was good. It was fine. Started a bit slow, very slow, and it built up for a real fun finishing stretch. So kind of your New Japan style, if you will. Kanemoto hits like 2 straight moonsaults, mocking Liger. Liger comes back to 3 straight Liger bombs. Kanemoto kicks out of every single one of them. The crowd pops harder each time. Leads to Liger hitting a Phoenix Splash for the win. I think this is the first time he pulls it out. And I mean, it's the first time I've seen him pull it out on this journey. So that was really cool. So in that aspect, it was a very fun match of the era. But Kanemoto still hasn't sold me quite yet. His style and persona seems both very dry, and he's still in that whole development stage. So maybe, later in the 90s is when he finally kind of breaks out of his shell. But he was junior heavyweight champion. That says something, at least. Shiro Koshinaka defeats Masahiro Chono in 9:49. Basically sets up Koshinaka as the number 1 contender for the title. Not much here. Shorten Shiro powerbombs Chono, and then a small package roll-up to win it. So that was kind of disappointing for seeing Chono in the undercard, which was wild. Any thoughts over the Chono man?
He is Chono.
He is Chono. That's right. Let's see. Hiromichi Fuyuki defeats... Okay, I don't know if you remember this name. Yoji Anjo?
No, who is this man?
Maybe you've heard of a little place called Hustle?
Oh, I heard of the Hustle. It's a great promotion.
Yeah. This was a clusterfuck of interference, both dudes cheating, brawling during and after the match with people on the outside. I can't be bothered to look into the story any further. It's a who cares, don't worry about it kind of match.
Hey, he brought the hustle.
Yeah, this was like Hustle in 1996. Kensuke Sasaki defeats Hiroshi Hase, 16 minutes, 36 seconds. As dull and boring as you expect with a Hase match. Skip it. Do want to notice that Sasaki hits a big lariat and follows up with just picking up Hase and hits a Northern Lights bomb to win the match at the Dome. So that made me chuckle. It's his wife's move.
His wife's move. Well, I mean, yeah, at least.
Inoki on his final countdown tour. Okay, you wouldn't guess. We're 4 years into the final countdown of Inoki's retirement.
It's the final countdown.
Oh, God. He's taking on Big Van Vader. He is out of WCW, and I don't think he's in WWF yet. But he's taking on Inoki here. 14 and a half minutes this went. Meltzer gave this 4 1/4 stars, and I agree. This was awesome.
Oh.
Yes. Can you believe that?
Oh.
Yes, this was a fucking awesome, fun match. Inoki is like 60s man. He's old. And Vader is big and van.
Big and van. He's
big
a
and
big van.
Yeah. That's how he got his name. Fun fact. He also
Van?
owns Big Vans, so it just kind of worked out.
that's-
Yeah, it also worked out that
ooh.
way. So
Oh, that happens like that.
yeah, Vader just pummels the shit out of Inoki, and it's setting up Inoki for a big comeback. And they end up brawling to the outside, and there's a spot where Inoki kind of pile drivers Vader on a table, and Vader comes up bleeding. The mask is off. Vader's like throwing tables. He's throwing chairs, like just chucking them at him. It's hitting the post. Vader mad. It's pretty sick. Inoki's like, "Bring it on, bitch!" in the ring. The crowd's going nuts. I don't remember if Inoki got busted up himself, but that spot like really fired up the crowd. Like Vader is still in control, and just kind of out of nowhere, Inoki gets like a big hope spot, and then hooks in his cross arm breaker, and Vader taps out. This was awesome. Got no problem with the finish. I've pretty much accepted the fact that Inoki will never lose, and now that we're 4 years into his final countdown, he ain't putting anyone over, and he's not in the main event. So I will just kind of eat it at this point and enjoy how awesome this was.
So is it really the final countdown?
Look, the final countdown lasts half a decade.
Jesus, I mean, that's a hell of a countdown.
Actually, I think it's longer, but anyways.
So it's even longer of a countdown.
Riki Choshu defeats Masahito Kakihara in 5 minutes. Choshu mugs another UWFI guy. It's hilarious. It continues to be funny. He just fucking beats the shit out of him and pins him in 5 minutes. Booker Man hates UWFI. It couldn't be more clear.
Yeah, destroy that nothing promotion.
Yeah.
Let them know who's boss.
It's the second dome show in a row. So he did it in October, and he's doing it in January.
So see, I have this booking plan for you. You know your promotion's almost dying? Well, here, let me help you die faster.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Chosu's doing. Shinya Hashimoto defeats Kazuo Yamazaki 9 minutes. It's your mostly typical Hashimoto slow maniacal match. In the end, fights through Yamazaki's kicks. He really powers up. He's like, it didn't hurt me. And then he just counters with this gnarly timed palm strike. Looks like it knocks him the fuck out. One more big-ass kick, hits his brainbuster for the win. So good finish for what that's worth. UWFI guy loses.
Another one dead.
Another one dead. But IWGP title in the main event, it's our Hero K, champion Keiji Muto.
Why? He's nobody's hero.
He's taking on Nobuhiko Takada, okay? UWFI guy. It's the rematch from the Dome in October, okay? It's where Muto beat his ass. That's where he like no-selled the finish and then just, I think he submitted him. I can't remember. But basically seemed like mostly the same match, but for some reason it had more heat. Like the crowd was way more into this. And I kind of based that off the way the crowd reacted, and we're super into both guys. Takada getting the best over Muto got the biggest reactions, which I thought was interesting. So the crowd was definitely rooting for the underdog. I guess after months of seeing UWFI guys get their ass kicked, they're like, "Come on, man, just do it one time."
Beat that terrible Keiji Muto.
Yeah, Muto just lays on the ground just so fucking much. His style in 2020, 2021 is no different to me in 1996. I am not a fan of the fucking Keiji Muto. I was a fan of him in like the early 90s, but now we're in the mid 90s and it's just kind of, it's getting overwhelming with this on the ground, doing nothing, lumbering around. And then when he gets the Great Muta, he actually has a character to his lumbering. So anyways.
Yeah, that was the cool part. Great Muta was great because he did more in the ring. He didn't just lay there with the arm, just holding somebody's arm and getting that wrist control.
Yeah. Takada goes through heavy kicks and whatnot, tries for the cross arm breaker a lot. Sold well for what that's worth. I'll give Muto some credit there. And he does eventually get Muto to tap out. So crowd really bought that, and I guess it was fine. But post-match, Takada calls out Hashimoto, who just won in the semi-main, and they have a big little pull-apart. And yeah, it's a lot. All this is a lot hotter than I thought it would be in my theories because they've seen UWFI guys just get their ass kicked again for like a year at this point, and this was a big win for them.
They wanted the underdog to get the win. I can buy that.
Yeah, that's my theory. There's a New Japan book where it covers like all of the Tokyo Dome shows, or maybe it's a Tokyo Dome book that has all the shows in it. But anyways, it's one of the two, and I've thought about getting that and reading, because this would be I've noticed these dome shows in the 90s for New Japan it's just very fascinating information to read. It's always
like the Ice Ribbon book, where it's got a lot of information that you could probably only find in said book.
right, exactly. Perhaps, yeah. Okay, time to feel some despair.
Spare.
Okay. Bwam, 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 bwam. Oh boy. Monday Night Nitro WCW April 26th, 1999. From the Fargo Dome in Fargo, North Dakota. 11,500 people in attendance. They have to be lying. There's no way.
That's North Dakota, man. Listen, do you think they have anything happening in North Dakota? Be honest.
I mean,
Exactly.
good oil fields out there, I guess.
Yeah, I know North Dakota is spending great quality time on the oil fields.
Yeah,
That's how
they
they
got-
spend their day.
You know, it's a great state for some very interesting geology. You know, that's why I'd go there.
Because you're a nerd.
Well,
Moving on.
I like my rocks, brah. Come on.
I like other kinds of rocks.
All right, so before we get into Nitro, let me just let me take you down memory lane here.
Oh.
Monday Night Raw. It's kind of a hot product going right now.
Sure is. I'm watching it as a kid.
God, this Raw. So what I've been doing at work, just kind of picking things from Raw. So I'll read a synopsis of like these thousands of people that have covered the Attitude Era, right?
Right.
And when there's something wacky or memorable, I'll kind of like look up a YouTube video or a Daily Motion video or whatever, because I don't have the peacock. I don't got the cock.
I got it for 3 months for free, bro. Don't put that on me.
This-
I wouldn't pay for the cock.
On a Nitro where Ric Flair goes to the mental institution, this is a Raw the night after Backlash, where Undertaker kidnapped Stephanie McMahon, the old "Where to, Stephanie" in the limo.
I love that moment.
This is
though.
the night after this, where, and I remember this as a kid too, so it kind of it speaks more to me flipping the channel finally away from Nitro more frequently. Because
It's the crucifying of Stephanie McMahon.
yes, it is that episode where
Oh, I remember this so much as a kid. It's vivid in my brain. I remember this.
yeah, it is that episode where let me recap this main event, because this is just so fascinating, and because Vince Russo is very much like, this is his thing. Like, when you read what
Sure
happens,
is.
the main event is Shane McMahon versus The Rock, and it's quickly like immediately thrown out, and Triple H comes out, Chyna makes a save, fans chant Rock, so Rock's now turned face. But it's like yesterday's news, because they immediately go to the back, and the Ministry drags out Stephanie McMahon on the big cross, or the symbol, as Jim Cornette says, because they can't say like crucifixion
It's a
or cross or
cross,
anything. They have to say
yeah.
the symbol. And they do a whole like wedding angle basically. And let's see. First, Ken Shamrock comes down. He gets his ass kicked. The Big Show comes down. He is very fat.
Sure is.
Dude, the amount of weight this guy has gained since January of '99 is incredible. He gets his ass kicked by Viscera, and Undertaker hits him with a bat. And then all while the Ministry's music continues to play, and the lights are still like dark. So I'm just watching this going, what the fuck is happening? And then as soon as Big Show gets taken out, the lights come up, the music stops, because they're like, oh, we have to cue the Steve Austin pop. So they do the whole wedding matrimony, kiss the bride, and then as soon as they say that, the glass shatters, Austin comes out, kicks everyone's ass because he's just blasting dudes with chair shots, so that's really cool. And then finally he saves Stephanie. I'm like, okay. Very memorable moment, but how we got there was like so stupid. That is your main event angle, and that's kind of that's like the raw thing. The whole show is kind of junk, but as long as you leave the show with something like this and Steve Austin or The Rock, the show feels hot. So it's very bizarre that these shows have so much memory with people, but it's just and it's just these moments. And when we watch like modern wrestling, like AEW Dynamite, we're like viscerally critiquing the entire show needing to be good from top to bottom. When at the end of the day, maybe we should start kind of looking at it is, are you entertained by what's happening in front of you? And does it make enough sense for you? Because this is wrestling at the end of the day. This isn't like the Grey's Anatomy storytelling, right?
Right.
I mean,
well, I think the difference is the mindset. Our mindsets have changed as we've gotten older and we've gotten more into the business, into wrestling, more interested into everything, right? Our passion has grown. Naturally, we want to be more critical of things because we know more. It's like being a fan of football, right? Being the American hand egg, as you call it, right?
Yep, sure.
You could watch a game and root for a team, but then you get the people who go deep into the stats because they're such a fan that they've become enamored by every small thing with it. And so now, like, a player that I might see on my Sunday night or Sunday morning or whatever the game's played, one receiver just catching balls, getting touchdowns, like, oh yeah, he's a great player. But it's like, but no, his catch percentage is low. He doesn't have yards per carry. He has 2 big plays, but he's like a slot receiver. And like someone comes out with these stats, and then it makes you get a different perspective on that player, right? I think that's sort of the same mindset we have here. I don't think what we do is wrong. I think it just shows the evolution in us being fans. And I think once you take the cap off that, you can't put it back on.
It's definitely tough to put it back on. And you remember when we were so down on AEW for a couple months and getting frustrated, and it's like, all right, let's take a step back and kind of just let's accept, not so much accept, but instead of focusing on like let's temper our expectations. Let's hope it's better, but instead of focusing so much on like the 2 things that they do wrong, let's realize that most of what they do does in fact entertain us and it's fun.
I think, at least for me on my end, I have learned to set the expectations on certain portions, right? Like the heel heat stuff they have worked on, right? It's not as the past couple episodes we've watched, it hasn't been all over the show, which has been a godsend, right? If you're going to do it in one match, it's fine. You can keep it there. It's fine. The women, there's no point in dredging up a dead horse anymore. That division is atrocious, and it will never get better as far as I'm concerned. And that's fine. I can just keep my expectations super, super bottom load for that, and that's all it'll just be. But other things, like my Hangman, like the thing, my hang up for Hangman, I've set my expectations differently now because being a fan of the business and everything and the industry, having stuff come out about Punk and Bryan Danielson coming out on those shows, okay, I can see why you do it. Okay, cool.
Right, yeah, you're more understanding of what's happening. And you know what's funny is I was asked a question, it's like, why do we watch and review Nitro every podcast episode?
We like despair.
Well, I mean, obviously, like, we have fun getting, like, I got trashed watching this show.
You sure did. I did, too.
Holy fuck, I got drunk watching this Nitro, and it deserved every bit of my drunken despair. Because,
sure did.
Look, this company goes out of business. It's so funny. Like, dude, the story of Surge on the show is fucking fantastic. Like, it's definitely like the dumbest thing in the world, and it's stupid. But we know the company dies, so who gives a shit? Let's enjoy fucking Surge.
It's like.
Don't take that out of context, by the way.
It's like fucking David Flair. I pop more for David Flair, and he is nothing. He is terrible, and I pop more for him than I do anybody else on the roster.
Oh yeah, he's like, anytime David Flair comes on the screen, it is.
I lose my shit. Like, oh my god, it's the man. It's David Flair.
It's the worst. We haven't seen blonde boob girl without a name, Tori Wilson. We haven't seen her in a couple weeks. Don't worry about it. It's such a bizarre show. They did like some things really good, and then it's Flair in a mental institution. What could possibly go wrong with the WCW crowd? They wouldn't want to turn the channel off of that, would they? Of course they would.
Of course, yeah, 100%. Well, we're laughing at the stupidness around Ric Flair in a mental hospital.
It's the dumbest
in context,
shit.
At the time, probably wasn't very funny, right? But in hindsight, for us, it's hysterical.
It's like, yeah, of course they lost viewers. It's Ric Flair at a mental institution. Of course it's bad.
The guy with the jack-off face next to him at all times.
Yeah,
the guy who's constantly in a state of jacking off, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, but you know what? In fucking 2021, and drinking and having fun with friends, yeah, it's great. So let's get okay. So it's 2 weeks before Slamboree, by the way.
Oh yeah, we got a pay-per-view coming up, guys. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, who cares? AEW, at least you can kind of put some pieces together and be like, yeah, Chris Statlander is going to face Britt Baker for the women's title at All Out. Cool. Slamboree, I mean, there's Kevin Nash. There's Kevin Nash going for the title, but he was just in a fucking...
going for the title?
Yes! But he fucking has one tonight, and we saw 2 title changes. So what the fuck?
like, is he going for a title match? Because he got one tonight, and does that count as his title match?
I don't think so.
Who knows? They had 2 title matches on this fucking show.
Incredible.
Unadvertised title matches at that was even fucking hilariouser.
Unfortunately, this is also the time where Rick Rude died, and he was trying to come back. So that was a bummer.
Yeah, it was a shocking thing to see open. It was like, oh, wow, man, I can't laugh at that.
Yeah. So the show begins with In Memory, and then they recap Piper and Flair yelling at each other. And then
Flair with the surge, which I popped for.
And then they cut to the mental hospital.
Sure did.
So Flair thinks he's in a hotel. The nurse goes, "There will be no Nitro on tonight," and then Flair's music hits.
Sure
and he's in his boxers, the same Florida boxers he was wearing last week. He's wearing his robe. He's strutting. He dances with a nurse who eventually walks away disgusted. And we're just like, this is the patients around here are it's such a crew. I can't do it justice.
There's a fat guy with a half-shaved head, half gray hair, and he is just there doing things. There's the aforementioned jack-off face guy where he's constantly making over-exaggerated, like he's constantly in a state of orgasming faces.
Right. Oh yeah, he's definitely masturbating kind of thing.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, it's
there's a random-ass payphone in the middle of the whole entire place. There's a TV and a payphone right next to it.
Well, yeah, man.
Why is there a payphone in the middle of it? Dude, who the fuck knows?
It's 1999. Of course there's payphones.
No, it's the payphone being in the middle of a fucking what looks like an abandoned room.
I think the idea is that is their rec room, and in the rec room you're allowed, your maybe daily dime, if you will, to make your one phone call a day, if you're capable.
So the thing that makes that even funnier is we see the payphone, and then we see nothing around the payphone. It's just standing. It's almost like an abandoned payphone in the middle of a room.
No, come on. They attach it to the support pillar.
Yeah, and that's it. Like, unless you go a little bit more to the side, you can see the TV. But like whenever they focus on the payphone, there's like nothing around it. It's hilarious.
JJ Dillon informs referee Charles Robinson that Robinson is vice president of WCW, and since Flair is out of action, Charles is now in charge. Do you get it?
Yeah, Little Nate, she's in charge. I think I also made a comment. Wait, he's the ref though. How does the ref become the president? Is he still going to ref matches? More on that later.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Mike Tenay was on this show. I have no memory of that because Bobby Heenan was sick. So it's him and Tony Schiavone. I think that's why it was. We don't really remember the commentary because Tony Schiavone wasn't a pissed off individual.
I didn't even notice. Outside of the cuts to the Surge being half drunk, but not really drunk because fucking Schiavone drank the Surge.
Yeah. Let's see here. Piper thinks he's in charge. with Flair gone, Randy Savage is reinstated, and he gets a U.S. title shot. And then he gets to the ring, brings out Paige, Diamond Dallas Page, who's the champion. He's getting booed. So I guess the official heel turn last week finally worked. And Piper says,
he got
Paige,
the babyface promo though.
Yeah,
he got the babyface promo right after, which is weird.
No, he's being very smug about it. And then Piper says he is defending the title against Sting tonight because he kind of ducked him last week and kind of said he would. So at least that was some continuity. Anyways, that's for the 9 p.m.
randomly.
That was only going to be an hour later into the show.
Yeah, they made it seem like it was going to be the main event.
Nope.
Psych! It's at the middle. It's like isn't it the dead hour when most people tune away?
That's when Raw starts.
Oh yeah, I forgot the show starts earlier than Raw, and they somehow don't take advantage of that properly.
Right. So they try to pack the show at 9 o'clock instead of trying to keep their viewers from 8 to 9.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if they advertised that was going to start the show with the title match? You know, if they just ran commercials saying, "Hey guys, the first match 9 p.m. the title match. Watch our show."
Or they would say last week and advertise it's going to be Paige versus Sting next week.
Yeah, like,
Anyways.
hey guys, we can have a show on. Is a title match open? Go check our channel. Don't flip the channel.
Conan faced Bryan Adams in a match. I have no memory of this, so I'm going to skip it.
I do. Conan came out rowdy with a fucking jersey on, a FUBU camo jersey that Rey Mysterio also wore later on, and he got gassed 2 minutes in.
Cool.
It was hilarious.
My notes say DQ finish, so all right.
Well, it had to be DQ because Conan wasn't going to finish that match. That man was panting and heaving.
Yeah, let's see. Commentary says the Horsemen attacked Kidman and Saturn, making Raven fight the next match in a handicap match. So it's Raven versus the Armstrongs. I remember this one. This one was actually pretty good. And, Raven lost, but it was a good match.
You missed the important part here. Raven cuts a promo, and then he goes to the "What About Raven" thing, and the crowd chants with him. "What About Raven" is officially over.
I mean, it's been over for a long time.
I know, but it's more over now, and I love it. What about Raven?
Yeah, so Flair is in the mental hospital. He is yelling about, he calls Charles Robinson and yells about Piper having power, even though Charles is in charge. And he wants the National Guard called in to deal with this matter. And he yells at the other patients to stop touching his robe inappropriately. And he hangs up, and Flair walks away with the very muscular nurse. So good for him.
Yeah, the muscular just randomly shows up, and at first I think we're like, is that a dude in nurse outfits? Because we always saw like the back of her, and she just has these jacked ass arms.
She was awesome.
She was jacked and awesome.
She's gonna go get some Ric Flair, I guess.
I mean, sure, who could blame her?
Gene brings out Charles Robinson. They kind of talk for a little while. I think this is where Piper yells at him and slaps him in the face, and Charles Robinson gets all upset, and I took a screenshot, and it was really funny.
He yells repeatedly, "I am in charge. I am in charge. I have the power. I'm in charge." And then he yells at the camera several times, "I have the power. I am in charge.
Right.
I am in charge."
Sting versus DDP for the WCW World title. A match that was pretty good and all about hitting guys in the testicles.
It sure was. A lot of nut shots in this match.
Yeah. Sit out powerbomb, 2 on the champion, big lariat, drop Sting again. So, I like this match. This was good. Paige comes back, gets dropped with the death drop in the end after Sting blocks a diamond cutter. Sting wins the title. Okay.
Crowd pops like crazy for it,
yeah,
too.
they did.
And then they cut away from him as he walks to the back with the belt.
More Flair yelling at Robinson from the payphone. Tells him to make Sting versus Goldberg for Slamboree. And he calls one of the inmates AAA instead of AA. There's your joke.
This is also where we get the jack off face guy, like right next to him as he's on the phone, like dangerously close to his face.
I think that's who he was calling AAA.
Like he's like really close to his face, making all of these like really like this dude is clearly making jacking off faces. It is hysterical.
Psychosis defends the Cruiserweight title he just won last week in that 4-way that never ended against Rey Mysterio Jr., and Rey Mysterio wins in a very okay match. So, new champion.
Hey, I'm glad he dropped the belt only to win the belt right back.
Yeah. Horseman beat the shit out of Rey Mysterio post-match. Hooray.
Why'd that happen again? Tag titles? Aren't they feuding with the Raven Man?
Yes.
Don't worry about it, I guess.
Don't worry about it. Nash comes out and says he's been told his title shot at Slamboree has been turned into Goldberg versus Sting.
What?
He goes, that's not cool, brah. Make it a 4-way tonight. And it's done.
My first thought when he said that was, wait, when did they announce that?
So bizarre. I don't know what's happening.
Then I realized they had said nothing about the title match changing, or they didn't even mention his title match at all the entire show. So I don't know who told him it was changing, but I guess it's the 4-way.
We got a 4-way in the main event tonight now. It's Paige, Goldberg, Sting, and Nash. Winner takes all. I'm like in real time when we were watching this, I'm like, what is happening? I don't know what's going on. Flair calls Robinson again. He says, yes, make it a 4-way. Hits on the nurse some more. They do some like amateur wrestling stuff with wrist locks and whatnot. And then Flair gets a dirty look by one of the other nurses. And that leads into Eric Watts versus Bam Bam Bigelow. Dear God, this was terrible. I absolutely hated this so much. I'm moving on. Bigelow wins. I can't do fucking David Flair light.
I feel like David Flair's at least can hit people. This guy couldn't hit anybody.
No, you haven't seen David Flair in a wrestling match yet.
I will, and I'm excited for this. This guy went for the slowest Hurricanrana I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's the worst.
I've never seen something so slow to the point where Bam Bam had to like stop and then actually roll himself.
Yeah, it like turned into a backdrop instead. It was atrocious.
This guy is awful. Who hired him?
So he is the son of Cowboy Bill Watts.
Apple must have fallen very far from the tree.
Eric Watts is notoriously one of the worst wrestlers and is in that conversation of wrestlers' sons that are awful.
There's a lot of those, actually, isn't there?
Yes, you got Eric Watts here. You have the old Florida
DiBiase.
Territory guy. You have David Flair. You have Dominic Mysterio.
DiBiase?
DiBiase wasn't the worst. He was competent.
Oh, but he had like no charisma though.
Yeah, he was competent in the ring though. Charisma's different animal to tackle. Booker T versus Mang. Stevie Ray comes out, ruins my match. I like my Mang. I miss my Mang. Stevie Ray can go away. Hate him. Let's see.
Why is he here? It's so weird.
Rick Steiner comes out and saves the Stevie Ray beatdown, so that was random. We get a Hogan knee surgery video with a famous surgeon from like Alabama that fixes everyone's like torn ACLs and Tommy John surgeries.
At this point, are we even sure he actually gets surgery, or is it just
it's fake?
But it's so weird how it's all shot like, I don't know.
Whatever. Back to the hospital. Flair tells Robinson on the phone again, make it Steiner versus Booker T at Slamboree. And make the main event tonight no DQ.
Make it so.
And then Scott Hall just randomly shows up at the mental hospital. And he throws a toothpick at Rick.
He's just randomly fucking there in his wrestling gear.
And it's never mentioned again.
Nightgown. No, it's not. It's just
don't
random.
worry about it. Match of the night, Brian Knobbs versus Hack versus Horace versus Mikey Whipwreck in a Surge match.
It was only match of the night because Surge was involved.
Yes, of course.
Surge canister, I think the whole bunch of Surge cans, just hits people, throws it at people. It was the best part. I think we popped more for Surge than any of the wrestlers in the ring.
Yes, because Surge was the most over in the match, and the crowd agreed. And
the crowd definitely did agree.
Yeah, I mean, I had to take a gif of it where Horace throws from the outside in the giant Surge barrel. And it hits Brian Knobbs of the Nasty Boys, who's, by the way, Brian Knobbs of this match is just pummeling guys in the face as hard as he can. He is not having a good time. He is an asshole.
No, definitely. He is a dick.
Yeah. But yeah, go Surge. Best story on Nitro. Randy Savage versus Scott Steiner. Again, no memory of this match. But we do get Gorgeous George at some point coming out. And
this wasn't a wrestling match. This didn't wrestle.
Well, Robinson was the referee, and I vaguely remember like Steiner like yelling at him or something, and then that was a DQ. And I was really confused.
Yeah. So remember how I mentioned earlier that was he actually gonna ref? Yeah, he just comes down to the ring, throws whatever other ref is out, and then he starts reffing.
Yeah.
It's weird. I wouldn't even classify this as a match. A bell rang. But as for moves, both of them, Macho Man definitely is not a wrestler anymore. That man can barely move.
Yeah, he's kind of rough. And then main event was a clusterfuck 4-way, Sting, DDP, Goldberg, and Nash. Bunch of shit happens. They all run into each other. They're all bumbling fools. And if my memory serves, DDP got some brass knuckles or whatever and hits Kevin Nash or somebody. He hits somebody with the brass knuckles, and then Randy Savage comes out and helps DDP hit a diamond cutter on Nash and pins him, and he wins the title back.
Something like that. I remember just being shocked that Nash ate the pin because I was like, oh yeah, Nash is winning the belt by the end of the night, and he doesn't. Why did they take the belt off DDP? Get the crowd excited, only to put it back on DDP, and the crowd just immediately throws shit at the ring because they're mad. Because
it's WCW. Don't worry about it. They're stupid.
It's like, yes, fans, we'll give you what you want. You psych, and then they expect people to want to tune in or buy tickets.
No,
not heat. It's stupidity.
That's why this company died. It's shit like this.
Exactly. Like I said, this company deserved to die.
Yeah. And that does it for 2 weeks to Slamboree, okay?
2 weeks of Slamboree.
2 weeks until Slamboree.
The only matches that we know are the baby Kevin Nash title match. I guess a U.S. title match, right?
Anything that they announce at Slamboree, I will count it as not existing until we make our guesses for the show the week before.
Oh, we're getting that Gorgeous George Robinson match. You know we're getting that.
I mean, it could... you've seen how many things just change on a dime?
Yeah, but they're pushing that one a little too hard for me to expect them not to throw that one on there.
Yeah, Medusa's doing stuff with Gorgeous George.
Oh yeah, we didn't even mention Medusa did a run out and didn't even look like Medusa.
Nah.
At all.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about Surge. It's more important.
Surge is important.
This was
Burger King and get some Surge.
Episode 87 of the Red Leaf Retrocast. 5-star Kobe World. See you next time.
See ya.